by a person that you don't get too into it, too you hate it, you love it.
But shouldn't you know that about the person that you're about to, before you marry? Shouldn't you know that about the person? Because then
No, what about the person?
they have that type of.
I ain't never known that about anybody.
Well, that's the well, see, that's the thing that makes you question whether you if you marry it. Because how do you know? And if we're going to uncharted waters, let me know. But that's what I'm saying. It's like how.
Come on, girl. Why you frontin'? Show me something.
I would want to know, have a little bit of insight of what
I just want that.
meaning like I'm not just getting her ego, right? I don't want to just marry her if I know I'm just getting her ego.
Come on, girl. Why you frontin'?
You know, she's trying and she's in the right place.
You're getting her ego and her.
What are they talking about? This is the JLP red pill punchy TV. Come on, girl. Why you frontin'? Okay, enough of that. Enough of that. Sacero Manoka. Yeah, that was Joel talking. What up, King Blackout? I need to eat my dinner. Y'all want to see why Cocomelon is evil? You know what? I thought that I got freaking Marcus Aurelius and Thomas Aquinas confused. So I've been reading Meditations because I thought it was one of the like founding um he was like one of the founding like fathers of the Catholic Church. And I was like, this doesn't seem very Meditations from Marcus Aurelius does not seem very like Christian. And I'm like halfway through it and then I realized it's Thomas Aquinas, not Marcus Aurelius. So I'm reading the wrong reading the wrong thing. But not that Meditations is bad, it's just it is a little weird. Yeah. Because Michael Knowles is always talking about Thomas Aquinas. So like I'm gonna read some Thomas Aquinas. And then when I went to get a book, I got freaking Marcus Aurelius. 300 blackout? What's that? You want to see the skateboard I got? Well, it's just a deck, but well, it's a whole skateboard, but it's just a CCS blank deck. It was only like $30. Pretty good. I was just skating it for the first time, but look at this grip tape. This grip tape is sick. This grip tape's sick though. When I was a kid, we didn't have grip tape. They got so much fancy grip tape now. There's all sorts of decorative grip tape. When I was a kid, we had black. That was it. Jessup, black. Freaking Black Magic, black. That was it. Now they got freaking tie dye grip tape, sparkle grip tape, damn clear grip tape. I got freaking plaid, argyle grip tape with freaking pictures. It's a, it's a pew. It's a pew. 300 blackout is a gun. What did you want to share about Cocomelon? I was gonna play this this freaking Sunny V2 video. It has all sorts of interesting factoids. Because I watched Asmongold's reaction to it, but I'm just gonna play it straight from Sunny V2's channel. But this is crazy, some of the stuff in this video.
Whenever heartburn strikes.
I'll play it in a second. Argyle. That's what I said. What did I say? That's what I meant to say. Happy birthday, William. Also a fellow Libra. My birthday is Sunday. I'm a Libra. My birthday is October 16th. Eminem's birthday is... Eminem's a Libra. Lil Wayne is a Libra. And then there's another really good rapper who's also a Libra. I think Joyner Lucas is a Libra. All the best like lyricists are Libras. Show us a kickflip in my apartment? What do you want me to... I have downstairs neighbors. Is you crazy, Dean? Is you crazy? Yeah, I'll play it right now.
Magically made fudge.
What the fudge? Damn keyboard elves. Hold up. All right, here we go.
Letting him watch Cocomelon.
Hold on, let me get... And I'll put the Discord in the thing. Come on, girl. Why you frontin'? That's in an ad. Now it's stuck in my head. Happy early birthday, Kang. Kang. Damn, it's only... Well, 3 weeks till my birthday. How old am I going to be? We're Valentine's babies. Our parents were getting groovy on Valentine's Day.
Oh, yeah!
Whoa, that scared the crap out of me. My headphones are very loud right now. I know who that is. Happy early birthday, Kang. Ugh. Hola, John. Hola, John. Okay. You guys want to see the Cocomelon video? It's only 11 minutes long. Let me put it in Discord so people in the Discord can see it. Pin this. Share this. This is crazy though. Kids are turning out dumb. I have a sneeze.
My son is almost 2 and I've been letting him watch Cocomelon. But now I had to get him speech therapy so I can get him to
therapy?
talk. There are
no.
hundreds and hundreds of anecdotes in which parents mention the exact same problem. The Cocomelon show is so insanely addictive, it's being compared to nicotine and causing developmental issues amongst the kids who can't stop
7
watching.
times more
Children's
likely to
TV
have
expert
ADHD.
Jerica Sands calls it the most damaging show a child can watch, explaining the
crack
sneaky
for
ways
kids.
in which they make the show addictive. Firstly, there's the colors. Take for example the wheels on the bus. The 3 main colors, blue, green, and yellow, are all at maximum saturation, meaning they cannot be made any brighter, no matter how hard you try. Extreme saturation is normally used for alerts and notifications, as it's exciting, dynamic, and attracts attention, which is why it's also used in slot machines.
He's using bright colors in his video though. So he's doing the same thing. You're going to have to buy me a birthday bottle? Yeah, that was John. He said, I know that cackle anywhere. A birthday bottle? I'll shoot. Send me some money. I'll get a bottle of Jameson.
Cocomelon puts these colors in perfect contrast, making them appear even more vibrant, which is different to, for example, Bluey, in which the colors instead blend together. Cocomelon's also different because it's highly repetitive. There's a reason they have 38 videos with over 1 billion views.
38 videos with over 1 billion views. That's insane. But in doing research for this, they're about to talk about the amount of time between cuts, and they say there's never more than like 6 seconds between a cut. But I watched a Cocomelon video, and I was counting, and there was like some scenes that had longer than 6 seconds between cuts. So I don't know.
Child's brain is wired to learn through repetition, so it feels right to them to watch the same thing over and over again. Cocomelon abuses this in almost every video. For example, in the Yes Yes Playground song, they pick a word to repeat 3 times in.
Yay, 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 I like them, ooh. Yes, 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 I want to wear my shoes. Stomp, 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 I like them, wow. Yes, 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 I want to wear the sunscreen. Dang, that's a banger. But the other, Dora does that. Dora the Explorer, she does the same thing. I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map, I'm the map.
So basically, this is the kids' version of poka face.
Yeah, from Lady Gaga. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. This wasn't a thing when I was a kid, so but I've heard parents talk about it before. Cocomelon. I guess it's a YouTube kid show.
Every sentence, pairing it with a subtly repeating background lullaby, keeping children hooked. Literally no show or movie puts my son into a deep trance the way Cocomelon does. The second it's on the TV, he turns into a toddler zombie who doesn't see or hear anything else that's going on in the room. This is only exacerbated by Cocomelon's subtitles, which have also been a heavy point of criticism. The letters are not educational, I can barely read them fast enough. It's simply another interesting element to capture your little one's attention. Cocomelon explains in every description, our goal is to help make learning a fun and enjoyable experience for kids, giving you the peace of mind that your children are receiving quality educational content. But people have argued that they're teaching exactly what children shouldn't do. For example, in the No Bedtime song.
No bedtime. They're teaching kids to say, no, I'm not going to bed. My son never liked Cocomelon that much. I know, I was going to ask you about this, C-Sound. Like, do you let your kids watch Cocomelon? And if you do, after watching this, maybe you won't want to.
The baby refuses to brush his teeth, have a bath, put on pajamas, or get in bed. The education is that he eventually agrees to do so, yet a TikTok user was critical, stating, anytime I'd ask my son to do a simple task, he'd say no, no, no. He's sitting there watching Cocomelon, which taught him no, 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 and to say no to me. On the topic of education, Jerica-san stated, these people don't give a shit about our children. They care about money. That's it.
Well,
your child's cognitive development in direct exchange for their wealth, and there's pretty.
I don't think that's anything new. Like, I don't think the people who made Barney and Blue's Clues really cared about the children. They care about the money. I never realized.
Yeah, I do think there's entertainment that their main concern is, but I think with some of this new entertainment, it has nothing to do with just entertainment. I think when you're trying to teach kids no, 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 and it's all about getting them as far away from their parents, in my opinion. And you know, and the whole idea of saying, well, at 6 years old you can decide what your gender is, that kind of thing. It's all about taking them away from the framework and the traditions and foundations of what their family has, and putting them squarely in the root of government, what the government tells them to do. Because usually if they say no, 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 then they'll tell them yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's the thing about things that are marketing. They really are. They'll tell you, you know, it's amazing how it's like, how marketing works and how advertising works with that, where it's just like, I bet you just can't eat one.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, yeah. And then it's like, so there's a lot of reverse psychology, and it's amazing all the psychology that's in marketing and advertising, for sure.
Yeah. And Miss Rachel, they mentioned Miss Rachel in this video, Seesaw. They say that Miss Rachel is better than Cocomelon. But yeah, they definitely want to subvert the kids but it's also the parents' fault if they're just letting their kids sit in front of a freaking iPad and watch Cocomelon for all day and
Right, yeah. That's a failure on their part, for sure.
yeah. That's it. Your child's cognitive development in direct exchange for their wealth. Millions of children will grow up with poor self-regulation skills, attention, and behavioral disorders that will mimic ADHD and autism. I watched a ton of shows as a kid. I don't think our shows did harm. Maybe parents are just too sensitive now to everything. Yeah, well, this all the tech the kids have. There's so much tech. Like when I was a kid, we didn't have cell phones and computers and all that. We had like TV and we had Barney, few kid shows. Never had a tablet like my niece has. Yeah, Seesaw saying the same thing. Just a TV in the living room. Little Bear. I caught my nephews watching Peppa Pig and I was like, shut that crap off.
Pretty good evidence supporting this. A New York Times journalist visited Cocomelon's studio, discovering their #1 focus is keeping children hooked. Cocomelon's data and analytics team sifts constantly through YouTube numbers to determine exactly what resonates. Should a girl wear black jeans or blue jeans? Should the music be louder or softer? Should the bus be yellow or red? Yellow is the
Why would
answer,
the bus be
as
red?
they use a darker method to ensure that they're correct. Cocomelon has a dedicated Distractatron room in which once a month children are brought here
A Distractatron room. Brought here one at a time and shown a handful of episodes, figure out exactly which parts are engaging, which are tuned out. For anyone older than 2 years old, the team deploys a whimsically named tool, the Distractatron. What?
one at a time and shown a handful of episodes to figure out exactly which parts of the shows are engaging and which are tuned out. Next to the TV playing Cocomelon, there's a second screen which plays a continuous loop of banal real-world scenes. A guy pouring a cup of coffee, someone getting a haircut, each lasting about 20 seconds. Whenever a youngster looks away from the Moonbug show to glimpse the Distractatron, a note is jotted down. We can see what they're looking at and the exact moment when they got distracted.
Wow. So they're doing studies to figure out, to make sure the kids don't get distracted from the content. So if the kid looks at the bird instead of the freaking Cocomelon, wow, that's wild. Little Bear is that old cartoon. The colors are calming and they're just playing in the forest. I think I remember Little Bear. My son watched a lot of Blippi, and my daughter watched a lot of Miss Rachel. I think my daughter is a genius. At the age of 2, she can identify every letter. That's what they're going to say in this video here in a minute, that Miss Rachel is pretty good. I've heard Blippi was bad too, but I don't know. I don't know about Blippi. I ain't never watched no Blippi. Yeah, the drama about Blippi. Yeah. We shit on some dude's chest? What? Hold on. Wait, what? My son knew the alphabet and counted to 20 at 2. My whole family was shocked. Thank God he enjoyed. All right, so maybe Miss Rachel is pretty based. Blippi is taking blippies on people's freaking chest. Okay.
Education clearly isn't the primary goal. Keeping kids' attention is, and this is proven by Cocomelon's most addictive element, rapid camera cutting. It's crazy how many
This part's
times the
crazy.
frame changes on Cocomelon. It's the same type of addicting behavior that we experience on a TikTok binge. It's the quick change of frame that releases that dopamine and makes the videos addicting to watch. Count the seconds between a change of frame. Well, TikToker the Circus Brain did exactly this. He firstly counts the changes on My Little Pony, concluding there's about 6 seconds between each cut. He then compares it to Cocomelon.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
In her video, The Nightmare That Is Cocomelon, Savantix draws a similar conclusion. She found that 96% of the shots in Baby Shark were shorter than 2 seconds. She then compares 4 different animated shows, again finding Cocomelon has the shorter shots.
The longest shot on a Cocomelon video was 6 seconds. The longest shot on Arcane was 8 seconds. The longest shot on Bluey was 27 seconds. And the longest shot on Encanto was 18 seconds.
Which, when combined with every other element, creates some terrifying statistics.
And that's like the YouTube videos where they're just sitting at a table talking, but it's like cut, and there's like cuts in between, which I did that in my Dread video, because I guess that's what you got to do nowadays. Lots of cuts. People need cuts. Otherwise, their brain starts to melt if they have to hold their attention for more than 8 seconds on one frame. You need cuts. Lots of cuts. Rapid camera cutting. See sound those. Pinky in the Brain was good.
Dr.
Yeah,
Kristen
that's
Summer explained that when showing an infant normal video content, they'll focus on the screen just 11% of the time. However, when the video is instead switched to Cocomelon, their screen engagement skyrockets to a whopping 74%.
Wow.
This therefore produces stories such as this. I used to volunteer for a preschool and they had song time. A Cocomelon video came on, and all of the tots stopped what they were doing, put down their cheese crackers, and remained fixated on the screen for the duration of the video. It was honestly kind of terrifying. YouTuber Saberspark shared his own personal anecdote. He asked to watch a Disney movie with his 2 younger cousins, who both completely refused, and instead spent all day glued to an iPad playing the addictive show. In Cocomelon Made My Kid a Zombie, a mother talks about her son. He would be in a daze while watching it. You could be waving your hand right in front of his face, and he wouldn't move. It was almost scary.
Wow.
This was also discovered by Sarah Mills 98,
Damn
who explained when the
Distractron.
Cocomelon addiction is so real that my 1-year-old can navigate the TV to turn it on by himself.
What? The kid can... It's on YouTube. That means you have to, like... 1-year-old know... I mean, I guess that's some sort of intelligence. If he can figure out how to work the remote control and play Cocomelon. Scooby-Doo and Ed, Ed, and Eddie. We had, I watched Thundercats, Barney, Arthur, Lamb Chops Play Along, Reading Rainbow, a lot of PBS. What else?
This is you that you watched all those shows?
Yeah.
Yeah, I loved Thundercats. That was one of my main jams as a kid. And of course, the other thing was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yes. G.I. Joe.
Yeah, G.I. Joe, Silverhawks.
I'm trying to think of when I was like real young, and all I can remember
Yeah.
is Barney.
When I was really, really, really young, I would say Transformers and Thundercats, and also Masters of the Universe for cartoons. But I also watched
Captain Planet.
a lot of MTV.
Mm.
I preferred MTV to like kids programming most of the time.
I don't think I was allowed to watch MTV. Yeah. They both just tested for what?
Imagine not given your background. You probably weren't allowed to watch anything over G, probably, huh?
Well, from my mom, my dad would watch. My dad would let me like go out in the living room and hide under the table and watch like horror movies and stuff. My mom, but I had to hide under the table. So if my mom came out, she didn't know I was in the living room. I was supposed to be in bed.
Oh, gotcha. So do you remember what the first rated R movie you ever saw was?
First rated R movie I ever saw. No, but I remember watching like Chucky and Puppet Master. Scary movies. I remember watching scary movies when I was pretty young. Probably younger than I should have been watching them. No, I don't remember my first rated R movie.
Mine was Predator.
I remember my dad rented Basketball Diaries for me when I was like 10 years old. He thought it was about private school kids.
Basketball?
Yeah, he thought it was about basketball. He didn't know it was about.
Our parents didn't know back then. My mom, I remember I used to have like do you remember the Sega CD game console?
Yeah, I never had one of those. I had a Dreamcast. And I
Right,
had a
but you were
Genesis.
familiar with it, right? I mean, it was
Yeah.
So I had a Sega CD and
the Sega
which
Saturn.
was basically Sega trying to compete with, into the against what PlayStation was doing, But they had this game that was like Blade. It was basic. If you put like Blade Runner and like Grand Theft Auto in a blender, that's what it would be. And my mom just thought, oh yeah, it's got sci-fi elements. John likes the sci-fi elements, and she didn't realize like there's like, this is before they did the ratings on the games, right?
Yeah.
So she didn't know that there was like, scenes of people doing drugs in the back alley and prostitution. It's just like heavy stuff.
The Sega CD was pretty far before PlayStation, I think.
It was earlier on. Now you guys see. Here's the thing you got to remember. They knew that PlayStation was coming.
The Dreamcast was like at the time of PlayStation and Nintendo 64. Right?
Right around that, yeah.
But the Sega CD was before its time, I think.
It was because it was the first in the United States console
with a disc
that had the disc. Now it wasn't. Now we already knew that in Japan they already had disc-oriented games, right? So, because for example, the guy Hideo Kojima was already working on grafting over a Metal Gear 1 game from the computer and so he was trying to put it into a CD form. He couldn't, so the first thing he had to do was put it in Nintendo in 8-bit. And then after that he tried putting it in they did the re-release of the original Metal Gear on that. And it was like a computer CDX kind of program, I'm trying to remember. And then
Body Snatcher.
Yeah, but it came out and then Sega CD was before its thing, because the game that was like the legit bomb game on Sega CD was. Did you ever see what was it called? Wing Commander? What was the one with Mark Hamill in it? Where it
Star
was like
Fox?
Star Wars. Huh?
Star Fox?
No.
I feel like I know what you're talking about. I think you're
The Wing Commander. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So they had the Wing Commander games, and it was their way of trying to like compete for Star Wars. And so I think it was like the first or the second one where they had introduced Mark Hamill as they had introduced him as like a villain in the game. He was a hero in the first game, and in the second game you found out.
I do remember that.
Yeah. And then of course they made that god awful movie version of the game with Matthew Lillard and Freddie Prinze Jr.
I never saw that.
That thing was hot garbage. Nada knows what I'm talking about for sure.
Hopefully
movie was
Buff
hot garbage.
joins sometime because I watched some crazy movies this week.
Which ones?
I watched a movie called Enemy.
Okay.
I put some of them in the Discord, the trailers. There's one called
Okay.
Enemy with Jake Gyllenhaal or Gyllenhaal.
Okay.
That movie was good. I liked that one a lot.
Okay.
I watched a movie this morning called Spree, which is about like a Uber driver that starts killing people.
Where'd you find out about these movies? Are they like B movies or something?
I just Googled like good movies you've never heard of, or
Oh, I see what you're saying.
so I Googled psychological thrillers, lesser known psychological thrillers, and you'll get a list of like 20 movies that maybe you never heard of. I watched one called Swallow, which is about a girl that has this thing called it's a real thing. It's called pica or pica, which is basically the
Pika, that's just what Will Smith's wife has.
where you eat weird stuff.
Oh, Pika. Oh, yeah. I get you. We have the chewing festation or whatever that is. Yeah.
Yeah, she starts swallowing marbles and swallowing thumbtacks. I'm gonna spoil the movie because it's actually a kind of degenerate movie, but
did you ever see Equilibrium?
Yeah, I've seen Equilibrium. It's good.
That's a good movie. A lot of people didn't know about that when they came out.
But
did you ever see Mel Gibson in The Beaver?
The Beaver. I think I have seen that.
Where he has like the beaver as a puppet and he talks to the puppet. And it's got Jodie Foster in it. She directs it.
I can't remember how it goes, but I know I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the other one I watched that was pretty good? I watched a movie the other day called Watcher. That was pretty good. That was all right. But the Swallow movie, so she gets pregnant, and she's a stay-at-home. Well, she's not a mom yet, but her husband works, and she just stays home, and she's bored, and she plays cell phone games all day, and she gets pregnant. She finds out she's pregnant. So then one day she's looking at a marble, and she decides to swallow it because she reads in a mothering book that she needs to do something. She needs to challenge herself every day with a new challenge, and so she swallows a marble. Anyway, pretty soon she's swallowing thumbtacks, she's swallowing safety pins, she's swallowing batteries, and the husband finds out, tries to send her to a mental asylum, and blah blah blah. And anyway, the movie ends with her swallowing one last thing, and it's a freaking abortion pill. So she ends up pooping her baby out on the toilet, basically.
My gosh.
And like, and then you realize that the story of the movie is that she didn't want the baby, but she was raised in a religious family that was against abortion, and she was the product of grape. And there's even a line in the movie, she's talking to her therapist, and she's like, yeah, my father graped my mother, but my mom was very religious, and she was against abortion, even in the case of grape. So she didn't abort me. And so the movie ends with her having an abortion, and basically the reason she had this eating disorder was because she didn't want the child.
Gotcha.
And it's like, well, that's fucked up. Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So I spoiled it for you guys, so you don't watch it. I watch it so you don't have to. But I won't spoil Enemy. You should watch the movie Enemy with Jake Gyllenhaal. That was a cool movie. Crazy ending.
I'll have to check that out.
I watched a movie called As Above, So Below. It's supposed to be like a horror Da Vinci Code movie. It's like a 6 of 10.
Oh.
Sounds familiar. Fraggle Rock. I watched Fraggle Rock and Sesame Street.
Oh yeah, Fraggle Rock was in HBO. Down on Fraggle Rock. Yeah.
All right, let's finish this video.
However, nothing shows the addiction better than the Cocomelon TikTok trend. Parents will play the show's intro loudly and video their kids sprinting toward the television, where you can witness their mood change instantly. The New York Times journalist found something similar. The kid in the Distractotron had shown up in the midst of a tantrum, which ended the second he heard the Cocomelon theme song. It was no surprise to Wheeler, the head of research. 99% of kids, he said, if they're having issues when they get here, once that Cocomelon song comes on, they're like, life is okay, all is good with the world. Obviously, there's a reason for this. Cocomelon is so hyper-stimulating that it actually acts as a drug, and what happens when you take the drug away. Young children experiencing symptoms of addiction and
They're having
withdrawal,
depression when
obviously
they're not
leaving them
watching
completely
Cocomelon.
dysregulated. TikTok user ThePoff1 filmed what happens when you take the show away, explaining he'll be inconsolable for at least 10 to 15 minutes after, adding in the description, Cocomelon meltdown is legit.
Damn,
Once you
they're
have
having
a
an
taste of
ecstasy
the cocoa,
crash.
it's hard to break the addiction, which this Reddit user had experienced even worse. My husband and I have been worried about our child. I can slowly see how she'd throw violent tantrums at home and in church whenever she'd get bored and would want to watch the show. Her behavior changes the moment she watches the show, and she will not even eat her meals if she wouldn't watch it. After these tantrums end, kids can experience a general discomfort in the speed of everyday life. The more they watch the show, the more their brain begins to expect this intense level of stimulation.
Basically, Cocomelon overstimulates their brains so much that everything else just seems slow and boring in comparison.
However, the potential consequences get much worse than this.
With
Yeah,
Asana,
it probably.
AI teammates can help level up your goals.
I'm sure he's over exaggerating it a little bit, Matthew, for the content, but I don't know.
Today at asana.com.
Picture this. You're sitting at home
Come
alone
on, better
watching
help.
YouTube videos, wondering
No! There's a better way you could help me.
You know, if you're going to show YouTube videos on your channel, it would probably behoove you to get a $20 donation each month so you can have the premium.
It would
Then
behoove
you don't
my
have to worry about it.
if my audience doesn't like the ads, it would behoove them to pay me $20 a
That's
month.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It would behoove them.
Get out of here, better
Where's
help.
that Cashapp? Where's that Cashapp logo now? Where's the
Cashapp.
barcode.
I need
Dreaded
the-
Conservative at Cashapp.
Speak properly. She knows the words, but she doesn't.
Hold on,
It
wait.
was the cause of a child's speaking problems, with a notable reply reading, "Same thing happened with my daughter too. She's 4 but can't speak properly. She knows the words, but she does not like to frame the sentence or speech. She has been watching these Cocomelons or such other stuffs for 2 or 3 years. Hope we're not too late." Over on Reddit, a speech language pathologist explained, "Screen time in general is linked with speech delays for a variety of reasons, but Cocomelon is excessively bad. Firstly, unlike other TV shows or movies, it doesn't have a story. It's just very short clips with poorly written songs."
Jordan Peterson was talking about this in an interview he did with Matt Walsh. He said that, or maybe it was Matt Walsh on some other show. I forget. It was one of those two. But they were saying that one of the reasons for low IQs in some communities where there happens to be a lot of fatherless homes is because IQ correlates with numbers of words heard when you're a child. And so when you have a father in the home, you hear thousands more words a day. You hear double the amount of words. And also you hear words from a different type of person. And so that's one of the suspected reasons why kids without a father in the house will have lower IQs because they hear less words. And so if you're just watching Cocomelon all day where they're just repeating, yes, 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 okay, 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 like they're not like really learning, hearing lots of words. That girl in the ad had a couple Cocomelons. Yeah, she did. She could give me some better help. It's not verbal therapy.
The kids aren't able to follow the plot, learn vocabulary, and see the resolution of a conflict, supported by infant specialist Meg Fora.
And the problem with fast-paced TV programs is that we find that little one's language development is slower.
On the Agents of Speech YouTube channel, this is again confirmed.
The main problem with watching videos on the internet is that they don't know how to use the language that they learn.
But he adds that 4 to 5 hours of screen time per day can make a toddler completely non-verbal. 4 to 5 hours is obviously a lot of time, but in Cocomelon Made My Kid a Zombie, researchers discovered that 5-year-olds who watch more than 2 hours of TV a day tended to have lower attention spans and were 7.7 times more likely to show symptoms of ADHD. These screen times might be even lower for Cocomelon specifically because, as explained by Jerica Sands, not all screen time is created equal. A child who just watched 30 minutes of Cocomelon and a child who just watched 30 minutes of Trash Truck will look like a very, very different child. Thankfully, here lies a simple solution. Sierra Renee explained my 2-year-old is speech delayed and addicted to Cocomelon. Switched to Miss Rachel 2 days ago, and he's already saying more words and hasn't had any tantrums.
What's up with Miss Rachel? Shout out Miss Rachel.
It shared an almost identical anecdote. My 8-month-old was obsessed with Cocomelon and having bad tantrums, so I cancelled Cocomelon and only let her watch Miss Rachel, and she said her first word within the first 3 days of watching. Clearly, parents are able to simply change the channel, but not before leaving Cocomelon a massive amount of dislikes. They've therefore earned the title, The Absurdly Popular Kids Show Parents Hate, and Cocomelon has actually responded to the criticism that explain our shows are not intended to replace outdoor playtime or playdates. They have a place in children's entertainment time, and as with food, exercise, etc., it comes down to each parent to find the right and appropriate balance for their children.
They're kind of right about that. Cocomelon's like, hey parents, maybe it's your fault that you just let the kid hold a tablet for 6 hours a day instead of doing stuff with it. You know, they're kind of right.
Our responsibility is ensuring that the quality of the content that we produce is high and beneficial for the development of a child's cognitive and soft skills. It is worth adding that our social media communities are filled with stories of parents who experience firsthand how Moonbug content helps their children. Cocomelon does have a crazy amount of supporters, but it's obvious that some of them are simply ignoring the downsides. My baby learned the alphabet and numbers from Cocomelon. She may not speak a complete sentence, but she expresses her wants through phrases.
Her baby is 9 years old. That's
15 years old.
Yeah, that's what Asmongold said. I stole his joke. It was so I was laughing out loud at work this morning when I heard that. He's like, her baby's 7 years old. Her baby just turned 15. Still breastfeeding.
But is it Cocomelon's responsibility to ensure that babies are talking? Well, no. People love blaming cartoons and games for raising children, and not the shitty parents that don't step in to stop them from watching so much. Cocomelon is actually a really sad symbol of parents giving their children tablets instead of actually parenting and interacting with them.
Yeah.
Ultimately, parents are the people who choose how much their child consumes.
Do you want to add the name?
Is Cocomelon evil? Bring back the dislike counter. You can still see how many dislikes a video has. You just have to well, I don't know if you guys can see it, but I can see it. Or the creator can go into your
I can see that there's no dislikes so far, which is great, but there's only 4 likes, so make sure to hit that like button, smash that like button.
Yeah, hit the like button. It says 9 on mine. You have to refresh.
It could be off. My internet could be. I've noticed that this happens sometimes where it's off. You know, like you might be off like a couple of seconds, and then you'll refresh it, and it's there.
Yeah, I used to have a couple dedicated dislikers. Like
See, I just refreshed it, and there it is. So yeah,
I could go through all my videos, and there would be one or two dislikes on all my videos.
And they were all from Jalen and Freddie.
Yeah. You see 10? It just went to 10. Somebody hit like. So it bumped up to 10. Bring back the dislikes. You know, surprisingly, they left the comment section on in the Oprah Kamala interview. I think the audience and the fans of Kamala were more cringe than Kamala was. Like, there was they've been saying, I've been hearing a lot that Republicans use fear mongering about immigration to scare people into voting red. But Democrats do the same thing with the shootings, because at that Kamala thing, they had that lady, they had the girl who apparently died because she couldn't get an abortion. And then they had the victim of the school shooting and her mom crying and stuff. Which is sad, but that's like that's them doing the same thing that the right allegedly does with immigration. The bots on those channels. Uh-oh, Scene 27 just showed up. How does Scene 27 show up so fast whenever Scene 27 is mentioned?
I've never heard of this Scene 27.
Scene 27 is a deleted scene from RoboCop where there's like a gang of guys and they're about to grape this woman, and RoboCop shows up and he just starts blowing off all their wieners. Pause. He does it with he shoots off with his gun all their wieners. And it's very graphic. Like, like you just see like a penis made out of Play-Doh and it just explodes. The bots on those channels. Destiny did a video the other day, yesterday or the day before, about Twitter bots. And he went pretty deep into it. There's a crazy part where he finds a picture of this guy, and then his chat's telling him, like, look at all the pictures in the background. And he starts zooming in on all the pictures in the background, and there's no faces. They're all like blurs. And then they said, now look at the books on the bookshelf. And there's no titles to any of the books on the bookshelf. And then they said, now look at this picture from the real person's, because they're saying that this is a fake botted site that is stealing the identity of a real person. So they sent him a picture from the dude's website, and there's two women in the picture, and then there's the fake picture, and Destiny cuts out the faces of the women and lays them over the faces in the new picture, and they're the exact same angle, same exact faces, but it's on a new picture. So it's like it is basically dead internet theory, which, if you're not a conspiracy lover like me, dead internet theory is the idea that like 99% of the internet is bots, and that there's really not as many people. When you see a channel that has like 1,000 viewers, they might only have like 10 viewers. And really, like 90% of you guys in my chat are probably not real. And I might be AI. I might not.
You are AI. You are AI. We have Josh's big brother, guys.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm putting this together. It's going to be a good video. I need some cool dramatic music. I'm going to write a script. I need to go through. I need to watch the movie 1984.
Read the book too.
Well, I listened to the book. I finished it.
Okay. Yeah, just make sure if you watch the movie, you watch the John Hurt version. That's the best one.
How many versions are there? There's one on YouTube. I was going to watch that. It's black and white.
Yeah, that's not the John Hurt one. The John Hurt one was the one that came out in 1984.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the best one of the versions of the movie.
I'm gonna have to get some clips from the different versions of the movie, and I need to go to the library and get a copy of the book because there's some excerpts that I want to read. I could just go to the like audiobook version that I listened to and play it, but I'd rather just read it so I don't have to worry about copyright or anything. But yeah. I got some strong arguments to make for Big Brother and O'Brien. I'm anti Winston and Julia.
It's okay to be anti Winston and Julia. It's not okay to be pro O'Brien or pro Big Brother.
Well, I'm not pro Big Brother. Big Brother seems like assholes, but O'Brien is just doing his job. He's just a guy out here trying to get
that's
by.
what every person. That's what every stormtrooper says. That's what every evil. They're just punching in their.
Yeah,
car.
I'm pro Empire too.
I know you are. Because you're okay with systematic forms of oppression, just as long as they're not themselves individually responsible. But
no, as long as it's on my side.
Okay, yeah, that's right. I love your intellectual honesty, I have to say.
Yeah.
A lot of people wouldn't go that far, but you do, and I appreciate that.
As long as the authoritarians are on my team, then I'm cool with it. I don't want tyrannical authoritarianism.
You cannot separate the two, though, Josh.
Yeah, you can.
No, they're varying degrees. Okay, so you start off with authoritarianism, and then the more and more and more and more it goes, the further on it becomes tyrannical.
No, we'll have rules in place so that doesn't happen.
Okay. And then rules will be set rules, and then rules for thee, for not me. And then, there's another Orwell book you should read, which is Animal Farm. Have you ever read that?
That's what I'm going to read next.
Oh, you should.
I'll just read. I need to go get a library card. I think I owe the library like $300 from like 8 years ago or something.
By the way, you should come get your books in Colorado because they stopped in Colorado making fees for books.
For library books?
Yeah.
When I was homeless, I used to just steal books from the library. Not that that's
you can't take out anything else until you return those books. But at least they stopped, In fact, I had a couple of collections in the past where I got sent to collections for overdue library
As
books.
much as I would spend driving to Colorado and back, I might as well just buy the book.
There you go.
But Animal Farm's pretty short. I think it's on YouTube, the audio version.
And you can watch, and there's a lot of PDF stuff. I'm actually in the process of putting a lot of PDF books on my server. So
it's only 3 hours to listen to it. It must be really short. Animal Farm is about talking animals, right?
Well, that's the surface, but it's really about society and people.
Right. Yeah. Well,
just remember, Josh, that some animals are more equal than others. Some pigs are more equal than others.
Some pigs are more equal than others. Yeah, I could probably read Animal Farm pretty quick. Right now I want to finish reading the Quran.
Have you read Brave New World?
No.
I would recommend you do that because I think we're closer to Brave New World than we are 1984, personally.
I need to finish Gulag Archipelago. I have so many books that I need to read. I want to read The Institute from Stephen King.
And you read Fahrenheit 451?
I've read that years ago.
Good. Yeah, it's a good one.
I like Bradbury. I've read a good bit.
Oh, I love Bradbury, especially Something Wicked This Way Comes. That was a great book.
But it was so many years ago, I don't remember a lot of it. I might have to go back. I have The Art of War. I want to read that. And then I want to read Crime and Punishment. I started listening to it when I'm falling asleep. It's very soothing. Listen to a British guy reading Crime and Punishment.
Well, if you need something to sleep to, even though I have an interest in the topic, you can fall asleep. I have an audiobook. It's a British author, and he's writing. It's basically Herodotus, right? That he's reading, and so it's great. It's great. You know, there's a couple of books that they over the years have put together as kind of like this trilogy of Greek anthology, or not Greek anthology, but Greek antiquities, right?
Uh-huh.
And the biggest portion of that was written by Herodotus. Are you familiar with who Herodotus was?
Yeah, I've heard of him, but I can't.
But he talks about the Peloponnesian War, and it talks about how it's interesting to me because of how Athens was so scared of the Spartans that they tried to wall up. They walled up their entire city, and then they had a little road that was all the way walled up to the to where their port was. And yes, it kept the Spartans at bay, but when they started getting plague in the city because of the walls and because everybody was all clustered together, it made the plague spread so quickly.
Yeah, that's people forget walls don't just keep people out, they also keep people in.
Yeah.
Is the Quran a difficult read? No, it's simpler than the Bible because it was written much more recently than the Bible. And it's a lot shorter. It's only like 300 pages, and maybe that's just the version I have is maybe a little more Americanized and simplified, but yeah, it's not a very difficult read. I'm only reading it so that if I ever get in a debate with a Muslim,
you have somewhat of a knowledge to go off of.
Yeah, I don't like being too critical of people's religion unless I understand it.
I think that's a solid, good place to be at there.
Sorry, E.M. Forrester? I don't know who that is. The Machine Stops. Huh. Their birthday was on the 17th? Who? Whose birthday? 6 months of the year. Trying to scroll up to see whose birthday it was.
Wasn't it Williams?
I think it's his birthday today or something.
And then so he was talking about someone's birthday being on the 17th. So.
This is your birthday song. It isn't very long. Huh. Yeah, I want to read Crime and Punishment. I need to finish listening to The Divine Comedy, even though that's a tough read.
Yeah, Crime and Punishment is good. Dostoevsky is one of my favorite all-time writers. Have you ever read his book?
I haven't read any of his books.
Oh, wow, you need to, because he's probably one of the most prominent Christian authors of all time.
Right,
Josh.
That's why.
Like The Idiot. Yeah, The Idiot was good. And then, of course, the brothers.
I have a list that says the order you should read.
Always get this wrong with the pronunciation. I can read Russian better than I can speak it.
There's a collection.
Karamazov. Karamazov. That's a good one.
There's a collection on Amazon of like 11 of his books, and it's only like $20. Well,
that's a good deal there.
I think. I can't remember.
But I love my Russian authors. I mean, I love Leo Tolstoy. Of course I would, as a Christian anarchist. He's the granddaddy of Christian anarchism.
I gotta finish Gulag Archipelago too. I'm like halfway
And
through
then,
it.
of course, I love the poetry of Alexander Pushkin.
Pushkin.
I love Pushkin's work so much that my cat's middle name is actually Alexander Pushkin.
Okay, but the real problem here is that your cat has a middle name.
No, there's not. I go by what T.S. Eliot, who's my all-time favorite poet, says, which is a cat needs to have at least 3 names: common name, special name.
I want to read the Screw Tape letters from C.S.
Screw Tape
Lewis.
letters are good. Screw Tape letters are great.
I have a long list, and it sucks because I used to read like
voraciously.
Yeah, I used to read at least 100 pages a day.
Right.
So
well, you know, when you get up to our age, Josh, it gets harder if you don't commit to it, you know.
Right.
And that's what's so funny for me, because a lot of people I know who went through education, classical education, and a lot of like higher degree education, they hate reading books because they had to read so many books to get educated, and so they saw books as something they don't want to do. And I read books because I loved to read books, and I thought, oh, I want to read something different, and this leads me to something else, and this leads me to something else, and so
I just regret that I used to read all the time, but it was always fiction.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that should be the only thing you read, but I don't think there's anything. I think there's a lot of great things about fiction that you can have. Now, I think there's lower forms of fiction, right? And higher forms of fiction.
Yeah.
So, for example,
I'd read like Dean Koontz and Stephen King and
right. And there's some good stuff about that. But let's like Daniel Steele or whatever. Like that is like the low grade of like a fiction.
Yeah.
It's basically pornography for women, you know.
I read one Danielle Steele book when I was in jail because it was like the only book on the bookshelf that I had.
That was available.
Yeah, I had read every book on the bookshelf, and I was like, okay, I guess we'll read this. And then not Aaron Brockovich. Oh man, what's that lady's name? They made a movie of one of her books. It's like 1 for the money, 2 for the show, 3 for the I forget her name, but yeah, it was kind of like a woman detective, and I don't know.
Yeah.
It was all right. But I wish when I was younger, when I was reading so much, I would have read some of this stuff like Dostoevsky and some philosophy and some history, but instead I just read spooky
That's why
stuff.
my book collection is so wide, because I have just everything. I have such an eclectic book collection.
And it sucks because I want to write. Like I think I'm a good writer, and I would like to start writing a book. And my dad writes books, but the problem is, I don't want to write something unoriginal, and like everything's been done already.
So yeah, so it comes down to you can't come up with a unique story, but you can come up with a unique way of how that story.
Right. Like when Stephen King does Salem's Lot, it's like, yeah, vampires have been done.
Right.
But you make it.
But I'll be honest with you, his vampires are much more scary than frickin' Sparkles.
And then Twilight.
Like when I watched the original Salem's Lot, that little, like when they had the original vampire, the blue guy, you know, it was so close to like Nosferatu. It was so freaking creepy, it made your skin crawl.
Stephen King's son has a book called Nosferatu, and it's really good. Joe Hill.
And then one of the movies I love for vampires is 30 Days of Night, because I think the idea of them almost being animalistic is really good. I like that idea. That they kind of have like, they're like sharks, like, you know, and they kind of like they kind of have calls like, you know, like it's at the court, you know. I think that's kind of an interesting take, you know.
Janet Ivanovich. Yep, that's it. That's who it was,
Yeah.
Amanda. I read one of her books.
Yeah, you're thinking of Aaron Brockovich. You knew there was a Vitch there somewhere.
Yeah.
not to be confused with a bitch, but you knew there was a Vitch.
Hatchet, I think, was required reading. Well, maybe it wasn't required reading, but we read it in school. Hatchet. That was good. Janet Ivanovich.
Yeah, the Hatchet was good. I also liked. Did you ever read My Side of the Mountain?
No.
That was a good one too. I would say Hatchet is a little bit more for older audiences, and but My Side of the Mountain is really good for kids, for teenagers, young teenagers, and middle school kids.
Of all like the required reading, I liked Lord of the Flies and Flowers for Algernon. I always remember those.
Yeah. By the way, he just recently had a birthday the other day. William
Who?
Golding. He's dead, of course, but his birthday was just the other day.
He's the one who wrote Lord of the Flies?
Yeah, William Golding wrote Lord of the Flies.
Oh yeah, Gary Paulson.
Gary Paulson. Yep.
His name is Gary Paulson. His name is Gary Paulson.
I have to say, there's a little bit of Hatchet vibe when I saw the trailer for the new Mel Gibson movie starring Mark Wahlberg called Flight Risk.
I have not seen anything about that.
It looks interesting because it's basically the premise is they're trying to get this guy out of wherever he's at because he's wanted by like the mafia or somebody. The Giver was good, Amanda. It was a really good book. Yeah. And the trailer shows you all this. So, but you realize that Mark Wahlberg, who's the pilot of the plane that is escorting the FBI agent and the prisoner or whatever, is in fact the hitman. And they tie him up and they're trying to she's trying to fly the plane and looks cool. But it's a Mel Gibson movie, so.
We read Night by Eli Wiesel in school, and I just found out recently from a YouTube video. Well, at least this is what the YouTube video said, and I don't know how much of this I could say on YouTube, but apparently a lot of that book is not accurate.
Not what?
It's not accurate. There's some
yeah.
some things that are provably not true in that book, but I'd watch any Mel Gibson movie. Me too.
Yeah.
Mel's the best. I don't think I've ever seen a Mad Max movie though.
What?
Yeah, maybe I've seen.
Skip the first one and just watch the second and third one. The second one is the best of the entire trilogy, only a bit before Furiosa.
You don't need
the third
to.
one, I love the third one, but it's because it has sentimental value, right? Because I watched it as a kid, and I can remember just loving the Tina Turner song and.
So it's not a continuing story. You don't have to see the first one to understand.
You don't have to, no, because they're kind of capsulated in different aspects. And don't get me wrong, the first Mad Max is good, but it is kind of dystopian, but it's not. It doesn't seem like it fits the universe that they started off with Road Warrior. So Road Warrior is the best Mad Max movie of all of them, and then I would say. Fury Road, Furiosa, Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome, and then I'd put the first one last.
How many are there?
Well, there's the original trilogy, and then there was Mad Max Fury Road, where they got a new actor, and that was and I understand why they did that. I would have liked what they've done in Furiosa, where they didn't even show him. That would have been better for me. And in fact, there's moments of Furiosa.
Furiosa just came out, right? That's
pretty
new.
I've got that on Steelbook now, so. But I went and watched it in IMAX, and it was amazing on IMAX.
Is Mel
But,
Gibson in the whole first 3? The whole trilogy?
Yeah, Mel Gibson's in the first 3. Yeah, yeah. And they're all directed by the same guy, George Miller.
Yeah, Conspiracy Theory is my favorite Mel Gibson movie.
Conspiracy Theory is a great movie. It really is.
I rewatched it fairly recently. I forgot how good it was. I always knew I loved it, but
yeah. What surprises me is how much they let out of the bag when it comes to MK Ultra.
Well, the opening, yeah, and that was before everybody like knew. Now
about
I think
MK Ultra.
Right. Now it's been kind of declassified, and everybody agrees and knows about it.
Yeah.
But when that movie came out, I guess they kind of marketed it like this guy's crazy, and this is all just a fictional crazy movie. But
then you find out he was true all along. That's the thing.
But now, if you go back and watch it, listen in the opening scene of the movie.
Yeah.
While the opening credits are running, he's driving his taxi, picking up a bunch of people and talking to them.
Yeah.
Just listen to the stuff he's saying, because
I know. Yeah.
That opening, he's dumping a lot of knowledge in that taxi cab.
But yeah, so Mad Max is okay. I would say Mad Max, it technically takes place in the future, but it's got more of like, there's more society aspect. So basically what it is it's like, he's a cop, and he's dealing with crime, and you kind of get the sense that the cops, these guys they're not like cops in the real sense. They're kind of given these road designations to like stop the highway crime, which is. But then when you get to Road Warrior, that's where you actually start to see the very dusty, post-apocalyptic kind of like wasteland of Mad Max. So.
But it's kind of like timeless, right? Like it's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You said it seems like it's in the future, but it could be in the past. It's like Star Wars.
Right.
Because apparently Star Wars takes place in the past.
In a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
A long time ago.
Yeah, a long time ago.
And yeah.
Me and Mr. Matt both have it in our kitchen. Why you got movies in your kitchen, though? Movies in the kitchen. Where's Buff?
I don't know. Come on, co-host. We need to say co-host 3 times. Co-host, co-host, co-host. Joking.
It's like Cocomelon.
Cocomelon.
Catcher in the Rye. I think we read Catcher in the Rye in school, but I can't remember what it's about. Catheter. Catheter in the Rye.
Catcher in the Rye has a lot of different. Well, of course, there's a lot of cycle. Obviously that was the book that what's his name when he shot Lennon. He had that book on him.
Oh, shot Lennon. I can't. I don't know who killed Lennon. I bet he had 3 names though. That's where I got that.
Mark David Chapman. That's right. I'm thinking Mark David Chapman.
Yeah, that's where I got that from. Was Conspiracy Theory when I say assassins always have 3 names. That's from that movie.
Yeah. Well, they do. They tend to. Yeah.
Well, and then I read that it's some sort of categorizing method that they use. So even if the person didn't go by 3 names in their life,
they're categorized by that,
right?
So that they can be distinct.
Right. Once you become an assassin, then they'll call you by your 3 names. Because they did the same thing with
Think about it, and James Bond 007 status requires you to have to kill twice in order to get your 00 status. Or is it 3 times? I'm trying to remember what it is. I think it's 2 times.
He refuses to admit that he's not the co-host.
William.
I can't have a co-host who can't interact with hypotheticals.
That goes back to John Wilkes Booth. Yep, Jeff.
Universe is big argument.
Have you ever been to the Ford Theater, Josh?
The Ford Theater.
Where Lincoln was shot?
Is it in Washington, D.C.?
Mm-hmm. It's in Washington, D.C., yep.
Maybe I've seen it. I've been to Washington, D.C., and we went to all, like, the tourist spots. But I don't remember going in that.
So you, they'll let you go up there, and only a couple of people at a time can go up there and sit down. But you sit down, they put you down like a couple of rows, and you'll see, and they'll have somebody reenact a lot of times, and you'll actually see how John Wilkes did it, and just how how close the booth was to no pun intended.
Yeah.
the booth, the platform was to the stage, and then you go across the street where he died, and they still have the pillowcase with the blood preserved.
The pillowcase.
There's a pillow. Yeah, they have a pillow that's enshrined in an oxide. It's like,
why did he have a pillow?
I don't know how they were able to do that personally, but apparently there's inside this airtight glass state-of-the-art case. They have the pillow where some of Lincoln's blood was at.
Oh, like they laid his head on a pillow as he was bleeding?
Yeah, and then you can see on the bed, it was a very short bed, which, by the way,
he didn't die instantly?
I don't know about you, but like the Victorian and Edwardian age, like it seems like everyone had to have been a midget to live in those times, based on this style. You know what I'm saying? Because the bed, I could imagine his legs draped over the bed, as tall as he was.
Yeah. Huh.
But it's a cool kind of thing to see, because you get to see what happened, and they reenact it for you. You know, I really did enjoy my trip to Washington D.C. as a kid, and being able to go to Mount Vernon, and go to the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial and Vietnam Memorial, and go to take a tour of the White House. That was cool, to go in the actual White House. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't think we went inside the White House, but we did. We were outside. We saw the Lincoln Monument and the Washington Monument and the White House, and we went to the graveyard, the fallen soldier, what was it called?
Oh, Arlington, where the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier is.
Right, yeah. We saw the little thing that they do every day.
Did you see JFK's tombstone?
Probably.
Yeah.
I was pretty young. I don't.
They have like a statue torch where it represents the flame, because I guess they had kept that flame up.
Yeah, and it never goes out. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I saw the new Beetlejuice, Amanda. It was all right. I wasn't really a fan of the first Beetlejuice, because when I was a kid, I watched the Beetlejuice cartoon, and in the cartoon, Beetlejuice is a good guy, and he's Lydia's friend, and they hang out and they, solve problems together. But in the movie, he's like an evil demon bad guy.
He's not an evil bad guy. He's a poltergeist, which he's technically like an anti-hero. He's mischievous, and he's up to no good. But usually, the result of whatever happens with him being exposed is that something else more hideous that was hidden gets exposed, or something that was, in the case of like Alec Baldwin and what's her name, that played the wife, Gina, whatever her name is. Like they got to go on or whatever. So like there's always something that's attached to his releasing that does it. But you watch it for the comedy of him being an anti-hero who's a real, in the truest sense, a poltergeist.
Well, in the new one, they call him a demon. Repeatedly.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
they call him a demon like 3 different times.
Because the whole reason why poltergeist is because, and the whole Beetlejuice is that the last word of Beetlejuice is actually technically Geist. From poltergeist. So.
You didn't know there was a cartoon? Yeah, the cartoon was before the movie. The movie...
No, it wasn't. The cartoon was after the first movie.
Really?
Yes. Which didn't make sense to me because the cartoon was like
maybe I saw it.
Yeah.
After I saw the cartoon.
You probably did.
Huh.
Gina Davis. Oh, thank you, Nada. Thank you. I knew it was just like that.
1988? Damn. Okay, that's what happened then. Because I was born in 87. So I must have seen it.
Damn! No wonder you didn't remember that movie.
Well, I must have
saw the cartoon first, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I had been watching the cartoon, and then I found out there was a movie, and I watched the movie. Okay. So I thought the movie was based on the cartoon. That's wild.
Uh-huh.
So when did the cartoon start?
The
cartoon is 89.
Yeah, 89, yeah.
Wow, it's that old? What?
Yeah.
Damn. Huh. That's wild. I didn't think it was that old. Haha, I beat you on that one, Amanda. I'm the Google master tonight.
Yep.
What are you doing, Echo?
How's Echo doing tonight, huh?
It's good. He usually doesn't lay in here with me. He's laying on the floor. Getting old. Time to get Josh a walker. Yeah.
I need a walker too. I have a walker, by the way. I've used it after my back surgery.
What is evil, and why does...
What's this that you're watching?
Aquinas 101.
Thomas Aquinas? Aquinas 101?
It's about the problem of evil.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to watch this and see what he said.
Is God permitted in his creation? St. Thomas Aquinas teaches that in a general sense, evil is an absence or lack of what should be there. Technically speaking, we call this a privation. So evil is not a being or a nature, it's the absence of something.
Absence of good.
Suppose I say, I'm going to draw a circle, and then I don't finish it. You might say, hey, that's a bad circle, part of it's missing. You're pointing out a privation. Notice, though, that I haven't directly caused something that is bad in itself. The circle is good as far as it goes. It just doesn't go all the way. But wouldn't it have been better if I had caused the whole circle to exist? Well, in general, yes. But perhaps there was a good reason why I didn't. Maybe I was trying to illustrate what a privation is. In that case, this defective circle would be an essential part of some larger project, some higher good, like bringing you to understand the problem of evil.
That was a really good way to put that.
Yeah. I probably should have watched this before I did my thing about the problem of evil tonight, but I was gonna play it during the show, but I was running out of time, so I'll just play it now.
This is how Aquinas approaches the problem of evil. God has created a changeable world of material things, and in order for such a world to exist, it's necessary that things grow, die, and decay. Aquinas calls these things natural evils. Gazelles eat grass, and lions eat gazelles. He sets this idea of natural evil in a larger context. It's a necessary feature of the good of the whole ecosystem, of the whole universe. Now, when Aquinas talks about the evil that human beings experience, he no longer speaks of natural evil. Rather,
Wait, Aquinas is Catholic, right?
Yeah, but he's like the granddaddy of humanism. Like, you got to remember that humanism came out of the Catholic Church, Josh.
What's the difference?
Now,
okay, I know about secular humanism.
Right.
But what is humanism?
Well, the concept of humanism, especially as it's espoused here, came out of the Catholic Church, and Aquinas was kind of the first one to get into that.
Okay, hold on.
There are two unique types of evil that pertain to rational and free creatures. The evil of pena in Latin.
If you want the technical term, it's a name given to intellectual, literary, scientific movement that starts in the beginning. It starts around the 14th century to the 16th century. So the idea is that the rational mind, that God creates rational beings, and therefore rationality can therefore beget concepts that are fundamental to truth. The problem is, within this construct, especially given the example where he says, well, that's a natural evil, but but it serves a purpose, right? Well, that was never the intended purpose of creation. God never intended that to happen. So it's actually a direct, and this is where we start to see why Catholics, now they don't diverge from as bad as say Orthodox Christians, Eastern Orthodox do, like on the concept of original sin, as we would say it in the Western Protestant worldview. But you start to see that there's this idea of this natural law and proposing this natural law. And of course, out of this, and of course, alongside with the Reformation and everything that spews out of the Reformation, you start to see this, where the Enlightenment came from, right? Does that make sense? So a lot of people want to say it starts with Luther in the Reformation. I will say that Luther in the Reformation helped to loosen that for sure, but I would argue that it actually starts with Aquinas and humanism in the Catholic Church, and that it begets secular humanism. But so this is that whole problem where he's now fundamentally dealing with a system, which is that he's now saying that it was intended by God for things to die. And I just personally, I disagree with that. Bible and everything that I've read makes that clear to me. Just my opinion.
Intended by God for things to die. Right. I would disagree with that too. Well, like at the Orthodox church that I've been going to, they say, and I like this, they say we don't die, we fall asleep in the Lord.
Right. And that goes back to what I talk about too, when you go back to the understanding of like things like purgatory, which I don't like that word, or talking about Sheol and all that. And so those things kind of fall into that degree as well. But the reality is that the Bible tells us that the consequence of sin is death. And so therefore any type of death in the world is a result of sin. Now, right. I like where he starts at the beginning, though, Josh, because he says that it can't get there, and this is where we get where sin. It's not so much sin in what we do. That does happen. You can create sin and evil by your actions, but a lot of times it's by what we don't do. It's by not enough of what we do, and there is that kind of thing where the circle can't complete, and there's therefore where the chaos comes. Now, I agree with the Orthodox, where I would say secondarily that that because of death in the world, that causes people to seek after sin and seek after more like the sins of the flesh and whatnot. But it's not just because death entered the world and therefore that's why we sin, right? This is the chicken and egg story that divides Christianity, really.
Yeah.
I'm just giving my perspective on what he just said because I liked what he said. I wanted to point out what he said right, and I liked it. But when I heard that, I was like, the problem, and that's one of the reasons why I have a problem with Aquinas. There's a lot of stuff that he says that's good, but humanism is a problem because then we have to try to rationale why sin exists, why evil exists, and whatnot. So
This says humanists believe that people can find meaning and happiness in life by developing their talents and using them to help others. And there's human-centered humanism, focuses on human interests and values, considers the welfare of humans to be more important than that of supernatural being. So see, I would disagree with that.
There's also a sense of that where the humanists would disagree. They're kind of in opposition.
There's all kinds of humanism, secular, ethical,
with
progressive.
With scholasticism, which, if we're honest, you're going to see more humanism in Orthodoxy and in Catholicism, and you're going to see more scholasticism in Protestant evangelical, if that makes any sense.
Well, was scholasticism putting an importance on knowledge and learning?
So there's a couple of different ways of how this goes. So humanism in its original intent, humanism in its original form, which was Christian. This is why we say you can't have you can't have medicine, you can't have science. All of this came out of Christianity, particularly the Catholic Church, right? So the idea that you could have science or medicine or anything outside of Christianity, outside of a Catholic background, is absurd. It didn't exist.
A rebuttal to that I've heard is that the majority of people at that time were that, and that's why that is. What do you think of that?
I mean,
now that rebuttal comes from an atheist, so I'm not saying I agree with it.
No. I know. I understand that. Yeah, no. I would say I get what they're saying, and I would say there's probably a fair degree of that is truthful. But that's not because a intrinsically atheistic or secular culture created that. In fact, it could only be created in a society where there was a structure of ethics that was infused by a objective standard of good and evil, which you get from Christianity. If that makes sense, that would be my rebuttal to that. So the fact that there are people who are in the church now, or people in the church in the past, who maybe adopted those philosophies and maybe were more secularist atheists, I won't disagree with them that's the case. But I will say that show me a true, pure, secular, atheistic society where advancements in health, medicine, all these things have developed. You can't give me one. In fact, I could give you opposite ones where in secular communist societies
and pagans,
where death is become more death and sickness and pragmatism of how to manage
human sacrifice.
Human sacrifice, exactly, 100%. But with the humanism, it's all about the branch of learning, right? And so humanists would say that there is in the humanities, that's where the word humanities come from, the study of the relation of things. Whereas scholasticism is about organizing thoughts, right? You know, if you think about scholasticism in its name, scholastic means to be kind of like book smart. And if we're talking about it in a kind of like in a Christian ethic way, it's about the knowledge, right? The system of theology. Some people would call this systematic theology.
Okay, what would you call like somebody who's not focused on the human experience and they're not focused on what would it be if you're focused on God?
I'd call you an anomaly. But B, I would say that you actually are probably in a good sphere, because I think you could see the natural criticism of scholasticism, right? Because what does overt scholasticism lead to?
Knowledge puffs up, love builds up.
Right. Well, it creates it not only what it does to the individual, but also it's also about what it does to how we systematically approach Scripture. So what you have in scholasticism is this concept of, well, this verse must be referring to this or that, right? This is a justification verse. This is not justification.
Yeah.
Like there's so it
But it
takes
could
away
also
the
lead
holistic.
it could lead people away from God to be too.
It could. You're 100%, because what it could do is it could create people to say, oh, it could cause so much confusion to people where they go, I'm just not gonna. If this is too much, or this is kind of hypocritical, or whatever. So that is the threat of scholasticism, and you could argue that the Bible should not entirely be looked at scholastically. That it actually has an organic, holistic nature, and I think the Catholics and the Orthodox would be correct in that. However, they go so far as just saying, well, it's not just the Bible, it's anything, and then they'll add other things, and they'll add little stories and whatnot that won't necessarily be beneficial, and they'll avoid being clear on what doctrinally positions they have. That is the danger of being overtly humanistic and what I would call more the mysticism kind of type of aspect of theology. But the idea of humanism, especially espoused that starts off with Catholic Church and all that, is this kind of concept of, you have Dante, you have obviously Thomas Aquinas, and they look at how the Bible and how human relationship is, and they see this kind of holistic thing and say, well, see, look, in our world now, it makes sense that the gazelle eats the grass and the lion eats the gazelle. It creates a harmonization, right? And that to me just shows you the power of God's creation, that even though it's in a chaotic state and even though it's fallen, it can still create systems that benefit the environment. But that's a far cry from saying that that's the intent. Or in this sense, he's not necessarily saying that, Josh, but because he's saying it in the way he is, he could lead you to believe that it was God's intended purpose for lions to kill gazelles and gazelles to, that that death therefore has a purpose.
And originally
death is not natural. I'm sorry. I don't believe that's a Christian worldview. I would argue that.
Well, there was no
the
death.
died.
There was no death before the fall.
Right.
And that's a crazy thing to think about, because that means
yeah, exactly.
What there were no well, a plant is life.
Right.
So things didn't have to eat.
So to your question, I think it's okay to be aware of the limitations of humanism and the limitations of scholasticism, see the good benefits of both, and strive to have a balance in between. And that's what I try to do.
Okay, that makes sense. And then, because this guy, Alex O'Connor, this atheist guy, one of his arguments against God is basically the problem of evil and suffering, but he talks about the suffering of animals. And to me, that's not a problem to me. I don't care, like, not that I don't care. I don't think we should go around slaughtering puppies or something, or eating all the cats, But if they want to eat cats in Asia, if that's their culture, whatever, I don't care. And anyway, the suffering of animals, Alex O'Connor talks about lions killing gazelles, and a good God wouldn't allow that to happen.
Right. But the assumption is that God allowed that to happen, and that's a fallacy, because we don't know what's intended by God. Now, what we can look at is,
and that's an argument for free will, because I would say God did allow it to happen, because if he wanted to stop it, he could have stopped it.
That's where I'm going to struggle a little bit with what you're saying in class.
No, I'm saying that gives you a good that's a good argument for free will, because
right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. But for me, here's the thing that I look at on this is it because God intends it, or is it because the nature of sin is so destructive? So really, the real issue of this comes when it comes to whether God could be evil or not, isn't what's happening in the world right now, right? Because obviously everything that happens after sin, you can put on humankind, right? And humans continually de-evolving and developing into more and more brutal and sadistic animals, if you want to call us that. So the question is, where you really have to win the argument on whether God's evil or not, is if he intended Adam and Eve to sin. And that's the billion-dollar question right there, because if you can espouse that God did intend Adam and Eve to actually be tempted and to actually allow sin to enter the world, then is he then not? Then why is he not okay with sin after? Like, there's a lot of questions that could be implied in that. So that's why I think we have to be careful with how, because to me, whether you want to say it or not, humanism and scholasticism, even though there's separations there and distinctions, to me they can lead to the same thing, which Martin Luther said is to be careful of, which is reason. That reason can be the whore of the devil. He said that. And I think that if you allow it, you can allow that to become some type of pragmatic approach to say, well, I have to find out why this happened, why this allowed. And I would say we may never do it. I would argue, and I would urge people who are Christians not to worry about it, because you're only going to put yourself in a tizzy on that.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. But to me, that's where the question of evil comes, as where what happens with Adam before the fall and before Adam and Eve eat of the tree. So, but here's the thing.
Yeah, because that's tough. If I believe, if God's all knowing, then God knew that they were going to eat from the tree. And then the atheist would say, well, why did God put the tree there?
Right. So here becomes the question of, if that is knowledge, because the Bible tells us it's the knowledge of good and evil, does that mean at the time in which this happens that there's evil? And I would say there is evil, as evident by the fact that Satan is in the garden too.
Right.
And he already
some people would argue against that. Some people would say there was no evil until the fall.
Right. But here's the thing.
But then why was the snake there? How did?
Right. I would disagree. I would say the evil was there, but it was not implied, nor was it intrinsic to human nature until after
the
they ate.
Serpent, not the snake, but you know what I mean.
Right. Yeah. Well, and really, let's just call it what it is. It's a demon in the form of a snake, right? Slithering through the garden, not letting Adam and Eve know who he truly is.
I watched this. I think it was AI made, and it was animated Genesis, computer animated. The story of Genesis, computer animated, and Satan as the serpent before he was made to slither on his belly. He looked like what you would imagine like a reptilian looks like.
Mm-hmm.
He looked like a Mortal Kombat character, like walking around like a snake lizard man.
Mm-hmm. Well, and to me, so I think it's interesting to think about how he could appear. I wouldn't be surprised if he had like scales and stuff like that, because of how because his name Lucifer, how much light probably generated from him, and you could imagine a being that has a reflection of light that looked like it's kind of bouncing off of the scale. You know what I'm saying? Like it's
and what do you think about in the New Testament they call Jesus, maybe this is apocryphal. What was I listening to when I heard this? There's the word that is used to describe the snake means like sly. It means like clever.
Oh, you mean like in the Hebrew?
Yeah, and then that same word is used to describe Jesus later on. And then this leads to some of the like Gospel of Judas and Gospel of Thomas, some of the apocryphal books of hidden knowledge stuff where the idea is that the serpent was actually the good guy and God. I don't believe all this stuff. I'm just stuff I heard that I'm putting out there. But it is in the Bible. They use the same word that they use to describe the serpent.
You're talking about in Matthew chapter 10, correct?
I'm not sure. I can't even think of the word right now.
Okay, so behold, I send forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. You're not talking about that verse?
Maybe.
But that's not about Jesus. That's just saying there's therefore be wise. So be calculating, right? To be sly and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being those things. It's why are you those things, right?
Yeah.
What's the end goal of the purpose of those things? And it's to understand. I think it's really about, to me, it's about having the spirit of discernment, right? And knowing, and it goes back to what you're saying, why you read the book, the Quran, so that when you go and you talk to someone who's Muslim, you could speak to them. It's why you'd want to read the Communist Manifesto when you're talking to communists, or why it's important to read the Book of Mormon or the Book of Abraham and the Book of Moses when you're talking to, in the Pearl of Covenant when you're talking to Mormons, right? You want to have those type of forehand knowledges. It's the reason why I also have like books in my library, like the Great Controversy by E.G. White. Now, I am not nothing close to being a Seventh-day Adventist.
Yeah, I would read like the Necronomicon, even though it might be like a satanic book or something. I have a Book of Mormon. I've read the Communist Manifesto.
Right.
And the producer has been like, "Why are you reading that crap?" And it's exactly that.
I would urge though is that if you're a milk Christian, you probably shouldn't.
Right.
If you've come to develop and you have a firm foundation in the truth and understanding of scriptures, that is a good thing to do, because I do think that one of the marks of cults is that they don't want you to hear anything outside of what is officially what they're taught.
Yeah, and I'm reading it going into it with the mind of I want to debunk this.
Right.
So if I read the Handmaid's Tale or whatever,
right.
It's not so that I can become a feminist. But
right.
Yeah,
so you know what they're saying, so that when you are giving a criticism, they're saying, well, you don't even know what you're talking about.
Satan was able to deceive. Yeah, the word is arum, or arum, crafty and clever, slick, or sly.
Shrewd, sensible, prudent, and cunning. Those are all...
Cunning. Cunning is what I was trying to think of.
Yeah. And so obviously there's a couple of different verses. So there's Genesis where it talks about the snake being that way, meaning he's being extremely cunning and shrewd because he knows what he's trying to do, right? Yeah. Now there's another verse you could read, which would come from Proverbs 12:16, that uses the same word. Let's see here.
Maybe that's what in Proverbs.
Well, there's a couple of different ones. So,
a fool is quick-tempered, but a wise person stays calm when insulted.
Right.
Yeah.
A fool's wrath is presently known, not by but a prudent man coverteth his shame. So, the whole idea of that is that the best way I could say is this. There's that song from the 80s, Silent Running, where it says, silently teach your sons and daughters, and tell them, pledge allegiance to whatever flag they offer, never telling them what you really feel. Because once you tell people who you are, what you feel, there's power over that. There's real power. And it's not just, I'm not talking about this in a hokey sense. I mean, I'm talking about it like there's power in knowledge, there's power in information, there's power in names. This is why if you ever encounter demons, they're very hesitant to give you their names because it makes it easier for you to cast them out.
Yeah.
You know.
It's tough though. It's like when I'm at work, if there's a trans person,
right?
You know, it's a tough thing because it's like I don't want to acknowledge your preferred pronouns, but
right.
I also don't want to lose my job. I can't lose my job. You
Right.
know, I need to pay my bills.
And this is where, to me,
but then so I have to lie to them.
Well, it's not about lying. That's where I think it's wrong. So what
Well, I'm lying by you know, if I know you're a man, but
now you're not being forthright, I will agree to that, but I don't think that's a lie. A lie isn't what you not tell somebody. You know, best example I can make of it is if you were to walk in and you were wearing certain clothing, let's say a blue windbreaker, and somebody says, "You're with the FBI," and you go, okay, follow me. You don't actually tell them, but you don't disabuse them of that illusion. That's not a lie. Now, are you being truthful? No. But see, here's the point. It's all about understanding. And I go back to the what Mel Gibson says. Talk about Mel Gibson movies in The Patriot. Aim small, miss small. And I think there's a time you have to pick your battles. You have to pick your battles. And having the discernment to know when is the right time to say something and when is not the wrong time. You know what I'm saying? Or be like, let's just use an example. Let's say we're both YouTubers. We are. And we're on another YouTube. And someone says something and you and I both know that if to point that out is to probably put that person in such a position that they might get pissed off. But you realize that what's more important is that you are arguing, let's say you're talking about politics or whatever, and you're arguing a good case for why to vote for Trump, and that's a good, important cause for you. You say, okay, you evaluate those things and say, what's more important?
Yeah.
You know? And that is the way we're supposed to be as Christians. I don't think people realize that.
What would reading a satanic
how
reading
evangelicalism has come to boot of you know people showing up on your door on a weekend and saying, "Hey, you got time for me to tell you about Jesus?" Most people are either going to tell you to shut up or they already have Jesus in their life or whatever.
Well, Dean, what I'm talking about, Dean, isn't like I'm not going to go pick up a book bound in flesh and start reading the spells from the Wiccans and saying all their spells and practicing their ritual. But if I want to know how did they come to believe this, I might read a book about the history of the Satanist church or the Satanic church or the history of the Wiccans or the history of the pagans or writers. Like if I read a book by Aleister Crowley about the Satanic church, I'm not going to go read their book of incantations.
You're not going towards it, making it your gospel, your truth.
Right. I'm just trying to have understanding of how they came to this idea and what they believe, because then I can talk to them and come at it from the right angle.
Yeah.
It's like if you're trying to convince an atheist, a materialist atheist of God, you come at it one way. But if you're trying to convince an agnostic person of God who says, I don't believe in Jesus, but I believe there could be a God, well, I can skip all that stuff to prove to them that God exists. And I can just, I would come at the agnostic person with historicity of Jesus, historicity of the Bible, the proofs of Jesus and the resurrection in the Bible. Whereas if I was coming at a materialist atheist, I would take a completely different route and I would use the moral argument, and I would say, how do you justify your morals if we all came from nothing and we're just, there's different approaches to different worldviews. If I'm talking to a Mormon and I know the Book of Mormon, I can say, look, the Pearl of Great Price has all this Egyptology in it that's been proven wrong. And, there's, when you understand it more, you can come at it from different ways. I know you don't do verbal combat anymore, but he had a good topic the other night that was, is belief in the supernatural and belief in science, are they compatible? And I would say yes. Teriak was saying no, they're not compatible. And his explanation kind of made sense. Like, he was saying that if you believe in supernatural, you believe in something without evidence. If you believe in science, you believe in what you have evidence of. So those two things aren't compatible. But then the majority of people are arguing what I would argue, which is that my argument would be that they're two totally different things. It's like saying, is a belief in math and a belief in history compatible? Like, they measure different things. They're two totally different realms. And you can believe in both at the same time. I can believe in God and still believe in gravity. But I don't know. Do you think those two things are incompatible?
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Dean?
To you. I was talking to Dean, but then I...
Oh, sorry. I had to use the restroom real quick.
Oh.
So
I was saying, is the belief in the supernatural and the belief in science incompatible?
No.
Yeah,
I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Right.
I think the person who has the full tool kit, if you will, in discernment, is someone who sees evidence when it's evidence, use it, and understands there's things that we can use to measure certain facts, right? There are certain things of science we can know through what I would call real science, which would be the experimental process of science, or the process of science.
Yeah.
The scientific method, exactly. I think that there are different things happening, and I think the question comes, if you put your eggs all in one basket, you might have problems. So, for example, let's just look at demon activity. Is every person that claims or seems to be possessed by a demon? I don't think they
Probably not.
I think a lot of them probably have psychological issues, right?
Unless you take the stance that everybody who does
I'm not one of those type of people, because those people are grifters. A lot of people who believe that kind of stuff are grifters, because there's a reason for it.
Well, aren't we all demon possessed?
No, we're not all demon possessed. Besides, let's be honest. There's different type of demonic activity.
But you don't think every
possession
sin comes from a demon? Some sort of
Say
demon?
that again?
Like, every sin that we do.
Oh, there are demons who exemplify those sins, right? There's sloth demons, there's pride demons, and they are really good at extrapolating that sin and really putting that sin in and kind of tempting you and putting you in that thing. However, not every time that you do something is directly a result of a demon, right? It's not directly a result of a demon. It could be because you have psychological issues, you have trauma. I do believe everything does stem from sin, though. And that is the important thing for humanity to remember, is that everything does stem from sin. That does not mean that sin means... What I mean by that is not that like if you have anger problems, that somehow you're a sinner kind of thing. I'm not saying it that way. What I'm trying to say is that sin has impacted the human condition so much that makes us imperfect. Our nature, therefore, is then limited in its ability to overcome influences, whether they be psychological, whether they be spiritual, whether they be demonic, whether they be environmental. or of our own doing, that put us in a position where we act in a way that is not what God wants us to do, right?
I don't know. That's
because I don't want to take. Are there times when a demon has more is more at fault for some things with a human? Absolutely.
Because this is a Christian debate too. Like, can Christians still have demons? And
yes, they can.
Yeah, and so well, some people will say no.
I know there's a lot of people who would say no, and that's where I think you have to look at the guide of where is demonic. There's demonic possession. There's demonic influence.
Right.
And there's demonic oppression.
There's different levels to it. But I think that trauma and those psychological issues are spiritual issues. So maybe the trauma opens you up.
Wally, what the fuck, dude?
What? Oh, I thought you were. Know what might be a sign of possession? Believing in dinosaurs performing masonry work. All they did was drag the rocks, Wally. That's all they did. They just put a harness on
massive tails. With their massive tails.
They just put a harness on the freaking yoke on the dinosaur, and it drags some heavy rocks. It's not that difficult.
He's never going to let that down. You know that, right?
I know. That's an sign of extremely high IQ. Yes, only the highest IQ people believe that the dinosaurs hauled the rocks.
Can we stop calling them dinosaurs, though? That's what I want to do.
What do we call them? Dragons?
Call them what they really are. Dragons, yeah.
I'll call him the behemoth, the king of man.
There's a land dragon, and there's... Now, is there necessarily, like, flying dragons? I think there's probably been... There's a possibility. I don't dismiss it because I haven't seen it or there's no evidence or blah, blah, blah. I'm not that person, but... But it's like the unicorn, right? People go, the Bible says there's a unicorn, or says they're mythical animals.
There is unicorns.
Most people don't think, when most people think of unicorns, they think of a horse with one horn. But they don't realize that you can actually have a rhino with one horn, and they technically be a rhino or a unicorn. So
yeah, a rhino is a unicorn. Yeah. Wait till Wally finds out I don't believe in DNA and nukes aren't real.
Oh, dude, you got to ease him into some of this stuff, man.
Yeah. Still trying to get him to agree that the dinosaurs, they just dragged the rocks. That's it. It's not like they were freaking, building it. They weren't putting it together. It's not. Have you seen a close-up of the pyramids? They're not even like, I don't know. I'm not impressed.
You need to have like a video thing for your intro the next time you go on VK, and just be like riding a dinosaur and then having his tail like smack Wally in the face.
Yeah. Unicorns migrated to the sea and became narwhals. Dang, that's microevolution. No, they retreated to the tunnels in Tartaria. Now they live in Agartha, protecting Sheol with the demons and the dragons and everything else. All the beasts got put down into the hollow earth.
And that's where King Kong is at.
Mm-hmm. And Godzilla.
Yeah.
Yep. Vampires.
And because the gravity switched around, that's why you can have things flying there.
Oh, dude, I don't know about that one.
Who knows? Did you not see the last King Kong movie where they had to like reverse the gravity or whatever?
Yeah, they went down to the core of the earth. I was so excited.
Yeah.
I love Hollow Earth.
Because that's something you and I have agreement on the existence of Hollow Earth.
Flat Earthers piss me off just because how you gonna have Hollow Earth if there's no freaking if the Earth is flat?
Right, but that doesn't mean that the Earth is a perfect sphere as all the images on.
Well, it's not a perfect sphere because the gravity pulls it out at it's
exactly.
Yeah.
And as long as you agree that the Helios
geocentric
idea is also yeah, heliocentric idea is also demonic, then I think we can have agreement. That doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
Wait.
That's what's so,
So the heliocentric, meaning the sun is the center of the universe?
Right. Yeah.
Well, so you don't believe the universe is infinite?
I didn't say that.
Well, I don't
know
what I don't believe the universe is infinite.
I can't speak on the universe on what is.
But if the universe were infinite, then everything would be the center of the universe.
Which is why I don't believe that. I tend not to believe that.
I don't think the universe is infinite. I don't
either.
I don't believe in physical infinites. But
I think that there's a vastness there, but that does not mean that that equates to life out there as well.
Why couldn't the sun be the center of the universe?
Well, I don't know about well, obviously the sun can't be the center of the universe. I understand if you believe and espouse the way they tell us about the sun being the center of the solar system.
Right, I believe that. But
which I don't
the problem was geocentric. They used to think the Earth was the center of the universe and that everything revolved
Well,
around
I'm not
us.
necessarily. I don't necessarily think that that's wrong. All the people who could tell us about how we quote unquote rotate around the Earth,
the sun.
The sun. They can't. They actually, when you think about it from a realistic point of view, the way they explain it, I'm not saying whether it exists or not. I'm saying the way they've explained it doesn't make sense to me. Given the way, also, the quote unquote Earth is supposed to be rotating.
What?
So
wait,
within that point of view, what that does.
It can be demonstrated. You put a bowling ball in the middle of a trampoline, and then you roll some balls around the trampoline. That's the warping of time-space that explains gravity. It's simple.
Okay, but here's the thing. Gravity doesn't exist. We've been also told that gravity doesn't exist and in the same way that it does on Earth as it is in space. Hence the whole zero gravity thing.
Well, no, there's still gravity and gravity. So
this is my point. I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm saying the way that they try to express it.
Yeah, it used to be mass pulls towards itself. That was Newtonian gravity, and then Einsteinian gravity said no, it's actually the warping of time space.
Right. So here's the thing that I believe. I believe that of course the Earth rotates around the sun. Okay? But the way that it does it, or the way it's presented and the way that the solar system model is presented is flawed. And it is based on evidence and information that we don't have observed. We have non-observed. And we're counting on
it's
people...
because God's mobile and he just pushes us. And we just go...
So to me, the whole idea of the fact that the bowling... And this is why I'm saying, don't use gravity on Earth to experiment on something that happens in space, because the gravity is not the same. It can be somewhat similar.
Well, we can't measure it.
It's not the best way to do it, though.
Yeah, we can't measure it the same because any measurements we take have Earth's gravity affecting our measurements.
Right. So, my only thing on this is I'm okay with the solar system concept and understanding that it has a complex system, but I do not agree that the reason why the solar system exists the way it does is because the sun is the center of it. I think the sun is a linchpin of the motion of how things work, but it doesn't mean it's the center of our solar system. We use that language But there's no purpose in the sun being the center of, because there's no life there. It's a gravitational force, yes, but it has a purpose.
It makes perfect sense with gravity.
But of course, but see, here's the problem though. One or two things we have a problem with. One, you either believe that gravity in the way it's been taught, and if that's the case, exists differently on Earth than it does in space, which therefore means until we actually go out into space and see it for ourselves, we don't know. Now, we know people have claimed to do this, and I have legitimate issues with some of their claims, and I also believe that some of the people who make some of these claims do it because I think they really do want to push an ideology or belief system that there's other life out there and all that. That's where I come at with the whole helionistic. Is that if you go too far into this idea of an ever-expanding universe and multiple planets and the Earth not being the center of... I'm okay with you saying that the Earth is not the center of the solar system, but it is the center of creation.
Right. Okay, so then what's your problem with saying that the sun is the center of the universe?
Because it's not the center. It's not what we would call the center. So for example, let's say have you ever put like models, like model planes or spaceships or whatever, like on your roof when you were a kid or something on your ceiling?
My parents didn't like me climbing on the roof.
Okay.
But
you know the concept though, right? I'm sure you've seen it in movies where kids have spaceships or planes flying and they've used something with a tack or something and put it up on the ceiling to make it look like it's flying.
Yeah, a mobile where it spins around the center.
Right, kind of. Yeah. That tack is the energy that is creating that ability. But it is not the center of the picture. It's not the center of the message. It's not the center of the scene.
Okay, so what are you posing, that the sun is like holding on to us with some sort of invisible string?
What I'm saying is that the sun's purpose in its creation of gravity is only that.
To hold us.
Is to hold a systematic approach. But here's the thing that we've known. No other planet in our solar system.
You're actually kind of right, because it's weird. We're getting farther and farther from the sun, which doesn't make sense if gravity.
It doesn't make sense, yeah.
We should be getting closer and closer to the sun.
So the thing of it is this is why black holes.
But they say the sun is shrinking.
Well, of course that's what they're saying. But how do you measure that? Now they'll say something like, when we measure it with...
How do you measure Uranus?
How do you measure Uranus?
They told me to say. He said I had to say Uranus. Debate over.
I love Wally. I do. I really do.
I don't know. I'm not a dang astrophysicist.
No. But what I'm trying to say is, it's language. I'm more concerned with the way the language and the way that and how things are presented more than I am with whether or not it's scientifically provable or not. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, for example, let me ask you this. Does a gun does it have an aspect to itself outside of its purpose as a tool? Can it be used wrong? Yes, it can be used right.
Like, but you're saying the language they like when they say gun violence.
Right. Yes. Or do you remember back in I don't know if you might have been old enough, but do you remember like when they had all those stories in the media, and Rush Limbaugh used to like lampoon it all the time about like the SUVs? Another SUV veered off the road, and he's like, no, the person driving the SUV veered off the road.
Right.
The icy roads. So it's all about how we present the information. And that's what I'm concerned with, is when we stress things like the Earth is not the center, the Earth is not the center of our solar system, the Earth is not the center of our universe, what we're saying is that our life in the world and this creation, which, if we believe in God, is immaterial to what's going on in the vastness of other spaces. And that's where you get Carl Sagan's pale blue dot. And the pale blue dot idea is so demeaning to God's creation when you realize just all of the things he puts into practice to allow the Earth to exist.
Right. That's one of the.
So, for example, Mars. We do know, we are told this. I should say, not we know this. We are told this, that Mars acts as and I can believe it, a barrier for like a lot of the comets or asteroids that come into our solar system. Right?
Yeah.
You've heard that?
Yeah. Mars, and then the asteroid belt.
Yeah, the asteroid belt. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look at the solar system, the way it's designed, everywhere else is chaotic except for the small little patch that we're in.
Right, that's the Goldilocks zone. It's fine.
Right, we're in the Goldilocks zone, exactly. And so, therefore, what I would say is the purpose of the creation of the sun and the creation of other planets is centered around Earth. Does that mean Earth is the center of the gravity of the solar system? That's not what I'm saying.
No, but yeah.
Or that it's the source of gravity in the universe? No, I'm not saying that either.
And if we're the only conscious beings, at least that there's been any evidence of, then technically we're the only perspective looking out at these things, so we kind of are the center. I'm the center of my universe.
Right. Now, the interesting thing is, the question is, when we talk about Earth, and this is the thing that I think is bad about the flat earthers, and it's the thing that I think is bad about the globe earthers, is we've done these two things. One, we've put out this ridiculous, stupid model of what we think the Earth is as a response to the stupid model that's already been put out there. And let's not do that. And let's not. So to me, when I look at how
want to know
Bible
stuff.
What's that?
People want to know stuff.
Oh, I understand people want to know stuff, but just because they want to know something, doesn't mean it's good for them to know it. Just ask Eve.
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay, hold on. This is totally off topic of space,
Yeah.
but
yeah.
do you think if we never knew right from wrong, that there would be no wrong, or that we couldn't do wrong?
You mean if we hadn't eaten from the tree of good and evil? Of the knowledge of good and evil?
Yeah, basically. Or like, let's say hypothetically you have a child born in the woods and raised by animals. And then this kid grows up, and unless you think animals have morality, which I don't, but
They don't have morality.
This kid comes along, another human in the woods, and murders them and eats them.
Okay.
That wouldn't, since that kid has no knowledge of good and evil, is that not wrong?
So you're supposing that if you don't have the knowledge of evil, can you be evil?
Yeah, basically. It's kind of like with Adam and Eve, how when they were naked, before they knew they were naked, but then once they knew, then they put clothing on.
But see, their knowledge of their nakedness wasn't that changed. Nothing physically changed in that regard to them. It became what they observed. It became the fact that they acknowledged, holy cow, I'm living in, I have nothing to protect me with, right? And really, before that, they have complete an entire trust in God, in the fullest way in which God intended us to live, which is you don't worry about where you're going to get your next meal. You
But
don't
so
worry about what.
once they ate the fruit, they had shame.
Right. Well, they had shame, but not only that, but they also had fear.
Yeah.
And they had doubt.
Fear was the other thing that was in my head, but I said shame.
Yeah.
But
and so
that's what I'm saying. If this kid is raised in the jungle by animals, we got Tarzan over here.
Mowgli.
Yeah, Mowgli, George of the Jungle,
Yeah.
has no knowledge of good because it seems like we weren't supposed to have the knowledge of good and evil.
God did not intend us to eat of that Adam and Eve of that tree. Yes.
So if that kid
that
never had the knowledge,
now,
if that person never had the knowledge of good and evil, can he not do wrong?
But here's the problem. People might not know what they're doing is evil. They may not ascribe it to being evil, but it doesn't mean that they're not capable of knowing what good and evil is. Now, they may have a condition that we call being a complete psychopath, not psychopath, but sociopath, right? Which is somebody who, or excuse me, psychopath. The psychopath is what we're told is someone that doesn't know what they're doing, right? Mentally. The problem is, even if you don't know entirely the consequences of your actions, you still have a conscience. And that conscience, because of the sin of Adam and Eve and because of the action of Adam and Eve, has an ability to know things. Now, it doesn't express it in the same way, which is why we need to be careful about how we look around, how we express consciousness or rationality or the age of consent or anything like that when it talks about when we make decisions or sin or whatever. Deep down, when people are acting in their best interest or their own self-interest or their own deluded self-desires, whether they know it or not, they're choosing evil. Because to choose ourself over someone else in such a fashion, to that point, they're still doing an act of evil because they're still evil in that act.
So that kid is still a murderer.
Now, is it in now when he went into his intent, what was it happening? Now, if he was believing that this person was like another animal trying to kill him, or if he thought like it was a demon, which would be another interesting aspect.
Yeah, to him, this kid's never seen a mirror. He doesn't know what he looks like. He might even think that he looks like the wolves that raised him.
But and in that sense, it doesn't mean that the act isn't horrible. He may not have acted with malice, but acting with malice does not mean that you are not still doing something wrong. Right? And so evil isn't about your knowledge of it. It is about the absence of doing what is right. And a lot of times unable to do what's right. Which is why when I was raised, we're told that there's the sin of omission and the sin of commission by what you do and by what you don't do. The differentiating thing is what is it that causes that? When you know it's a sin and you do something wrong, or you know it's a sin and you are supposed to do something and you don't do it. So, does that mean that God doesn't have more grace? I think you could look at the Bible and look at some of the inferences. In fact, I remember.
Yeah, there are some things about
Orthodox priest that I into the church I went to. I think he said something very good, which was that as Christians we have more accountability for our actions because we do know, right?
Right.
And
yeah,
so,
the Bible talks about people that never heard or never.
So he can, whether you hold him in full accountability for his action, is one thing. But that doesn't lessen the evil. It doesn't lessen its wrong. And then also the question comes, especially if you're talking about like in law and order sense, if you're talking about societal sense, about whether you put him to death or whether you put him in jail or whatever, is he a threat? Right? And if he cannot live in society without having this...
Yeah, that's an interesting question too. the kid
Yeah, and
murders
that's why
somebody,
you
does the
have
tribe come and
right,
put him in a cage?
right. Well, and that's why in our society we have that whole
But
hearing to
if a
determine
wolf
if you're.
murdered, well, that's not. I was gonna say if a
But
wolf murdered
see,
somebody,
wolves
the
don't
tribe wouldn't
murder.
come in,
Wolves don't murder.
but they
They
would.
kill.
There's actually a
They
lot of
kill.
cases of like mountain lions eat kids.
Well, they're being predators, right? They're being predators.
Right, but then the whole town organizes a search party and they go off and they kill all the mountain lions in the area. That's happened before. Sometimes they won't. That's what missing 411 is the conspiracy theory about kids that go missing in national parks. And one of the theories for why that is because if they told the people that a mountain lion killed that kid, then it's happened before where all the people go out and they hunt all the mountain lions and they kill all the mountain lions.
Right.
And they don't want that to happen. That's one of the theories for why that happens.
So back to your issue about whether knowing evil. So the question is, and this is where I think is the important thing. Do I believe evil existed before Adam and Eve? Yes, it did. I believe angels like Lucifer fell.
Right.
Before
I agree because the
and I think there were other planets and
that was
other
the
planes.
first. That was the true.
And that's the other
first
thing too.
sin.
This is the other reason why I want to be careful about planets and other life, because I do believe there's other dimensional planes.
But do you think
what we
evil
call other
existed?
planets.
You think evil existed before Lucifer's pride?
I don't know about that. I just know that that the angels fell.
Right.
And so my issue is, I know historically, if you go by this, people think this is the Bible.
It had to exist. It had to exist if there was a potential for it, and Lucifer was able to do it.
Right.
Then
so here's the thing,
and he couldn't have
So,
created it because Lucifer couldn't create things. So
well, but what is this is where we get to the idea of what true evil is, and this is I think where the guy in the video is going to go full circle.
Oh yeah.
No pun intended.
One day we'll
no
get
pun
back to this
intended given
video.
his circle analysis, but to go for a circle, where this is where he might go into possibly is this idea of that evil is where the absence of good is.
Right. Yeah.
Right? There's a light and then there's a dark, right?
Yeah, I think he is going to go into that because that's one of the.
So the whole idea is, why is it that darkness breeds evil, or why does evil exist in the darkness? Or it's a reality of being in the dark, meaning it's a choice. There's obviously an aspect of a choice, I believe.
That's true, Dean. That's a good point, Dean.
What's Dean saying?
He said even without a mirror, if he saw his foot or his hands, he would know that he's not a wolf. But
yeah. But I always use the windshield example, which is, if in the dark you don't see your windshield being dirty, but when there's a light, like a street light, you see it, all the smudges, and all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Right. So the thing
like
of it
that.
is that the human nature is this. We, in our given state, fallen state, can't see that. And I think this is where, because this goes back to the whole point. If God didn't want them to if God didn't want them to eat of that tree, then why even mention it, right? Because that's a thought. Well, now you're, because whenever someone says, don't look down, you always look down, right? Like,
yeah. Don't think about the pink hippo.
Right.
Or the pink elephant. But
here's the thing that I believe, and I'm not saying this is what the Bible teaches. This is just my personal belief on it. And I open to be corrected if someone finds within the Word of God substantial evidence to the case. But is that tree existed? Obviously, that's the other aspect. He created the tree. So if he didn't want them to eating of the tree, why did he even create the tree in the first place? And I think what it comes down to is God creates things for different uses and different reasons that we don't completely understand. And the analogy of how that works, and you could say that maybe perhaps it is a test of faith. And then you could say, well, does God do that? Well, yeah, actually he does. There's multiple times in the Bible where he tests people.
Yeah.
And how you prescribe that or what you would say of that is your own thought. But it seems to me that he apparently wanted them to know about it, and he wanted to determine if they were going to truly love him, or if their natural curiosity as human beings would get the better of them.
Yeah, it's like
Now, I don't know if he foresaw, or I don't know how much he knew or allowed or whatever for Satan to come in, but obviously we know this. The fall would not happen without the temptation of Satan tempting Eve. We know that. So it wasn't just an issue of don't eat that and she just ate it, right? Clearly they stayed away from it for a certain amount of time. They trusted the Lord. But doubt was given to them. And that was injected by the Satan. And that's what Satan represents truly is doubt, right?
Yeah.
Which is why I believe, I'm not saying this is true, I don't take this as gospel truth, Josh, but I believe that when Pontius Pilate tells Jesus what is truth, that is Satan using Pontius Pilate to tell him why are you doing this? What is truth? Because that is the ultimate slant on God, is to deny his truth, is to deny his power and his authority. But our thing in this is that we don't know all the reasons why that happened, but we do know it did happen. And so therefore, the question of whether or not someone can know of evil, that obviously there are things that we may not completely know, but it's the same thing with good, right? There's the same things with faith. There are people who are milk Christians. There are people who they don't know a lot, and there's a lot of things that even meet Christians like, I don't know how to explain the Trinity. I don't know how to explain the Eucharist. And I understand that people like you have your natural and understandable criticisms based on the fact that it's not an easy thing to understand, right? On the surface.
I want to do
that's not even ascribing if you felt like there was like an alternative motive there or something. So
I want to do like not a change my mind, but like a convince me of the Trinity thing.
But speaking of changing my mind, I was telling Mike we should do like on one of the Tuesday Thunderdomes where it's not just debate, but maybe you have one person and they're like, it's like a king of the hill type of thing, and they have a position, and it's like kind of like the Charlie Kirk thing where it's like, people get like a couple of minutes to like try to dissuade them, and if somebody thinks they're doing wrong, they pull them out. That'd be kind of fun.
But I want to be convinced of it. But I like the way, that I actually. Like I always said, I was against the Nicene Creed and all that, but now that I'm going to this church and we read the Nicene Creed every Sunday, and one line in it says, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, one in essence, but different persons. I like that because I agree with that. Like.
Right. So they want to distinguish. They're very animate about distinguishing and separating the aspects.
Yeah, and I'm okay with saying that Jesus is the same essence of God. And
right, okay.
And
well, and we have to be careful because what we don't want to do is that there's two very popular, in my opinion, heterodox at best, full-on heretic views, which is to say, one, there's three gods, or to say that there is one God, three completely different individuals, right? That don't share any quality, that don't have don't show that don't share that essence, if you want to say it.
Yeah. So there's oneness, and then there's modalist, which means it's one God.
And modalism is a full-on heresy, in my opinion.
And he puts on different hats. So sometimes he's Jesus, and I don't believe that because
right, because that's a wrong thing. Because then God comes off as being kind of like a trickster, and he's
and it's like if God is in his Jesus mode, then he's not also then there's no God. Like heaven's empty when Jesus is on earth. That doesn't make sense.
Right. But that's one thing that I think is good about the Nicene Creed. That is a good thing to remember, which is one God and oneness and but they're three distinct individuals in that sense. But they are not individuals in the sense that they are completely separated from each other. It's that they, and again, that's what's hard about the Trinity. It makes it very difficult because trying to understand how God works. And I think when you look at when he's in the Old Testament and he says, let us make man, let us make earth
in our image.
Obviously, he is talking with with someone that's with him that has to share that same quality of godhood.
Right, and I believe it's Jesus. His son is with him.
Right. Well, that's what I do too. Because I believe Jesus happens to be also
there's
the creator.
An argument I heard recently is that I heard this a long time ago, but somebody added to it is that it's the angels, and that's the us. Is God it's him and his angels, and then the way this guy supported this is he was talking about the Book of Jubilee, which I've never read, but I guess it's a extra, like an apocryphal, extra biblical book.
Yeah.
And he says that in the Book of Jubilee it says that he's talking about the angels. But I don't know anything about that.
I don't believe he's talking about the angels because he's talking about us. Let us.
Yeah, I think
do this.
I think he's with Jesus.
Right. And there's also times in the Bible you can see where it uses the word Lord and it capitalizes it in reference to an angel, and I believe that's Jesus. Before his form, before he took human form.
Right, but there's also I've heard a lot of bad arguments for the Trinity.
Yeah.
They'll say,
oh yeah, there's a lot of bad. Oh yeah, trust me, yeah.
And it's like they'll say Elohim. It says Elohim. Well, like Moses is called Elohim, Elijah's called Elohim. Like,
well, there's a lot of words that are used for Elohim.
Right, exactly. That's why that's not a good argument.
Right. So to me, this is where I say I believe distinction and vocation matter the most in understanding these things. But the other aspect is there are times when you look in the Old Testament and it talks about thy spirit and it capitalizes the spirit. I believe that's a reference to the Holy Spirit. When it capitalizes El Lord and it's talking to the Lord.
Yeah. And I looked into this the other day actually about what Lord means in the Bible, and there are times in the Bible where it says you only call God Lord, and then Jesus is called Lord, and he never denounces that.
Right.
But
he does. So to me, I think the important thing on that is we can say, okay, there's a lot of things we don't know. There's a lot of things that might come off confusing. There's a lot of things that, and I can take someone that says, look, hey, I don't know how I feel. I understand that this is where this is coming from. I understand where this is coming from. And I think you can find brotherhood with that. You can find commonality.
The biggest turnoff and the biggest thing that like really pushed me away from the Trinity was the way that Orthodox and Catholic, well, even Protestants, the way they respond to that.
Right.
And the way some people lose their mind and you're a heretic and they hate you. And
and let's be honest, there are people who come in who are looking to just throw up some shit, right? Start some shit, right?
Yeah.
But for someone that's a genuine seeker and someone that says, look, I don't know, I'm just trying to find the right truth. I'm trying to find consistency with what the Bible tells me. I'm trying to find consistency with what I the Lord has shown me and what church history and tradition is. you can take that person and say, okay, it's okay if you're not 100% here, but let's at least establish the things that are 100% that we should absolutely be on, which is Jesus dying for your sins on the cross, Jesus physically rising from the dead on the third day, and Jesus being the Messiah, chosen. Now, I believe that him being God only proves that only God could save us, that's why it's important to remember the salvific aspect of the Messiah, and why many people make sure it's important that you understand that only God could have done this type of thing. But there are starting points, and my only advice to you is just, don't be overwhelmed, and pray, do what you got to do, read.
But it's tough because,
oh yeah.
So 1 Timothy 2:5 says, "For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and men, the man, Jesus Christ Jesus."
Right. But here's the thing. To me, there is one God, but there is only one means, physical means, incarnational means, in which we come to the Father, to God.
Right, through the Son.
Which is through Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the only way to the Father is through the Son.
And our friends in the friends in the Orthodox Church and the Catholic Church would say, and Christ then therefore gave himself to the church, therefore that's the reason to be a member of the church, right? My issue is, I do believe Jesus gave himself to the church, and that he gave them essential truth, and he gave them the ministry to help with the forgiveness of sins and all those things, but him giving himself to the church does not mean that the church in itself has authority, because it can't without God, right? And that's why the Holy Spirit needed to come. And so therefore, this is why I say, because I used to go back and forth. I don't know if you're familiar with apostolic succession, but I used to go back and forth on it all the time, Josh. All the time.
I am.
And to me, where I've come to believing it is that the purpose of that apostolic succession, or the purpose of that uniformity, was for the work of the Holy Spirit. And once he gave us the Bible, once he gave us the means of grace through his sacraments, then the church's job is not to be the interpreter or the orbiter or the mediator between yourself and that. That's what the medieval Catholic Church got wrong.
Yeah.
But to actually, it is supposed to be a conduit and a bridge, which is why the Orthodox and the Catholics express that view of Mary as well, because they see her as a conduit. But this is where, yes, Mary is the means in which God comes into physical form by her having Jesus.
And I see a lot of like Orthodox people talking trash on Protestants, saying, "Oh, you're just sola scriptura, sola scriptura." First off, it's 5 solas. It's not just sola scriptura.
Right.
And all you're doing is adding solo ecclesia, which is the church alone.
Right.
So you have a sola too.
They're confusing sola for solo.
Right. Well, sola does mean alone, which is kind of contradicts itself.
Well, here's the thing. Because there are people who think they advocate for sola scriptura, and they actually advocate for solo scriptura, which means
right. Okay. Yeah. Right.
So
and nobody's well, maybe some people are doing that, but for the most part,
I mean, what I'm saying is
a Reformed Protestant isn't just following sola scriptura.
They're not. You're exactly correct.
Or solo scriptura. They're not just following the scripture. No, and that's what the Orthodox seem to think, is that we only go off of, or not, I say we, but I don't know what I am, but
people. But I know what you're trying to say. People in the Reformation. Let's just get these categorizations out of the way. There's the Orthodox, then there's the Catholics, then there are what I call the
Reformed.
The Reformers. The first one being Martin Luther. I don't like being called a Protestant. I don't like Luther being labeled as a Protestant, because he wasn't.
Because it implies that you're protesting. Well,
right.
Luther was protesting the Catholics.
No, he wasn't protesting the church, though. He was bringing awareness to the Pope about the incorrect way in which indulgences were being taught, and he wanted that to be reformed. He wanted that to be corrected. And when he realized that the Pope was actually not only didn't care, but was actually totally behind this because they were using this to build St. Peter's Basilica, he realized that the Pope authority means nothing if it's advocating for something that even the Catholics themselves, within their own traditional values, would adhere to.
Right.
So he saw that, and that caused him a lot of harm. Now, he wrote his 95 Theses. He wrote out other things that brought criticism, and he was bringing forth open criticism of the church, and they didn't want him to do that. And then they said, you need to recant all this. And he said, I can't. I won't. I can do none other. Here I stand to go against the conscience, to go against the word of God. I am held captive. That's the word he's used. I'm held captive by the word of God.
Mm-hmm.
And so he was unwilling to do that. Now, guess what happened? There were people who latched on to him, who were like, yeah, let's Protestants, let's burn down the churches, blah, 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 blah. So obviously there's that. Now, I would call John Calvin the first Protestant. Now, does he have certain reformational aspects? Totally. Zwingli was a Protestant, although I would say Calvin was more of a probably reformer in the truest sense than Zwingli was. But then you get into the Wesleyans, you get into like all of the, the people who would beget the Methodist Church. Those things become the Protestant, and then there's the removal from the Protestant, which is the evangelical church, which focuses on the good news. And by the good news, what they mean is what we do is we focus on telling people about God, not doctrinally in the way that the church has done before, but by, being encouraging. And so you see, like in evangelicalism, this idea of just going out there and telling people about God, and then again, in the mega churches and all these things, all these things. So we're talking about, though, the demographic group, because there are people out in evangelical world that would say, I believe in solo scriptura. So much so that I've actually heard them say the only parts of the Bible that I believe in are the red letters.
Yeah, or only the King James Version.
Or only the King James Version, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, and so that's
a problem.
Yeah. So to me,
but even with apostolic succession,
about the idea that Scripture alone is the authority of Christ alone, grace alone, all those things. So he's establishing this. So he's saying it is authority. The Catholics and Orthodox disagree with that because they believe that the church is the authority. Right?
Right. Yeah, so that's why I've heard of 7 solas, which is grace, faith, Christ, God, Scripture, and then you add the church and love. And
wow, I've never heard of that, but
that's the 7 solas.
Right.
It's a new idea that somebody wrote about. I don't think it's really catching on or anything,
right.
but anyway,
but to me, the 5 solas, which is
even the apostolic
alone,
succession,
Christ alone, faith alone, grace alone, and glory to God alone, right? That's what the 5 solas are.
Even with apostolic succession, there's been church fathers who have been discredited or in like so that change.
And that's where I say apostolic reformation is important, because look at what Paul does. So Paul comes. Is he as he is up there? Because obviously he wasn't there with Jesus during the time of Jesus. He came after Jesus, right after Jesus.
Right. So is he on the same level as Peter?
Well, they considered him. After a time they did consider him, right? Because he ended up becoming the bishop of he ended up becoming the bishop of Tarsus, and then of course he before Peter went to be the bishop of Rome, he went to go be the.
But
he was kind of technically the bishop of Rome.
If the apostolic succession can be flawed, a man can be flawed, a church father could be flawed, just like translations of the Scripture can be flawed.
Right, and that's where Paul says in Galatians, he says, "You foolish Galatians, why are you going against the gospel which you've already been taught?
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if it's an apostle. He says this. It doesn't matter if it's an apostle,
And even the church
or
fathers,
if it's an angel from heaven. If it's a gospel that's contrary to what you've been told.
even the church fathers say everything we teach has to be from the scriptures, like
in concordance. Now they're
right.
Now
or
there
in
are
agreement
things,
with the scriptures.
Right. So there are things that this is where then we get into extra topical issues of scripture. And I think this is where we have to realize we have this concept in the Lutheran Church called my brain's farting on me. Give me a second.
Think about it. I gotta pee.
Yeah, it's adiaphora. Are you familiar with that word at all or not? When he gets back, I'll let him know. It's like he's gone. I'm watching the main feed. Yeah. No, there isn't anything wrong with questioning if it's coming from a real source. But questioning the truth in such a way and to pose as an argument against, that is a problem, in my opinion. You know, so. By the way, hit that like and subscribe button. Remember to share it out. Let your friends know about JS Urban Adventures. And he is back. The word I was thinking is adiaphora, which means neither commanded nor forbidden, right? So there are things that we, and then even the Bible talks about it, where it comes to like avoiding small controversies. So, like for example, Peter was basically like shaming the Gentile Christians because they were eating meat used in pagan rituals.
Yeah. Right.
And Paul says to him, don't do that. Now, if you have an issue with something and you're strongly convicted of it, unless I have a legitimate reason to believe that that will directly impact your faith, don't.
You're not even supposed to bring it up.
Don't bring it up. Don't focus on it. You know? Or if you do have controversies of a small kind, what I say is this. Can I tell you what my perspective is? You tell me your perspective. And in the end, can we just say, we don't know, but maybe we'll give it to God, and hopefully, if by God or by one or the other, using true discernment or the word of God, that we would find that truth, you know? So and I think this is the problem we have in Christianity now, because, and I say this a lot, because when you're raised, especially in the church, especially in America, you're raised to believe everything about your church being absolutely 100% correct. You're raised believing everything, that your pastor is completely right. And so when those things are infused with God, you start to believe everything I think is kosher with God, and everything I disagree with, God disagrees with. Mm-hmm. And that leads to problems, in my opinion, Josh, because what happens is when someone like you comes and says, hey, I'm trying to give me a good reason, and I'm going to fight. I'm not fighting you back because I'm trying to like denounce you. I'm trying to say, like, this is what's convicted me of what I feel. The last thing to do isn't to just go like, well, F you. You heathen, you complete, heretic. Now, if there are things where you begin to say things beyond that continue to put you into a point where you're questioning your faith, then that's where you maybe have to I'm not talking about legitimate questions. I mean where you're doubting. Let's establish that there's a difference between questioning and doubting.
Yeah.
When you doubt your faith or whatever, then you might have to have some separation, or you might not have to talk about some of those things because it might, So
Yeah, and people doing that it never made me question my faith, but it made me
It just
question.
made you more animate about what you thought you believed and what you knew, and
it made me question churches.
Right.
Or like
to the point where you're not getting any of the benefit that you can get from churches.
Right. And now I've been going to church for 3 weeks now, and I love it. Like
You're enjoying going to the Orthodox Church?
Yeah. I think I would enjoy going to any church, really. It's just something that I needed.
Yeah. For sure. Well,
I'm,
the next time I'm in your neck of the woods,
I'm drinking less. A month ago, I would have had a 30 pack. Now I got 2 25 ounces and a 6-pack, but that's still.
Now, one of the things you'll find,
but I'm tapering off.
When I first started going to the Orthodox Church, is finding a place for you to have your prayer corner, your prayer nook. Because trust me, you'll get into that and you'll be amazed how helpful that is.
Oh, in my house, I need to pray more, but
so and it's just a little place where you have your little, you can use like a bookcase out of it or a table, but anyways, it's just where you put your Bibles at and your prayer books, and then you've got, and me, I put up, I would have a crucifixion.
Well, that's biblical. Go into your prayer closet.
Yeah, crucifixion of Jesus. I would have the patron saint of our church, which the church I went to is called Saint Nicholas, Greek Orthodox Church. So I had an icon of Saint Nicholas of Myra, and then old Saint Nick, and then
we got an
and
icon.
then I would have a which everyone forgets that besides giving kids toys, he also punched heretics in the face. I'm like, that needs to be a new Christmas tradition, right? Just punch a bunch of liberals in the face when they say something wrong.
I like oniferous. So I was looking into what happens if you want to become a catechumen and all that stuff, and one of the steps is you pick a patron saint.
Yeah.
And from the first time I walked in there, I've been like drawn to oniferous, and I've been learning about him and listening to him.
Yeah.
And he's pretty cool. He was born, and I guess they knew that there was something special about him, and the king didn't like that. So the king said, throw him into a fire, and if the fire burns him, then he was born out of adultery. And they threw him in a fire, and he came out fine. And then he went and lived in the wilderness, and he would take some of his bread. He rarely ate, but he would take some of his bread, and he would go to an icon of Mary holding Jesus, and the Jesus would reach out of the icon, and he would hand him the bread. And then one day the king said, stop feeding him. The king didn't like oniferous, so the king said, stop giving him food. Don't give him any bread. Don't give him any rations or whatever they did. And if he wants it, he can ask Jesus for it. And he went to the painting, and he said, hey, Jesus, I've given you bread so many times. Can you hook a brother up? and Jesus reached out of the icon and gave him bread. So,
wow, interesting. Yeah, there's a lot of anecdotal stories in the Orthodox Church. Some of them which I don't know entirely if I believe.
They're hard to believe, but yeah, that's.
But I think there's a power. But the thing with these stories though is they have a message, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things you'll notice is there's always the story of the guy with the ring. The guy at the ring, and there's like 4 different incarnations of this story. But the one I heard common in the Orthodox Church was when Simeon was with a friend, and they were starting to translate, because right around the time that Jesus was born, around the time that was happening, and right before it, beginning of the 1st century AD, they were starting to finish up translating the Septuagint from the Old Testament, or from older forms of Hebrew into first century Koine Greek, right? Like that's what they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as they were doing that, there's these two rabbis. There's Simeon and there's this other guy, and they're like, okay, what's the Hebrew? Because it's saying he's born of a virgin. I don't see this happening, And so apparently, according to the story, Simeon takes the ring off his finger and says, "Okay, if this is true, that the Messiah will be born of a virgin, then somehow God will bring my wing back to me or whatever." So he threw the ring into the river, and I guess 3 days later, they were fishing, and the guy caught a fish, and the ring was in the guy's fish.
What? That's not as wild as
no.
As
now the reason why I
but...
like that story, right, is because what does Simeon say when he sees Jesus for the first time? And we actually sing this in the church. It's called the Song of Simeon. Have you seen where it said that? Song of Simeon?
I haven't heard them all. They do different ones each week.
So the Song of Simeon.
Right now, it's Jonah.
Hold on.
I haven't been there long enough to hear all of them.
I gotta find my hymnal because I can't think of it off the top of my head. It's there.
Well, they don't do hymns at the Orthodox Church. They do
no, but they can't. They chant.
Yeah.
And I guarantee you, they chant the Nunc Dimittis.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. The Nunc Dimittis. Have you heard that? Okay. So the Nunc Dimittis, also known as the Song of Simeon, is translated, and it comes into English. Basically, Lord, now lettest thy servant depart in peace, according to thy word. For my eyes have seen thy salvation, which you have prepared before the face of thy people, thy Israel. That's what we say in our church. To be a light to lighten the Gentiles, and the glory of thy people Israel. In the Roman Bravadio, it's, Master, now let your servant depart in peace, for you have fulfilled your promise. My own eyes now have seen your salvation. And you could imagine this guy just being, and it's in the Bible that when he says these words, right? For thine eyes have seen thy salvation. He is this old man now who doubted the incarnation of Jesus, doubted the Virgin Mary, the Messiah, the way that it had been taught, as it was said in Isaiah. And now here he sees Jesus and he realizes it. And he sings with this joy. And so it's called the Nunc Dimittis, and I'm sure you guys have it. You just look for it next time you see it.
They don't have like
it's going to be in
hymnals.
it's going to be in there because it's in every it's in every form of Saint Basil liturgy.
I know that there's a book of the chants and the songs and stuff, but they don't have them. It's not like in a Protestant church where you have them on the pews in front of you. So.
So it's a canticle that's sung, and they usually sing a lot of times in the evening prayer, or they'll sing it at the end of the service. But again, depending on where we in the Lutheran Church, we sing it right after receiving the Eucharist, because thine eyes have seen thy salvation. We have now taste. That's why I love that hymn that we sing. Now taste and see. Thy salvation is thee. I mean, it's just beautiful stuff. But yeah, it's in there. It's the Catholics say it.
You go to a Greek Orthodox church?
Me?
Yeah.
I used to. No.
Oh, no. You don't anymore. Now you go.
No, I the church I attend to now is a Lutheran church, which is the church I was raised in. So. And the reason why I left the Orthodox Church is because I realized I was looking for Lutheranism in all the wrong places. And I don't even want to be Lutheran. I don't want to be Catholic. Roman Catholic. I want to be true Catholic. That's what I want to be. Evangelical, Paleo-Catholic. Before all the medieval BS. Right? The idea of Reformed Catholic. The idea of someone that understands the intrinsic value of the church, but also knows that it is empowered not by the church itself, nor its apostles, nor its priests, but by the word of God.
Yeah. The one I go to
that's-
is Antiochian.
Antiochian, okay. Yep.
Saint
I've been to an
Peter,
Antiochian one.
St. Peter and Paul. St. Peter and St. Paul
Antiochian Church.
Orthodox Church.
Oh, cool.
Which that's
Yeah, and you'll find slight
Russian, right?
differences between Antiochian? No.
Antioch?
No, that's not Russian. Technically, the Russian church is underneath the presbyter of
Eastern
of Greek, because you got to remember the Greeks, they went into Russia, and of course that's where they had the Byzantine Empire, right? Which is where the Greeks came in and into like Lower Russia, right? And then the Byzantine Empire. There's a lot of different theories about why the Byzantine Empire, what happened to it, but the Byzantine Empire.
I haven't looked into that, but that's what
the Byzantine Empire is basically what happens when you mix Russian and Greek together. That's basically what
I
it is.
hear that's a good example of where theocracy worked.
Yes and no.
Probably until it didn't.
Yes and no. The biggest problem with the Byzantine Empire was.
Is it is there R? Isn't it the Byzantine?
The Byzantine?
Byzantine. Is that different than the? I thought it was Byzantine, or there's an R in it.
It's Byzantine. I just always put an R on there. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I always call it the Byzantine, but I always call it the Byzantine, but it's the Byzantine.
Yeah, I thought we might have.
That's because I have a speech impediment.
Byzantine Empire. Yeah, I've seen this flag before.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it fell to the Ottomans. Yeah, I knew that.
It fell, yeah, because it was the Ottomans. So obviously, there's a lot of bad blood depending on who you talk to.
They made it for 900 years, though.
15th century is when it fell, and a lot of that had to do with and a lot of, to this day, I've heard a lot of Orthodox people, they still hold this grudge against the Roman Catholics, because it's basically kind of like the Rohirrians and the Gondorians from Lord of the Rings. We're like, where was Rome when Constantinople fell? It's like
yeah.
And I get it, because a lot of people in that area, especially people who maybe have Armenian or Russian descent, the Turks were a bunch of dirty assholes. The Ottomans were
the Young Turks.
But
yeah, so
they're
the ones
but as the Ottoman Empire was pushing in against it and was pushing them out, there's a lot of different theories about what happened. But what ends up happening is you see actually the Byzantine Empire and the Christians, the Orthodox Christians, they actually go underground, which is why if you go to places like Constantinople, which now is given the name Istanbul, you'll see those churches underground, and you have some of the most beautiful icons and artwork in these catacombs, Josh.
That would be crazy to see,
because they pushed them underground. They literally could not exist in the, and
I think I've seen pictures of them, and they look like mud castles, like
yeah. Like they're all in the rock. They're in the rock, and yeah.
Yeah, that is some like Lord of the Rings stuff. That's cool.
But yeah. So the Byzantine Empire.
Can you go down and look at those?
You can, yeah. Yep, they have them opened up.
That'd be cool to see.
Yeah. But I think the other thing too is that you have. It's so interesting. I find that whole region so interesting, because, especially with the Byzantine Empire, because and also in that region with Russia and Asia, because when you think about what the Russians had to endure, and the Eastern Europeans, right? Which is why Vlad the Impaler, the original Dracula, was actually a good guy. Because he was impaled. There you go for a hot take. Dracula was the good guy because he was impaling a bunch of Turks. He was having Turk
nice.
kebabs.
Huh. So why
so-
the lore was just to discredit him, to make him into a villain?
Kind of a
blood
madman because he would just start. Because after he started impaling like the Ottomans, like he would, because he was a military general. He was a military genius, really, and he understood the image. And so one of the things he would do is he would impale people, and he would put those outside of like the castle or on the borderlands. And so when the Ottomans would come up and they see all these like people that have been like impaled, they'd go,
how did they how would he pick them up and drop them onto the spike?
Oh, well, what we know is what he did is, and this was kind of common in that time, is when they impaled them, what would end up happening is they would put them on the pole, and then they would usually already have something dug into the ground so that it could brace it for them. So you would have to first dig into the ground and then put the pail, and then you could pale them that way, or you could there's a different. I saw a documentary on it how they did it.
you'd impale them and then you'd tilt the pole up and drop it into the hole.
Exactly, and drop it into the hole. Yeah. Which is why when you see a lot of the way a lot of those fortresses, like, do you remember that scene? Did you ever see the movie 13th Warrior?
With Tom Cruise?
No, the 13th Warrior with Antonio Banderas.
I think so, but
Me? I'm the 13th Warrior? That was a great movie. I love that movie. But you saw how the Vikings, what they would do outside of their towns and their villages and their castles, they would put impaling rods, and the whole point was it was especially useful against cavalry, right? Because the horses would ride up, and then the horses would get impaled, and then they can't come in. So it's always been a useful tactic. But he was really good at keeping and really, if it wasn't for someone like Vlad the Impaler, the Turks could have probably taken over all of Russia. If he wasn't this madman just in this one little part of Romania, just impaling every damn Turk that came across his country.
So was he like a Christian? Was he like Orthodox?
He was a Christian, yeah. He was an Orthodox Christian, yeah. Yep. And so then, therefore, with the Dracula mythos, what ended up happening is a lot of different lores came out, and so let's distinguish. There's two types of there's two different Draculas. There's the Dracula of Bram Stoker's novel, which is a complete creation of Stoker, influenced by aspects of Vlad the Impaler. And then there are stories that hail around like the vampire mythos of Vlad. Now, one of the reasons why this would happen is because a lot of times when he impaled someone, they wouldn't die right away. And you'd see them like wiggle on the pole and their blood would come out. And there had been rumors that he would take the communion chalice out of the church and drank their blood. That I don't know if I believe that myself, but those mythos came. And then when they were burying people, like they would still be alive after a couple of days, and that's of the vampire idea of being the undead. Like, so there's a lot of things that kind of came out of that, because you already have Romanians, especially. They're extremely Eastern Europe are very superstitious people, right? They have built-in folklore and mythos about things that happen, and this happened during that time, right, where they would bury a body in a coffin, and we now know it as the scientific process, right? When the body, you're no longer conscious, but your body still has like those little, what do they call it? There's a terminology for it. So we know that the blood is still pumping through the body, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though the brain is dead, because the heart is still in the last vestiges. And so a lot of times they think people would be alive in the coffins, and they would open the coffins and they would stake them in the heart. That's where the whole idea of staking them, the vampires in the heart, was. So all that kind of come into that thing. But But yeah, so Vlad the Impaler basically kept the Ottomans at bay. Now, a lot of Eastern Orthodox would probably tell you that the reason why they go, well, why didn't the Roman Catholic brothers come to our aid? That's a great question to ask. The problem is that I don't think Rome at the time had the money for that kind of operation. And so when you get to, by the time that they get to the point where Luther's at, and even beyond that, when you see before that, because you got to remember the Crusades basically bankrupted the church almost, the Catholic Church. So they were still trying to recuperate from that, and that's where some of the decisions were made in the Catholic Church. They were made by people who were politically appointed as money people to organize the church and think of it as an organization first rather than a church, right? And that's why they even bastardized their own understanding of like indulgences, which indulgences were always considered as sacramental, which I don't know if you understand what the Catholic understanding of sacramental is. It's not to be confused with sacrament.
What's indulgences again?
So at the time of Luther, indulgences were being used as a way to buy your relatives out of purgatory, right?
Right. Yeah.
And Luther had a problem with that because A, it's not biblical.
Right.
B, it's not even consistently true to what the Catholics taught originally about the indulgences. And if you give me a minute, I'll go into that. Zach might have something to say. Hi, Zach. How's it going, buddy?
Zach's here. What up, Zach? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay.
Are you ready, or do you have a few more minutes you need, Zach?
I'm good, just chilling.
That's good to see you, buddy. So indulgences were once taught in the church as an extra sacramental remission of temporal punishment, due in God's justice to the sin that had been forgiven. So it was kind of like an add-on to what was already being established in the sacraments, which that I myself have a disagreement with in the church. So I don't agree with indulgences at all in that sense. It becomes extra topical to the forgiveness of sins, which this is why I think when you look at people in the evangelical or Protestant world and you see their criticism of the Roman Catholic Church, this is where that perception is born out of the idea that you have to do something to earn forgiveness, right? You have to either pay something, or you have to give something, you have to do something. And Christians will say, well, Jesus says it's forgiven now on the cross. I don't need anyone or any priest or anything to tell me that I'm forgiven. I already have that. As a Lutheran, what we say is the Eucharist is like a pipeline. So think about this. If you were to put a pipeline from the bottom of the cross of Jesus, his blood pouring down for the forgiveness of sins comes now to us in the sacrament. And so the sacrament is actually used as a means to receiving a pipeline of that mercy. Now, does that mean that there isn't forgiveness of sins given on the cross? That is where the fullness of that is done. It does not mean, though, that the process is completed at that point. And that's where the disagreement or differences of opinion about that comes. But when you look at the indulgence, it's supposed to be remission of sins, and it would grant you the ability to, on top of something, because again, if you indulge something, if you think about the term indulgences, and I think about indulgences, they're like you indulge in something, right? You give into something. But some of them would be issued by the Pope. Some of them would be issued by people who were actually sketchy. But they understood that since the sacrament of baptism was for the remission of sins, and they believed that people still sinned after baptism, and people still sinned after being believers in Christ, where do we get rid of that sin? Well, that's where the Lord's Supper comes into play. But they would add these other things. So, but originally the indulgences were never ever taught as a way to get your relatives out of purgatory, right? Because purgatory was always considered by the Catholics a process. Now, I think things like the Divine Comedy and I think things like the medieval Catholic Church did not help to like dispel this mythos of this place called purgatory where you go until you're ready to go to heaven, or if you earn your way to. But the problem is that even the Catholics believe that purgatory is a process where your trans-temporal sins are dealt with. And the idea that those could be remitted on earth by things like indulgences is a slap in the face to even what the true understanding of purgatory in my mind is from what they're teaching, if that makes any sense. So, but Tonsel was teaching that, and the church was doing this because they were using the money to build St. Peter's Basilica. And what they were doing is they were selling indulgences. So they say, oh, get your relative out of purgatory now for a low payment of $29.95. And that is where Luther really had problems. He really struggled with that because...
Well, that's kind of like prosperity gospel.
It is.
Just kind of pay and you'll be blessed.
Right? And that's why I say some evangelicals don't know how Catholic they really are when they think about some of the things that they say. Because if you say, oh, well, you just don't have enough faith, or, you know, you didn't earn enough from God's favor, or you didn't do enough, like, it's... No. But this is where the church used this ability and sanctioned this ability to agree that. So,
go ahead, Zach.
For all have sinned, and come short of the glory of God, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. Romans 3:23-24 KJV.
Yep. Yeah, that's... So you're saying I don't have to pay for it?
No, it's free.
Yeah.
Now, I do believe if you go to church and you receive communion, you receive the forgiveness of sins as a free gift from God, not as a work of. That's why we don't, in the Lutheran Church, we don't like calling it a sacrificial thing. Like there's a kind of that terminology that Catholics use, like it's like a re-sacrifice type of thing. It's not. So, but that delves into a whole other issue, which is, does sin exist in the sinner after they have Jesus Christ as their Savior? And that's why I say Christians all agree on the same thing, except for how Jesus saves us.
No, there's a lot of differences.
I know, but
a lot of little different.
I'm being extremely simplistic and redundant there. Like, so, but my point is, all those issues though breach into that same issue of what is justification, what is sanctification, what is salvation. Those kinds of things play into this role. So I always find it interesting because obviously different people from different groups have different thoughts on it.
I always see the debates over once saved, always saved. I always see debates over what is it called? Free gracers? It's like I guess what's the argument there between grace and works?
Well, so in the history of the church, you basically have what I would call two extremes. There are what we would call the legalistic people. Legalist people are the people who are always like, you got to do this, you got to do this, you got to do this, right? You got to follow this rule, got to follow this. Then there's the opposite extreme, which is the antinomianism. And antinomianism is the idea, oh, Jesus died for my sins, so I don't have to do anything.
Yeah. I just say this sinner's
prayer.
And
I'm completely saved. Now I don't have to worry about anything.
I can do whatever I want.
I'm gonna, go do a couple of do an 8 ball of meth and.
Yeah. So it's probably somewhere in the middle, or
What's in the middle? The truth, you mean?
Right. Yeah.
Yes. Well, and this is where the distinction of works comes into play. And this is what I love what Martin Luther says. Martin Luther says, my works aren't for God. My works are for my fellow man. A, because good works are usually beneficial by other men. But B, because it also is a confession of the true love that I have from God. So when you give your coat to somebody, you're not doing that because you are trying to earn salvation. You're doing it because you, feeling that love of God, are motivated to share that same love with God, right? That's the whole idea. So it's,
Yeah, and that's how
works.
So
and
it's
that's why
like
to me works are not they're not the prerequisite of faith. They're just the organic extension of faith.
Yeah, so I don't like the idea that you can go to church one time, go down to the altar, say these lines, I believe this, thank you, Jesus, you saved me, and then go out and then never think about Jesus again, never
Right.
try to better yourself. I don't like that.
What?
But I also don't like the Mormon idea that that
You got to have a certain amount of hours in something, or you got to do this, you got to do
right.
this, you got to have.
And there's different levels of heaven and different rings of heaven. And if you're perfect enough, then you can be a god, just like God, and have your own planet and your own spiritual wife and make your own spirit
I think
family.
we all know that Zach's going to have his own planet, and he's probably going to have 72 wives on that planet. No.
But it does also say faith without works is dead. So it's like you have the faith, and then the works should come naturally. If you're constantly striving to do better, then the works will come along with that naturally, I guess. It's kind of in the middle. Zach's typing something. But what do we think about interracial marriage? I'm just joking, Zach. You don't have to answer that. I read Nehemiah recently. He wasn't a fan.
Well, and here's the thing to me. So there, you see extremes on all fronts, right? So to me, there's an extreme where people put, like we were kind of mentioning earlier, the institution of the church as the mechanism of means of receiving God's grace. He uses it as a physical attribute, as a physical bridge, but it's not itself the bridge. It's just the way he does that. We know that God desired holy places for holy things. And the idea that some people would say, well, God, the Old Testament, God wanted a temple, but now he doesn't care where you worship him. I think that's BS. So there are always extremes on all of these fronts where we have to say, okay, where is this idea? I do believe that there should be an appropriate place for worship that should be appropriately set aside for a certain time. And there's nothing wrong with doing it on a regular time at a regular place so that people know that is for that purpose. And I think the Bible shows us that and actually would advocate for that. But I think the other thing, too, is that I always say this, because I wrote a post, because I was pretty hardcore against the antinomianism in my own church. So much so that I got a lot of flack from a lot of pastors because, shocker, there's division in our church about what some would call radical grace. And so this movement of radical grace is this idea of just, don't use the law in any type of preaching. Don't use third use of law in preaching, that kind of thing. The only purpose of law is to tell people that Jesus died for your sins, so for the gospel purpose. But other than that, just tell them that God loves them, kind of thing, right? And I have a problem with that because it's only when you face the law of God, when you see you're wrong, that the value of God dying on the cross, Jesus dying on the cross for your sins, comes into view as being as huge of an event as it is. But the other thing to me is I think too, I always say this because I wrote an article called "What Would an Antinomian Do in Narnia?" And it was basically a review of what the Antinomians would do. And basically, I wrote about this. So, for example, you're familiar with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, right, Josh? You've read the book or you've seen the movie?
Yeah, I've read a couple of the books and I saw some of them.
So you know that Edmund what he does is what is kind of a small little lie or a small little bad thing in the real world, that the gravity of that's much huger and greater in Narnia. And he's guilty of betraying his brother and sister, which is a grave sin. So much of a bad law that he actually deserves to die for it. And the witch manipulates him into that position to do that by tempting him with the Turkish delights. And so he realizes, of course, he's done wrong. And when he comes to the camp, his brother and his sisters are pissed off at him because he betrayed them. He
sold them out.
Good. He did all this bad. And so the Antinomians, the Antinomians will always say, look at what Aslan says to them, which is true when he says, don't think on it anymore, right? And I would agree. Sin that is in the past, it belongs in the past, right? If you have confessed those sins, if you acknowledge they're wrong, if you've received the remission of it and you've confessed it and you've received absolution, then to me, those sins stay in the past. And so Aslan instructs his siblings to let go of whatever they're feeling temporally about the brother's betrayal. Now, that's where the Antinomians will go, see, God wants us to say, let's let it go. Let it go, let it go. No. But is that what's really done? If you look at it, what is really done to let that go? It's not just an arbitrary thing. Now, Aslan has the authority to say that, but why? Because he's Aslan. Just like Jesus has the authority to forgive our sins. Why? Because he died for them. And to be flippant about sin is not the response of somebody who sees the wrong of sin, is repentant of sin. So there is a point where we as Christians like to shame people on their past sin, and that's what Aslan's trying to do. He's trying to tell his the brother and sisters, don't put this on him. He's forgiven. It's taken care of. I've taken care of it. But that does not mean that Edmund gets a new lease on life where he gets to live the same life he did before. In fact, he now has more responsibility and authority to do the right thing because he is going to be held accountable for that. And you see that bear itself out in the final battle scene in Narnia.
You're such a nerd.
I am, I know. I am. I love C.S. Lewis and Narnia. I love fantasy, but yeah, I can go deep on that stuff because I love it.
C.S. Lewis didn't write Narnia.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, C.S. Lewis wrote the Chronicles of Narnia.
He did?
Yeah.
I guess I have read some C.S. Lewis.
Yeah. Have you read Mere Christianity?
I don't think so.
That's another one of his big ones. And also, the other one, the Problem of Pain, is a really good one. In fact, look at this. Outside of my Narnia collection, let's see, I gotta make sure my camera is on here. Okay. My feed is... Okay, here we go. So, I have this. This is the signature collection here. of the Lewis books.
The Four
So-
Loves. What are they?
So it is the Four Loves, Absolution of Man, The Problem of Pain, The Great Divorce, A Grief Observed, Miracles, The Screw Tape Letters, and Mere Christianity.
Huh.
And I think I found this at a bookstore for like 14, 15 bucks one time. So I got it.
That's cool. That's a good deal.
Yeah. So I am totally a C.S. Lewis nerd and a Tolkien nerd, for sure. That's why they have their own shelf on my bookcase. You got something for us, Zach? Yes, I'm a nerd. This I gladly say.
The thing about Normans is that I don't like how they are okay with having multiple husbands or wives. I understand, but I think it's supposed to be one wife per one husband.
I've never heard of them having multiple husbands. Maybe they do that. But
Maybe the gay ones.
yeah, well, yeah. And modern Mormons actually don't do that.
Yeah, only the FLDSers now are into the polygamy.
Yeah. But there's a lot of other problems with their prophet and their doctrines.
It's just sad because they're not actually real Mormons, because only real Mormons would have multiple wives.
Well, that's why I say they call the FLDS the false LDS, but it's actually the fundamentalist LDS. And fundamentalists, like when people say, "Oh, are you a fundamentalist Christian?" I'm like, "Yeah, I stick to the fundamentals of Christianity." Like
That's not an aspersion, right?
That's
It's
not a bad thing. Like, and I say the same thing about Mormons. The FLDS are the real LDS. Like
they are, because Joseph Smith had multiple wives, Brigham Young had multiple wives. I mean, but not all Mormons at the time of Joseph Smith had multiple wives. But what we see is that with Joseph Smith, he started that because of his own desires, and then used his religion as a way to advocate that position.
Right.
But I think if you look at what Mormonism was before he started going off the rails like that, I think LDS now probably best represents that. Because there were a lot of Mormons like the Harrisons, and there was a lot of other prominent Mormons that were huge that did not believe in that. But he did, and he was their prophet, and they said he was their prophet.
Yeah, they're getting really liberal now, but yeah, and then he went to jail because he got killed in jail, and he was in jail because he burnt down a printing press where they were exposing a lot of the stuff that was going on, and Joseph Smith didn't like that. Yeah.
And then his boy Brigham said, "Hold my beer," when they got to Utah or Unitah, and
which was part of Mexico at the time.
Which at the time was part of Mexico.
I told the Mormon missionaries that, and they didn't even know that. And they're like, "What?" And I said, "Yeah." And then I opened the Book of Mormon and showed them the map they have the map in the Book of Mormon of the map of America at the time that they settled Utah, and it says Mexico. And I'm like, "Yeah. Yeah, Utah was they got
That's the reason why they came, because it was not the United
yes,
States.
they got kicked out of America.
They got kicked out of America. And then the FLDSers, when they were getting pressured, they just did what their homeboys did before them, and they went to Mexico, which is why it's interesting. You see a surprising amount of Mormons, and especially FLDS Mormons, living in places like Mexico.
Yeah, a lot of them got murked by the cartel about a year ago. I did reported on that. Yep. But yeah, they have a lot more other crazy doctrine other than just the polygamy thing. They believe God was a man who had a spirit wife, and that all of us are birthed through spiritual sex through God and his spirit wife, and that's how
Mm-hmm.
And if we're perfect, if we live perfectly, we can become gods and have a spirit wife and make another, basically a universe of our own. We can have our own
Right.
planet and our own
Yeah.
galaxy.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Native American lore and a lot of Egyptology mixed into there.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Joseph Smith was a bookworm. They'll say he's illiterate. They'll say he was illiterate. That's not true. He was
Not true.
he was a book nerd. His mom and his dad. His mom was like a crystal reader, and his dad was a treasure hunter. He
Yep, and
combined.
he used the sticks. He used the seeing sticks and the.
Yep, he combined the
Yep.
treasure hunting with the mysticism from his mom, and he put it
But
together.
his dad was a Mason, and that's actually, and then because he also brought in Masonic aspects too, and there was a time when Joseph Smith was actually
Yeah, they
identified
also
as a Mason. Whether he was part of them, I don't know, but he identified with a lot of them, which is why like the compass and some of the other symbols are in their temple like that.
Yep. And you don't actually have to marry a woman. You can spiritually seal her
Yep.
through just having sex with her, which
Which is
is
also why they also believe. This is the other thing that they do. I don't know if you knew this or not, but they can actually baptize people that are not even Mormon and seal them in the church.
well, they do posthumous baptisms, and that's why they started Ancestry. This is
Right.
I go into this a lot when I'm talking about
Yeah.
DNA, but and people think I'm being crazy, but I know what I'm talking about. They started Ancestry.com. They have a vault in the mountains where they keep genealogical data. And they started Ancestry.com so they could get genealogical records because their goal is to posthumously, which means after death,
Baptize all those people into the church.
every person who ever existed in the history of the world, they
Yes.
want to baptize into the Mormon church after they're dead.
Yeah.
And that's why it's mentioned in I forget where it is in the Bible, but he says, "Why do you baptize for the dead? Let the dead bury the dead." But
Well,
yeah,
and so that's
they got in trouble for that, and now they try to hide it like they don't do it, but they do it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of things came out back in the late '90s with that one guy that was prominent in the church coming out, and he exposed everything. He even did that documentary where they showed the cartoon that they show in the temple.
I think
With Elohim.
Yeah, I
and
think I
his
know that. I
wife.
think I've seen the cartoon you're talking about.
Yeah.
They posthumously
then-
baptized
and then
Anne
have you
Frank.
seen the
That's
temple
what.
film?
That's where they screwed up, is when they did a posthumous baptism for Anne Frank. The Jews got pissed, and they were like, "Oh no, you're not like she died a martyr for our religion. You don't get to do an after death baptism. She's not turning Mormon now." Like they didn't like that.
Well, and that's what makes it funny to me, because then I don't even have to be a part of your church to be baptized. I just and I don't have to.
Right.
And I may not be God, but I don't have to necessarily go to outer darkness by not being a Mormon. So really, all it is about is it's a let's just be honest. It is a different version of the Mormon ritual of what they call resurrection, right? Or not the Mormon, but the Mason of so. And when you think about the 33rd degree and all that, it's about the degrees. It's all about. Okay.
Yeah, he mixed.
So you could be
masonry
the
in there,
Diet
too.
Coke of Mormonism, just 1 calorie, and not be in outer darkness. So what's the point of being? And so the only thing is that and this is where it's like Islam, where they go, well, but if you are perfect and you do all these things, then you'll have all these wives, and you have all these kids, and you can have your own freaking universe. That's like a Marvel, multiverse,
Yeah.
And then you get your own religion, and you get your own worlds, and
They say Jesus came to America, like.
But have you seen the temple film?
That
they show everybody when they get married.
I might have. I've done a lot of.
Where they're in the Garden of Eden.
I can't remember, but I might have seen it at some point. I've watched a lot of their videos.
There's a scene where the devil is like tempting Adam and Eve, right, in the movie, and then all of a sudden Jesus and his homeboy Peter and I think Matt come by, and the devil's like, "Hey, Jesus, What's hanging, my brother? You know?
Yeah, he's like trying to be
He's like,
cool.
he's like, what are you doing to these people? I'm just telling them about the truth, and like, it's so freaking cringe. Oh man, but you should see it if you can. 'Cause it's,
and it's funny what they pick once that exact it's funny what they pick out of other religions, because like, so I heard from the Orthodox the other day, I heard Protestants have the truth, but they don't have the fullness of the truth. And that's the same thing Mormons say. Mormons
Right.
say Christians have the truth, but they don't have the fullness of the truth. They don't know about when Jesus came to America. So,
why,
yeah.
and also there. Now, I myself ascribe to this. I think there's a distinction, but a lot of people would say the Orthodox view of theosis is very similar to the Mormon idea of theosis as well.
Go ahead, Zach.
Hey guys, I'm gonna jump down. I'm tired. Have a good night.
You weren't even here that long.
Well, you know, Zach, he's got 12 things going on at the same time. So,
all right. Have a good night.
He's got to rest eventually. He's got to sleep eventually.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
Later. Jurassic Park, Wicked. Yeah, they're gonna make dinosaur people in the vault in the mountains.
But no, it was kind of cool to just have a one-on-one for tonight on some stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Because I think for whatever our differences and our ways of approaching things, I think there's a similarity there, and it's you just say things in ways that I just disagree with. Like,
yeah,
thinking that O'Brien is the hero of 1984. I've never heard such far. You would be the first person I've ever heard say that. So congratulations.
I know.
Congratulations.
That's why I decided to make a video about it. I'm gonna do a whole like video essay about it. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. By the end, you're gonna be cheering for O'Brien. O'Brien rules. Yeah, I seem to have that effect on people. I just say things the most radical way, then try to kind of stun lock them.
But that's kind of what we both do. So I mean, and I think it's good because sometimes you have to be brought out of your box, right? I mean, you have to and you have to really think about why you believe the things you think. And if someone says things in a different way, it makes you think, which is good.
Yeah. Like when I say nukes aren't real. I know there's nukes, okay? I get it. There's nukes, but they're just they're just like big bombs.
just I want you to say that again but in Trump's voice.
Oh.
We know there's no nukes.
We know they don't have nukes. The nukes are fake. I talked to Elon. He told me. He said, the nukes aren't real. I said, okay, Elon. I've been to Hiroshima. I've been to Nagasaki. It's not that bad. There's no mutants. Chernobyl was a lie. It's just so that France can have all the nuclear energy. We're trying to build nuclear energy, but they say Chernobyl, Chernobyl, Chernobyl.
What y'all queers still doing up?
What? Shut up.
Shit.
Here we go again.
Yeah. Talk about that fake religion. Y'all so close, but so far apart. Y'all almost on the same team.
Yeah.
Y'all just gotta.
I think that's him trying to be
cherries.
nice, which is. I'll give him that. He's trying to be at least nice.
Yeah. Sometimes he's not a complete degenerate.
If y'all wasn't beta, I'd be all right.
You beta.
To the beta male, I couldn't come off a little harsh. I
You know,
understand.
if you wanted to bring people to your side about your 42 laws of Mayat and your Cometicism, you know.
I don't want y'all. Y'all can't come to my side. It ain't for everybody. That's how y'all got Christianity, bringing people to our side.
Well, we're supposed to spread the
Yeah.
word to all the nations.
No, this is. What's up, Amanda? This is going back to the roots, returning to the Father. More black people on this planet than any other people.
I thought you guys were into the mother. I thought
they are into
we
the
call
mother.
Earth. We call Mother Earth. Yeah, Mother Earth.
Yeah, it's the feminine energy.
And the Father is the Son.
You put the feminine above the masculine.
No, we put the Son above the feminine. The Son is the Father. S-U-N.
Yeah,
not
right.
S-O-N.
The S-U-N.
No, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and Mother Earth is the receiver of the
So basically,
warmth and the light.
the sun gives it to the earth, and she likes it.
Yeah, you waking up. Yeah, y'all waking up. All that female worship shit. No, sun's always been masculine. That's where you get Ray from. Sun Ray.
So
came
then
from
why
Sun Ra.
is masculinity seem to have been a huge epidemic within the black community, especially in places like America? Do you have an idea about that?
What the hell are you talking about masculinity in America? They already knew we was masculine when they brought us over here. That's why we was in chains and we wasn't allowed to speak.
I'm talking about not in the slavery. I'm talking about now. When you look at the last, say, 30 years, black culture, there has been it's usually the black mama that's usually the one that's like got a lot of the authority, and you see the man not being a dad, he's not around, he's that down.
We still masculine, we still pimping on everybody else's baby mama. It's just a rotation. We ain't went nowhere.
Oh, I got you.
We still in charge. Just because the man leave the house don't mean they don't go to another house. We just rotate baby mamas. We always there. We the ones that run this shit.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is too. We get them food stamps and bring them to the queens because they all the hoes. They don't want the food stamps. They're gonna feed our kids. We take the food stamps from the drug using. And I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that on your show.
Don't reveal the secrets, right?
You're supposed to be there.
Sell it in a book for now $44.99.
I was there. My kids are grown.
How to be a Mac daddy.
What are you talking about?
Not you, but the black man.
They are there. Is what I'm telling you. They're behind the scenes. Show up at their little league football.
So why is there such a push though to make the black man so effeminate now?
You say what?
In your opinion on that?
You say what?
What in your opinion? Why do you think there's been such a huge push, especially in the last 20 to 30 years, to make the black man emasculated so much? Like put him in a dress or.
That's
you
just
see how
white
feminine they
feel
look now.
With. I mean, y'all want to feel safe. That's common sense. Y'all think y'all control TV, so that controls America. But just because white people see majority of black men in dresses on TV, they know y'all still can't say the N-word. So black men ain't that beta. So they don't believe it.
I see a lot of femininity. I see a lot of
in Hollywood. Thank you. On TV.
No, in the hood. In the hood. You'll spend more money on
Utah,
jewelry and a different.
You might be right. You in Utah. I don't think there's no black.
Do you remember there was a time when they would put combs in their hair, like
a different pair of shoes, a matching pair of shoes for every outfit, handbags, jewelry.
And let's not forget that black men love to dress in neon colors, right? Like they love wearing pink and purple and neon green suits. And white men don't do that. White men don't do that because if you do that, you're gay.
I don't know no men dressed up in neon colors. They still wearing Dickies out here.
They got the tall tees, which is basically a dress.
That was in the 2000s. Don't nobody wear no long tees no more, boy.
Yeah, they do. They brought it back. Lil Wayne freaking said in his song. He said,
man, he said bring it back. Shut your ass up.
They brought it back.
There ain't no fashion. No,
not white tees, but they got the tall tees. It's a fashion statement.
No, them motherfuckers ain't back out here. Y'all can wear them in Utah. because they cheap or something. But nah, y'all, it's some Temu shit.
There's no black people
Y'all
in
trying to get
Utah.
around. Temu and Shein blew up to get around Trump's tariffs. They said Trump put tariffs on all these companies, and they went to selling individual stuff from China and blew up over billions of dollars.
When did
around
Temu blow up?
as soon as Trump put them tariffs in there, and they start going around the individual sales of Chinese products, and it went around the tariffs because
That's funny because I didn't hear about Temu, and it wasn't as big here until after Biden got in.
it was exactly when Trump put them tariffs on because they got a thing.
And we all know that Biden is China's bitch.
They
so.
call when you go over there and buy stuff as a tourist. They use this law where you can still order stuff as a tourist. So when you go home,
Freddie, Temu was founded in 2022, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, those tariffs allowed them to happen.
Don't let that fact get in the way of your narrative.
Yeah.
No, I mean the same tariffs that was in place. Who cares when Joe Biden found the loopholes? But these companies was already getting rich under Donald Trump's tariffs. That ain't the first company.
That actually does not make any sense. You do realize that, right?
Yeah. Okay. Y'all wait and see how companies grow and then become bigger companies out of the blue. They just become a company in 2022. They go underground.
You do realize that the best way to make companies money would be to
make
actually
millions of dollars, and then pop out.
Not to put tariffs on imports. But here's the thing: not put. Let me correct what I'm saying. To not put them on exports.
Yeah, whatever. They already did the whole expose. That's why they cracking down on it. They're about
but we all know who China's bitch is, and it's
they about to close down on the loopholes.
They got their little wang dick in Biden and the DNC's butthole, and they know it. Everybody knows it. That's not you.
Yeah, we know who butthole Trump's up. He did 2 big old speeches about the Jews. Big platforms. Oh, how we love our people. We gotta support our people.
But you know what? It's interesting now that we're going to expose the hip hop homosexual agenda here and realize all the little boys they diddied.
Oh yeah. The diddling is coming to light.
Oh yeah, Trump. They was all there too, huh? Oh yeah. Let's bring it all out.
What's done in the darkness will come to the light. I know Oprah and Michelle.
Unless you're a beta white man and hang yourself in jail, and then it don't come to the light. Yeah, they know what they gotta do. Diddy ain't gonna do that though. The beta white man.
He's gonna suicide himself. He's gonna get suicide.
You think Epstein hung himself in jail?
Yeah, you know he did.
Okay.
If he got murdered, that's even more beta. How the hell y'all got a man that's gonna expel all of the pedophile stuff, and y'all let a dude hang to cover up the pedophiles, to save the pedophiles next?
All right, quit saying that. PDF files.
You can't say PDF files on your show. Oh, they got the juice got y'all still on lock. I've been gone a minute. Man, y'all shouldn't be so scary.
Yeah, YouTube hasn't changed.
You can say one word and ain't gonna take you down, Josh.
I know, but I'd rather not risk it.
It ain't even a risk.
We've had a nice
Okay. Because y'all betas over here.
Uncontroversial conversation this whole time.
Y'all scared to speak English over here. I get it.
Yep. We gotta speak Cocomelon.
Speaking of betas, here we go. There's a beta for you.
Yeah, you spoke up.
Is that P. Diddy?
Congratulations, guy.
Who is
Nobody
that?
might as well be. This is what black culture for men is these days.
Oh,
this is what it's all about.
You can find way worse than that.
One dude
I know. I'm trying to be as modest about that. I mean,
that's
obviously
nice.
we know how bad they
This
are.
dude costs $10,000. What other dude you know walking around with $10,000 suits on?
What?
Looking like a pink penguin, like
John, you jealous and racist. You just mad. The best kick you got in there.
I finally got him to admit the R word. He loves to use the R word.
Come on, John. You gotta do better than that, fat boy.
I'm not saying anything that's bad about it. I'm just saying it's not as masculine and alpha male as you like to make it out to be.
Why are you judging what's masculine on a man? Are you gay?
Hey, Do you got anything?
I'm asking
You
him
got
a
anything?
question.
Do you have anything of value to add to the conversation?
He's talking about what a man's wearing, and I'm asking, is he gay? Is he have any positive
We're
to say?
saying,
what is he saying?
We're saying what a lot of black people are saying is that hip hop culture in the black community encourages feminism in the young black men. They took the fathers out of the house, and
100%.
No, it don't.
that's a problem.
No, I don't.
And you
Hip-hop
should
never
you
took the
should be
father
right
out of-
there with
hip-hop
us saying
never
we're
took
not
the
going to
father
stand
out
for
of the
this.
house.
We're not going to stand for this.
Hip-hop never took the father out
I'm
of the
not
house.
saying hip hop took the father out of the house.
That's what you
He
just
was already
said.
out of the house before the hip hop came.
No, I'm listing
Well,
multiple.
that's what he just said.
I'm listing multiple problems. I'm saying they
You
took
saying hip-hop caused it, though.
No, I'm saying hip hop pushes femininity on men. And then I said that, and they took the fathers out of the house, being they as in the children of the lie, the Democrats, the
Yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah,
Hip-hop
but here's
culture
some more of
is
those masculine men,
hip-hop culture
black men for you.
more
yeah. Where's Lil
about
Nas?
clothing,
There's Lil
more
Nas
about
X.
culture and everything. That's what y'all mad about. The influence hip-hop has over white people. It's bigger influence
I
than any
don't
other
care
music
about
group.
its influence. I mean, it's just
Yeah, then why you
it's,
crying about it? That's
I ain't
that's what
crying
you're
about it. If you don't understand the
crying
difference
about
on
the
that, Freddie,
influence.
then I think
You're
you
crying
are.
about the influence.
You know,
That's what you're
you've
crying
got the
about.
same
No.
IQ of the tadpole.
Yeah,
Okay?
you're crying about the influence of
I
rap,
think it's a
hip-hop
problem.
music.
I think it's a problem
No,
that it affects.
I'm just making an
First it ain't a
observation
problem,
about
now it's a
how
problem.
black
Now you
men in
ain't
the last
crying,
30
now you
years
crying.
aren't as alpha as you say they are, and you're not giving me a reason to say why that is. And I'm just asking, and I was just asking your opinion, but you're not just denying
I'm telling
it.
you,
You're saying, well, that's not
more
what
clothing and more businesses are influenced by hip hop than any other music. That's
Yeah,
how I
and
know
that's
you.
not
fine,
a good thing.
fine.
I'll agree to
It
that.
is a good thing.
I'll agree
Yeah, it
that
costs
Satan,
money. That's how you bring up. That's
Satan's
how you
little
raise.
lapdogs.
That's how
Because
you
we all
raise the
know
culture
that gangster
through
rap
money.
is satanic rap.
You
We know
raise
it's
the culture
Illuminati
through
rap.
money.
That kind of bullshit is all about slaving people.
Yeah,
And
sure.
who better
That's
to
why it's
enslave
so
people?
influential, right? That's
And
why
I'll
it's so
agree.
influential,
I'll agree
right?
that it's influential and that it affects white people
Yeah.
too.
Well, case closed. I rest my case.
What's your
Influential
case?
and
But here's the
harmful
problem,
is
though.
the
It's
thing.
influencing not good
Influence,
masculine
Right.
people, though, is it? That's the point.
No.
So don't say, oh,
What are you
you're
saying?
afraid of the black man. No. It has nothing to
No.
do with that.
Yeah.
I'm asking you to give me a contextual reason why I should believe what you're saying about black men and what you're saying about black men when you offer that position.
Miguel's already told you it makes more money than any other music industry ever.
Money,
So
that's all that matters.
The black
What you're
just
telling me
like the
is
black man,
masculinity is all about making the money.
Who's
runs
it?
hip hop.
Who's
That's
it?
how you judge. That's how you judge the.
Who
fruits
is
of
it
God.
making money
That's not how
for?
you judge the fruits.
The black man.
It's making money for the black man.
Yeah, he's getting rich doing hip hop. You ain't know.
Right, because basically he then becomes a slave to the very thing he becomes.
Yeah, he's
an
getting
idol.
rich doing hip hop.
You know as well as I know who it's making money
And you
for.
know, if the black men, maybe this is a good example of why the black men came from
So
Egypt,
does the
because
black
that's all
man
they
make
did
more
was
money
idol
than a
worship.
college degree? When a black man get a record deal, does he get more money than a white male boy with a college degree that's hundreds of thousands in debt?
Who's the richest man in the world?
We're not talking about that.
We're talking about who has the most money.
It don't matter. That's inherited wealth.
That does matter.
No, because you can inherit
That's a
wealth
fact that
and
this
somebody to get it out the
happens
mud.
to disagree with my
Somebody to get it
narrative.
out the mud.
He
like
might be an
Mayweather.
African. He might be an African,
You know what?
but he's not black.
I love
but just
love
because you got
the
inherit wealth
stride
don't
that
mean
he
that.
keeps, Josh. He keeps a great stride while, these facts are thrown at him, and it's like,
Bro, I'm taking on two of y'all at once.
it's
We ain't
almost
talking
as
about
if
inherit wealth.
it's
We talk
almost as
about
if it's
made
just
wealth.
a propaganda, and it's not real actual thought.
You
or
can't
substantive
complain
thought
about taking on two at once when you came here.
here.
Yeah, because it
I'm
don't
sure
matter.
there.
Y'all
I could point you to some panels where you would
y'all
fit in
both-
great,
y'all
and
both
you guys could
wrong.
all just talk about what you guys want
No,
to talk
I'm
about.
just saying, y'all both still wrong. It don't
Okay.
mean what y'all saying is right. I mean, y'all know more rap music than y'all do country music. So my point
True.
is made.
You're
So
talking
what
to the
fuck y'all
person.
talking about?
No. You are talking to a person that knows very
Yeah,
little
yeah,
about
yeah,
rap
yeah.
because I don't give a shit about rap.
Yeah, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Your wife listened to it on Braille.
No, she doesn't.
Yes, you do.
No,
Hey.
we don't.
All right.
We listen to country music.
You know you don't.
Yeah.
Wake her up. Let me ask her if she know any rap music.
There's no way in hell I'm like gonna let you talk to my wife.
Exactly.
It's not gonna happen.
Exactly. You talking loud enough. She probably woke already.
I will grant you this though. I will grant you this.
Yeah, I love
Tupac. I will grant you this though, Freddie.
I love Tupac.
Probably one of the best and the greatest pop stars of all time was definitely Black.
Get up out of here.
Michael Jackson?
Michael Jackson, yeah.
Excellence.
He was only black for half of his life.
Jimi Hendrix, Prince, Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
Those guys aren't rappers. And let's just be honest, they're not rappers. Now,
the dude that wrote Elvis's music, Black.
I will tell you, I will agree with this though, Freddie, that modern country and modern rock comes from blues, which is predominantly, and that's why I would say blues is the Americana music.
I already know, man. Y'all used to call it the devil music. Christians couldn't even listen to music. So go ahead on with that bullshit.
I'm saying it's pure Americana music. That almost every form of popular music has come out of that Southern black blues sound. So I'm going to give you that.
I think most music is feminine.
It's just a fact. You act like you gotta give something to me. Just you stating facts.
I'm saying I'm agreeing that there's a fact to be said there.
You gotta bring yourself to admit the truth.
But that means that that there is something to what you're saying. But just because you're partially right doesn't mean you're not partially wrong. And a broken clock can be right twice a day.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson proved the American dream because he showed that a poor black boy could die a rich white woman.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Josh.
I'll tell you what though, guys. What's going on? Ready? There.
And actually, I would argue that Michael Jackson actually does not become the pop star he is unless he actually adopts more of the rock. Because if you hear his record before Thriller, and then you hear Thriller, and then you hear Bad, the more influence he puts rock into his songs, the more popular he got. There's a reason why they told him that when they were doing Bad, that he had to get Eddie Van Halen to do the album because they were afraid, the studios were afraid that it would be still too black for American general audiences. So they brought in Eddie Van Halen and he rocked it up.
Yep. And we all know who made him do that.
And we also know that Run DMC wouldn't be anywhere close to where they are now and have been if they didn't
do a song with
their
Aerosmith
version of Aerosmith song and then team up with Aerosmith.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Now, I will agree that hip hop and rap did in the late 80s, early 90s, it came to prominence. But why did it come to prominence? I'm going to use what you've used against us about the Hollywood. It was Hollywood that did it.
No, it was God's plan, you asshole.
No, it wasn't God's plan.
Yeah, it's definitely God's plan.
No.
Fuck you
not
mean?
satanic rap. No, that's not God's plan.
Yeah, just like slavery. How you gonna say rap ain't God's plan, but slavery was? You stupid as fuck.
Did I say slavery was his plan?
You try to act like everything that happens is plan, you retard. Don't nothing happen that ain't his plan.
He just said that.
How you gonna act like?
He just said rap was not God's plan. What are you talking about?
No, I said it was. He said it wasn't God's plan.
Yeah, and then you said
now you're being egregious with your
I said
point
just
because
like
you can't actually argue what I'm saying. So you're going to now go below the belt, right? You're going to go lowbrow on me and then do like hominid attacks, and then also then use straw men.
Chat, I want you.
I get it, Freddie. I get it. When you can't win an argument, you got to use all the fallacies in the book. So go ahead, use all the fallacies in the book.
You winning my argument for me, saying rap came up prominent, and I'm saying it's God's plan. You said no, it's not. You stupid as hell.
All right.
For rap to come up prominent from through the 80s and the 90s, it had to be God's plan. It was a blessing. It was successful.
Because God
Nothing
wanted
comes to
rappers
success
to
without
sing
God.
about
What are you
shooting
talking
cops,
about?
and God wanted
Maybe you're
people to
God.
talk about other
Yeah,
people's pussy,
yeah.
right?
Well, that's
Yeah.
our transition.
Maybe-
Yeah, he gave us something to live
Yeah,
by and
maybe
make
you're
money off
God.
of.
You're God, Freddy.
To
You're
eat off
lowercase
of.
G.
Yeah, you're God, Freddy.
Lowercase G's. Yeah, y'all mad. You got the rap game in the lock, and y'all over here hollering about that ain't God's plan. We had one good Eminem in there, so
No, the
what
best
about
rapper. The best rapper's a white guy.
that? In your opinion, perhaps you're right.
And who's that, Josh?
Eminem.
Yeah, yeah,
He is not the
Perhaps
best
you're
rapper.
right.
He's the best rapper.
No, he isn't.
If we're going off of objective metrics, sales, numbers,
Nah,
he is.
He ain't the best. Nah, nowhere close.
If we're going off of
No, come on, Josh.
all right, Nada, we don't need to.
to.
What? Oh,
Eminem will tell you it's Rakim.
well, he'll say his favorite rapper is Rakim, but recently his favorite rapper is Rakim, but he also said he's the greatest of all time in his newest album.
I mean, you just gotta say shit like that. Doesn't mean he actually is.
See, don't you know that's what rap is all about? That's why Freddie's
Yeah.
such an expert. It's
No
about saying
rapper
shit
is
that's
gonna
not
say,
true,
"I'm
but
not the
saying it in such a
greatest."
way that's emphatic, that makes people believe, or
Get off
tries
our
to
dicks.
assume people believe it being true.
I'm
And
talking
that
about
is just what it is.
I'm talking about objective metrics. I'm talking about the numbers.
Get off the bowl.
Men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie.
Get off the bowl, sex.
Chat, I want you to go back and listen to before Freddie came on, how high IQ level the conversation was compared to.
Y'all was just giving each other reach arounds and agreeing on the same shit.
Hey, I got a
blowing
question.
each other's pipe.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, I agree with that. I kind of
Hold on.
I just
Not
don't like the way you say it.
All right, hold on.
I'll say it a little nicer next time.
Hold on,
Yeah, but
Freddie.
when you say
Shut
that-
up. Nada has a question.
It's an honest question. Fred might like this one. What's wrong with the white people? God damn it.
Yeah, they don't know. They jealous. They so jealous.
I don't know about these two white people. They're okay. They hired this goofy ass fucking white boy that can't use his watch. He's trying to get me to stay late because he can't fucking clean up in time. Trying to make the job complicated and like he's like a fucking Boy Scout. He's trying to win a medal or something.
Yeah, that's what they do. He's mad you got more seniority. He's gonna get you fired now to watch your back, boy.
Is he new?
Watch your back.
I wish they hired a black man. He would know that we ain't trying to fucking reinvent the wheel. We're just trying to get through the day and go home.
Exactly. He want to be company man.
He's trying to be, but it's not gonna work.
I don't know.
I know you're right, though, Fred. I do have to watch my ass, though.
Yeah, you can watch your back, man. He gonna talk about the time y'all chill, and you only showing him how y'all ain't gotta do shit, and you gonna have to stay more busier trying to train him until he get off your tail, till you can go back and chill, cause he gonna report it all.
Yeah, he's gonna snitch on you.
Well, luckily, our boss, everybody else in our department is not on that, so should be okay. But
yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. But yeah, I know what you talking about.
He's just
man.
trying to be a hard worker.
Nah, he gonna get his ass fucked up.
That's not the kind of job.
Exactly. When it's
You
time
know,
to go, it's
I
time
just
to
realized
go.
something.
Ain't no overtime.
If I was to compare Freddie to a rapper, I think I would have to say he's got to be Big Buff.
Don't nobody even know who you talking about, man. Shut the man.
You don't know about the Fat Boys? You don't know about Darren Robinson? You don't know about that precious gem of black culture that I know about?
I ain't nothing like no fat boy. I don't know what you talking about. Shut up. You gonna Google some stupid shit.
No, I remember
Anyway,
that movie when I was a kid, Disorderlies.
Watch your back.
You remember that movie, Not a Disorderlies?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know the Fat Boys, but I'm so afraid of
ain't got nothing to do with me.
He reminds
That
me of
got
like
nothing to do with him.
Mystical and Redman if they had a baby.
Now, Redman, there you go.
You ever see? Yeah, Redman's good.
I think Redman's better than fucking Eminem. How about that?
Reggie Noble, yeah.
No,
When he's in that Reggie Noble mode.
Redman's good, but he's not better than. No, he's not better than Eminem.
Sounds better. Better songs. Not all angry all the time.
Eminem says that Jay-Z is in the top 5, and Jay-Z. I don't even like Jay-Z.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just can't relate to the angriness.
I know you've told us this 1,000 times. We get it.
I know.
When Eminem's just rapping and he's not angry, I don't mind that too much. But what everybody else likes is the angry Eminem, and I don't have that.
Yeah. You listen to the whole album of that by the third song, and you like, man, what the fuck?
I know you like happy rap.
No, it ain't gotta be happy. It just gotta be about something other than pills and suicide.
That's not all he raps about. It's like one song per album.
Yeah, all right.
Or maybe a little
he
more.
could be he could rhyme about being God like that demonic piece of shit Kendrick Lamar.
He got a song called Rap God. Don't act like he don't. I like it. He goes hard in Rap God, but it's all computer put together.
He is a demonic entity.
He's done it live, Freddie.
Shut up.
You can pull up at the MTV Awards. He did it live.
Mm-hmm.
Rap God. Yeah.
That's good. Let's go. I'm sure he had to do it in the studio, but
he did it on a stage live.
Yeah, if he did it in the studio, he can do it on stage. I'm not saying he can't fucking
there's
do
a
it.
lot of like no-name white rappers that can rap faster. There's black ones too that can do that.
Yeah, but he don't do it all the time.
Yeah, that's called diversity. Diversity,
no, it's
equity.
Called fucking chopping your music up and called mastering, mixing, mastering is what the fuck it's called. Even Lil Wayne does it too.
No, Lil Wayne.
That's why they have other people on stage to say they shit while they take a breath and then start rapping again because they can't do what they do in the studio on stage.
It's a lot different standing in a room still in front of a microphone. This tells me that you don't know anything about rap music, Freddie.
Yeah, I know how it is performing and getting your breath.
There's a difference between jumping around there's a difference between jumping around and doing a catalog of all your songs for 2 hours and standing in a booth and recording one verse and then stopping. And then recording a verse and then stopping.
Nah, do your cardio. If you can do your cardio, you can do it.
Every live show, they have a hype man.
No, they don't. Every rapper don't come out with a hype man. Some rappers out there by themselves.
Well, maybe some, but it's probably pretty rare.
See how you just backtrack? Shut your ass up. It ain't pretty rare.
It's pretty rare. Yeah. Yup.
That's just how they music where the DJ keep playing them.
You ever see me in the woods with a bear? Help the bear! That's Mystical. But he stole that line from like Casey and JoJo or something.
Oh, and let's not get into the whole idea of what rappers do with stealing. They fucking steal all the time, the motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. Just like the motherfuckers who wrote the Bible.
From Casey and JoJo?
No, it was some R&B song. And then Mystical said it in a freestyle. He said, if you ever catch me in the jungle with a bear, ninja, help the bear. And then that was actually from is like Usher or something said it in a song. But it was a good line. I heard it. I was like, damn, that's a good line. But then I found out that somebody else said
it. That doesn't sound like. I guess it could be. That doesn't sound like Casey and JoJo or Jodeci.
No, it sounds like an old saying that anybody could have said with an anonymous. They ain't got no owner on that. Anybody could have said that.
If you ever see me fighting in the forest with a grizzly bear, help the bear. And then
sounds like something maybe like R. Kelly might say or something, but I don't know about.
I want R. Kelly and P. Diddy and Usher all to share the same cell. Because then they can do their circle jerk all year round.
Yeah, they can record songs from a prison phone.
I remember the old internet where you could hear a rumor about somebody like R. Kelly and be like, no way. And you look around for a little while, and then you watch a video and you're like, oh my God, I better erase this off my fucking computer.
That's right. That's right.
Well, that was a while. That was like, what, early 2000s, right? Or like pre-2010, I think.
No, I can't find it. I don't know. He stole it.
What if all of this going after Diddy is because Trump went to a Diddy party?
No, I think it's more than just that.
Yeah, it is kind of fishy that they're going after him right now.
Oh yeah, the timing of it is interesting. There's a reason why, because they've let it lie for so long. I mean, it's been common knowledge about the shit that he did to Usher and all that, but it's
that video with Justin Bieber.
He knows something, or they
like
think it can,
up.
or they think it can benefit them, and you know, they're gonna do everything they can out of the book until.
I make a motherfucker say, oh yeah,
you might get your wish out.
If you ever see me fighting in the forest with a grizzly bear, help the bear. That bitch gonna need it, and I'm home and greedy.
In the upper echelon.
What the fuck?
Got him with videos with hoes at the Diddy party, laughing their ass through the trial. Trump got wonder how he gets caught up on videotape, hidden cameras. I don't think Diddy's that stupid.
Chill.
They got the tape. They got the immunity. He gonna be a Woody. This is about to be real big, and Woody gonna be in there testifying on everybody else, and Woody gonna be like, "Are you saying what I say won't be held against me?" Okay, bet. Yeah, it was Trump, Eric, and Ivanka was out of town this weekend, and we had some whole Super Bowl Sunday, and we got turn to the back bedroom, go to camera 4. Ooh, that's gonna be a good one.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, all right. Woody getting real popular for being a rat. Rat is popular now, so Diddy about to be the biggest rat in New York.
Woody who? Allen?
Woody. Nah, you don't know about him. Don't worry about him. It's a YSL shit.
YSL? What is YSL?
It's over your pay grade, buddy.
Okay.
This says 9 hours ago, footage of Diddy ordering a hit on Mace goes viral.
Mace probably talking. He knows.
They come out about all the shit that we know about Tupac and all the shit we know. I mean,
I think it was about Tupac. They just locked up his murder last year.
There was rumors about that, wasn't there? About Mace and Diddy, and wasn't there rumors about that for
Mace,
like forever?
It was real close. If
the question I have is whether or not Aubrey Graham is going to, because that's what I prefer to call him. I don't call him Drake. I know him when it's by his real name, Aubrey Graham.
Yeah.
I want to know when he's going to do Kendrick, because that's looking like a B.I.G. versus Tupac kind of bullshit going on right now. Or do you think it's just all hype? Do you think it's just hype?
No, Drake ain't got nothing else coming. He's done.
You think he's done?
Oh, what about what's his name? LeBron.
He's playing with his son in the Lakers.
No, isn't he supposed to be involved with that Diddy shit?
Well, he has connections to Diddy, no doubt. But,
Hell no,
but
LeBron ain't
a
never
lot
been
of
out
people
the
have
house
connections to
without his
Diddy.
wife.
I mean, like, let's be honest. The guy had a
They
lot of
said
business
LeBron ain't never
ventures.
been out of the house without his wife. He ain't never been no damn Diddy party.
Yeah, nah, you might be right.
If you
Ain't
could
like
go to a
that
Diddy
right
party,
after that.
would you? Freddie, would you go to a?
No. Josh might. I ain't going no fucking Diddy party.
Josh might.
What, a freak off? No.
Freak off.
Mm-hmm.
They don't bring.
Is that what you would call? Is a Diddy party what we call a honeypot?
Honey,
And it sounds like it.
Yeah. It's the Hollywood version of the Epstein honeypot.
YSL
Get
court
them
going
filming,
on.
doing little kids and doing drugs, and he'll have his leverage over you.
There was a video of Young Thug sitting next to that other guy in the courtroom, and he's like, "Wait, I'm the only one that got charged with narcotics?" And the judge said yes. And he looks at his friend, and his friend just stares straight ahead, because that means
Because his friend turned states on him.
Yeah, he snitched.
That wasn't a real Young Thug. That was an old meme, and they just put that name on there.
Whatever.
That ain't Young Thug.
So, do you have a favorite rapper, or do you think there's someone that's the greatest rapper, Freddie?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, then you can't even argue with me over who the greatest rapper is.
Because it'll be me.
Oh my gosh, he really said that.
I told you, every rapper thinks they're the greatest.
Yeah.
I mean,
People
it
shit.
should be that way.
Yeah,
They gotta be their own hype
shit,
man,
like,
right? I
man,
mean, that's the
shit,
thing. That's the thing about these rappers is that they're all gotta be their own hype man, and they gotta have a bunch of yes men and acting like a bunch of prison beta bitches holding on to their pockets. You know, fucking. Oh yeah, they're the greatest.
Whose pocket you used to hold on to? What are you talking about?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No,
You
I
know
don't
exactly what I'm
either.
talking about.
What rapper you seen holding somebody's pocket?
Oh, I'm
I
telling
think
you,
was holding somebody's pocket.
I've never held anyone's pocket. Fuck
If you
that
was
shit.
in jail, you'd definitely be holding somebody's
No,
pocket.
I've never been to jail, so I've never done that. No.
Yeah, exactly. You hold motherfuckers' pocket outside in real life. He's right there. Oh my God, y'all trainer pocket holders. Your girl got your pocket, you got somebody else's pocket. Y'all ain't right. Boy, y'all better learn something before it's too late. Get y'all a hobby.
I got hobbies.
Oh my gosh, Freddie, have you ever thought about doing stand-up comedy?
Man, nope. I wouldn't be no good without some content like y'all retarded asses.
Okay. So what you're saying is, and the reason I'm laughing is because nothing that you say is funny, but you yourself are a clown, sent here for amusement.
My response to clowns is, "What's funny?" You are the content. So all I do is respond to clown, and then let God do His magic. So you say what you want to say, and it sounds stupid on your own. It's best to say nothing. And that laugh is gonna wake your old lady up. You need to quiet it down.
First of all, she's not my old lady. Secondly, she's asleep. I can get
She is your old lady. What do you mean?
I don't refer to my wife as my old lady. That's what you would call your biker bitch. She ain't my old lady. She's my wife.
That's your old lady. Old lady is not a biker bitch. A biker bitch is one of They want just the biker girls. They for anybody. Them are biker hoes. Your old ladies the ones that can't be touched.
But bikers have old ladies, which are off limits.
Yeah,
to
off
the other
limits.
bikers.
That's your old lady. If she's off limits, you retard. You're fucking stupid. That's not a biker bit. That's one biker's old lady. You better give her respect. You call a biker's old lady a bitch and watch what happens.
And you go to the same bikers and tell them that rap is the greatest music and see what happens.
Man, your hypotheticals don't even make sense. Your rebuttals.
I think you don't
ain't
make sense
even in the
because you're
same.
high as a kite right now. Probably.
Ain't even in the same genre, man. It's like.
Well, see, I have to be ridiculous because of how
anything.
ridiculous you are. See, this is what happens. We were actually having a very interesting, substantive conversation, and then you had to bring the clown card into this, and now we're all in the clown card with you. So congratulations.
You don't even know what a hypothetical is, Freddie.
You live in them, Josh.
Yep.
Your whole lifestyle is hypothetical.
That doesn't even make sense.
I know that does make no sense.
Hypothetically speaking. Yeah. That's the name of your show, hypothetically speaking.
So have you seen Am I Racist yet, Josh?
No, I want to.
Yeah.
So y'all
They're
can
pissed
figure
off
out.
at how good that movie's doing.
Yeah.
No, y'all need to see it. With more white guilt.
They're canceling it.
Creating a ton of it.
They're canceling it in some theaters.
Yeah, well, especially like AMC. AMC's a bitch theater.
More white guilt, it's like the opposite of that.
Good. That'll make people come out and against it. That's why they cancel it in some theaters.
It's like Spinal Tap, but see, Freddie is the person that watches Spinal Tap and actually thinks Spinal Tap exists.
No, I don't even know what the fuck it is and don't care. Shut up. I'm gonna tell me I'm gonna watch something I ain't never watching and act like it's real. That don't make no sense.
Freddie watches
That's because you obviously don't get the reference. That's why it doesn't make sense to you.
Freddie watches American History X and says that's a racist movie. Even though the whole message is the opposite. Shut up.
No. It's Hollywood. They the one created the scene that we got. Once media control the mind and the pen, it's over for y'all, man. They're gonna write y'all racist right out the book.
They're gonna what?
Write y'all racist right out the history books.
They're gonna write y'all racist. Could you actually make that sentence work phonetically, grammatically?
Man, just shut up. You're so white, you ain't even funny. You can't even hear.
Oh, I'm so white that you mean because I actually understand proper grammatical
You
context?
probably didn't. No, it takes you a minute to process. I have to talk so much slower. Like,
right, because I'm not used to the blah 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 blah. Because I ain't asking you anything about asking you something. Blah 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 blah. Whatever comes out of your fucking asshole mouth. Whatever.
Yeah, once you process it, it made sense, and you mad, you open your mouth. Just listen and shut the fuck up.
No,
that's all you gotta do.
That's not all I have to do.
You didn't even know.
What you have to do is make coherent sentences or attempt to actually put words together in a coherent structure that will make sense enough for someone to understand what the fuck you're trying to say.
I said it perfectly fine. And it
So
just took
is it
you a while
the
to get
racist out of you? Like they're gonna write the racist out of, like they're gonna write the racism out of you, or are you saying that they're going to write racism out of what? What do you mean by that? Give me more context, please.
You'll find out. God's plan.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you can't do that. Okay, cool.
Like when Kamala say we ain't going back, yeah, that's what she's talking about. We going forward. It's a progressive. This is a progressive nation.
Oh my gosh! Cringe. DNC
the South
talking
will
points.
never rise again. After this Trump movement's over, y'all gonna be voting for a crazy regular white dude, maybe a deflated DeSantis that's gonna lose. It's over. Y'all ain't got no more candidates. The Republican pool is empty. If y'all think y'all
The
gonna run
Democrats
Donald
don't have any
Trump
more candidates because
in
they've
another
really
4
scrapped the
years,
bottom of the barrel, Freddie.
if you think Trump gonna run in another 4 years, you're ridiculous.
No, he's not going to run another 4 years because he's going to win this year.
Yeah, all right, Nick Fuentes.
If
my
he
ass.
loses and he runs again, that would be so funny.
It would be funny, but
Yeah, his pride would probably tell him he could win. His yes men around him would tell him run.
And
the
what
money,
he needs to let them know is, hey, look, guess what? No matter how popular you are, no matter how many votes you get, the Democrats will always find a way to fucking scam the shit out of the Democrats.
Let's do it this time. We're gonna go 4th time's a charm.
But yeah, he actually kind of said that. That's pretty good.
Let's go. Yeah, all right.
But, there are possibilities when I'm talking about possibilities. Do you think that is the greatest you could have? I mean, you guys didn't even fucking have a primary. You couldn't even, you couldn't even throw Kamala Harris through a regular primary. Because you didn't have much time, because you guys were holding on to the idea that Biden was still somehow, substantially adequate as a president, which you knew he wasn't. So you basically say, oh, well, he's the VP, she's the VP. He won. You're like, oh, well, these guys are the most moderate. That's the funny thing, is the Democrat Party actually wants us to think that Biden and Kamala are the most moderate Democrats in the history of the party, when it's far from it.
You're conservative. Nobody gives a what you think. You feel me?
They're basically rhinos, the two of them. They really are.
They're neocons, is what they are.
Yeah, neocon rhinos, whatever. They basically are.
Yeah, they are.
Warmongers.
They ain't nowhere near no rhinos. Because
they are.
They're rhino neocons, big business, big banking, big war, big pharma, all that bullshit.
Warmongers.
No. If they were
that's why Kamala was wanted by the
they
CIA, and that's why the Democrats had to get rid of Tulsi, because Tulsi exposed her and her fucking fascism.
Yeah, all right.
Kamala's basically Hillary Clinton.
Does everything that Israel wants.
But less likable.
Because she's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go into Syria. We're gonna do that. We're gonna what?
Trump said, they thank Trump for moving the embassy to Jerusalem. They thank Trump for making Israel gonna be a one state. Let him finish the job.
Oh, there's no denying that Trump didn't do good things in that regard, and he listened to the wrong people.
He's still. That's why the same rhinos that's for Israel. Trump's just a puppet.
You understand? Look at the Democrats. Look who they've just pushed out. They pushed out two people who were black and vocally against Israel, and the Democrat Party pushed them out.
No, the Republican Party pushed them out.
No. The Democrat
Dude
Party
was running for the Republicans.
It was a Democrat. It was a fucking Democrat. It was a Democrat primary, you dumbass.
No, that ain't the one I'm talking about then.
Well, then you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So I'm talking about two black, very liberal Democrats in the squad who got pushed out of their primaries. I'm talking about the fact that there were people who were at the DNC primary with, I'm a Democrat and I stand with Israel. They're in both parties. That's the one thing you can't touch. It's the one thing you can't talk about.
Yeah. That's why I'm independent. Anyway, but what I was talking about, wait a minute. Today they came out. Wait a minute. Where is it at? What was it? Today it came out that, what was it? Something about to happen. Where was it at?
So, I mean, the fact that the Republicans still have rhinos does not dispute the fact that the Democrats have become more rhino in that way.
What did they say today? They said
the Uniparty.
Yep.
Basically what it is.
You made me
And you're like,
forget.
oh my gosh, we're gonna have hope and change again and again and again and again. And just because they put a blackface on the surface and you think, they're gonna do something for the black people, that's the fucking scam you need to get the fuck out of your head, because they're fucking scamming you on that. And,
Man,
every
I'm
time they
already
do
with
it,
mine.
and
What
every
you
time you
talking
guys
about?
vote for them.
I got mine through Obama. Hell, you talking about way back in the day, and they did do something for me for the rest of my life. So
Oh, they gave you an Obama phone?
Something like that.
Yeah, and Joe couldn't even get through a primary. They cheated Bernie. They cheated Bernie twice.
Oh yeah. They have
the Democrat voters wanted Bernie. I mean, I don't like Bernie, but that's who Democrats actually wanted.
He's the most popular
twice.
one. Yeah. And what did little Bernie do? He said, "Well, I as much as I want to be president and I want to run on my principles, I'm still a Democrat and I'm still on the dime, and I don't want to do anything that's going to upset
He
my."
cucked out and just took the money.
Yep, he took the money. Yep.
That's what I was thinking of, Mark Robinson.
So I mean, it's just, you're going to see it or you won't. Unfortunately, anybody that has an objective standpoint is looking at this and saying, look, the Democrat Party has become, when Bush and Cheney and fucking Bill Kristol are advocating for Kamala Harris,
right?
That tells you just how fucking neocon war mongering fucking rhino. You can't get more than that.
No, I didn't ban Jake. I timed him out for 24 hours because he kept spamming over and over, and I told him stop, and he kept going. I was like, all right, time out for 24 hours, and then he got mad, and he left the Discord, and he unsubscribed, and yeah.
Trump charging 3 times as much for a piece of silver than it's worth with the Trump coin. Piece of silver worth $100 an ounce. He's selling it for $100 an ounce. He's a fucking ripoff.
Whatever. It's got his face on it, so it's worth more.
Well, he's got to do it, because wherever he can make a dime, he's going to do it. You can't fault him for that, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
whatever.
you got to hustle, right? I mean, you should.
I mean, I think silver is only $30 an ounce right now.
Yeah, that's why he's making 3 times as much off of it.
Right. Well, and that's because, let's be honest, there are people who are like boomer conservatives who fall for
there's
anything.
there's some motherfucking sheep out there, and he know.
For sure.
And he gonna keep running till he die. Keep selling them damn coins until he loses every last fucking vote he can.
Okay.
Until he got 10 votes left. Trump 2048. Is he still alive? I think so.
Oh shit! There it is.
Well, I guess if you just didn't steal the election from him, he would have been gone by now, and you wouldn't have to worry about him.
Oh, you better watch it, Josh. You ain't gonna say nothing about that.
You're allowed to say that.
Oh, dang.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that as objective fact. I'm making a joke about this.
The policy's changed.
crazy.
You're allowed to talk about that now.
Oh, okay.
I know the rules.
All right.
Now, if I would have put some other expletives in there and some other really bad, crappy words, that would have made it. Is that Trump dollar? Is that
That's
you got
a nice
there, Nada?
Trump dollar. I got a whole bucket full of them.
Nah, that's just a regular.
Look at that.
I was gonna say, 'cause why does that look like? Why does it look like he looks like Louis Anderson or something on that?
I don't. Yeah, he's. Maybe if I turn it like that. There you go. That looks more like him. I don't know.
Yes, it's gonna be huge.
You didn't fall victim to that.
So, do you think he's gonna put his face on Mount Rushmore, Freddie?
Nah, this is just a regular. I bought this for like $18. Like I don't know.
No, he don't deserve
5 years ago.
No, hell no.
What about if he wins though?
His
And
stock
part of Project
plummet.
2025 is that he has to get his face put on there.
If they ain't got faith in his stock, they ain't got faith in that president. Nice. I used to get military coins.
Get you a
Nah, it's just an ounce of silver. Just the decorative. Yeah, I don't know. I just remembered I had that though. But I didn't pay no $100 for this. Fuck that.
Look at my Trump
Right.
gold.
Oh my god.
Well, come on, dude. Really?
This one.
Josh, are you like
Buckets.
you're like a super fan of Trump, aren't you?
Oh my god.
I got a bunch
Go
of
ahead,
these.
go ahead and buy the new one. Go ahead and buy the new one then.
There's 2 in there.
You fucking retarded, boy.
Hold on. Here's 4 more. My Trump
Why can't I
coins.
see Josh's stream?
Trump gold.
Yeah, all you little fake me damn.
I got one
Trump
right here
gold.
next to my desk too. This one's saved by my desk. This is the lucky one. The Trump
Poor
dollar.
thing.
Hold on. Look at this one.
Gosh.
This one's cool. Look at the little Trump on it.
That's pretty cringe, dude.
No, it's awesome.
Is that silver?
This is like copper. I don't know what this one is.
It's not even.
Oh, it's just
silver
a
gold.
decorative. Oh, okay.
Here's a silver one. I got one silver.
Is that silver though? Like
I
a
don't know.
Troy ounce of silver?
I don't know.
Freddie, what do you make of all this? This is really. He's overboard, isn't he?
It'd be good to pass down to his kids one day.
And say, hey, this is the man that ran every 4 years but could never get the clue.
Yeah.
Here's I got 2 more bigger silver ones.
He show he was fully invested.
Oh yeah, I forgot. John doesn't even vote, huh? He's too cool.
Not that I'm too cool. I vote. I just don't vote. My not voting is my vote.
Look at this one. It's red, white, and blue.
Ooh.
This is the American one. This one's red, white, and blue.
I know.
And I believe voting should be voting for the person that you think is right, not voting
You ought to
against
make
the
a
person you
video,
think is
melt
wrong.
them all down, and make a damn Trump head out of it.
Look at that. That is kind of cool, though. Look at that.
It's a gold.
Yeah.
Trump
That's right.
$100.
You got
Is that real gold?
I don't know.
Them the golden
No, it's
tickets
not.
that'll get you in the
No,
Mar-a-Lago.
it's not. I can tell you it's not real gold. By the way he's holding it.
Mar-a-Lago gonna turn into Willy Wonka. Unless you got one of those during the Civil War, you can't get
This
in.
is $2,020.
Yeah, that's how much it's gonna cost to get in Mar-a-Lago when the Civil War pop off. Charlie, you got the golden wrapper.
Trump playing cards.
Oh my god.
And then these are the best. These are more Trump playing cards, but these ones are silver.
Trump in the Trump factory.
The silver Trump playing cards. You know?
Okay, so are you gonna get? Do you or do you plan on getting like a Trump tattoo or anything like that, Josh?
No.
Okay.
But I got a handful of Trump gold.
It's garbage.
There's my Trump gold. This is gonna be worth $1 million.
Well, where's your Kamala
one day.
dollar at there, Freddie?
Kamala ain't even president. How you talking about?
She doesn't need to be president to make her own
Yeah,
fiat money.
I think she does.
Nobody would buy it.
All right, vice president money. Who the hell buys?
Like I remember when they put Bill Clinton on, it was like the $2 bill, or not the $2 bill, but what was it? It was something like that.
What about that clip of that Paramore girl? I never even heard of that band, but I've heard of the band, but that clip of that girl reading the script.
Yeah. You mean at the event?
Yeah, at her concert.
Oh yeah. Everything about them is astroturf. Everything about the Democrat is fucking fake. It's fucking CGI. It's all, and it's all they all need a script because they're all actors because they don't really mean what they say.
Yeah.
That's
It's
been
so
well
perfect,
trained
right?
and all that kind of bullshit. So I mean, it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me.
Yeah. Just write it off as fake.
It is fake. They are fake. They're fake, 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 fake. And anybody that was a substantially real principled Democrat has left the party or has died. So
Yeah, pretty much.
So
Y'all are just jealous because you don't have Trump gold.
I don't have Trump gold. That's right. I don't have a idol to Trump. Sorry, I don't. I'm not a mega man.
This is my treasure
Not a
chest.
mega
that
man.
ain't gold
I'm not a
anyway.
mega maniac.
That's just gold plated.
My treasure chest.
And mine's a real troy ounce of silver.
Is it?
So it's yeah.
Cool.
Mine might be.
No.
It might be real gold. I don't know. I didn't buy it.
I only got it with Trump's face on it because it was. I buy the cheapest silver ounces possible. I'm not trying to pay a premium for like what's on it, but that was one of the cheap ones when I bought, that
I got
round of
3
silver.
Trump hats. I got a Trump lanyard. I got this Trump flag. That's
He
right.
needs like a water fountain. It's got like a Trump water fountain. He says,
A gold water fountain.
yeah, cold water fountain. You need to have like a Trump quote for every room you go into the room. You know, like, this is the bedroom. This is huge. Go in the kitchen. Gonna make it great again.
My lights changed. No, I didn't ban him. I told him he's going to timeout.
We stand for the flag.
Yeah. Fine 0.99 fine silver, 1 ounce.
There you go.
Even though they've been suppressing silver
Where does
prices
it
for
says that on it?
years. Yeah.
Yeah, right there. Yeah.
It's silver bullion.
Yeah, the bullions are the ones to really get into.
These are not bad either. These are actual. This is actual minted.
Yeah.
U.S. mint shit.
The gold ones don't say anything on them.
And
I
that's
think
an
the
actual
biggest
ounce.
scam is people who buy into gold line.
No, that is not a scam.
It is a scam.
I bought in the gold back.
Oh, that shows me a lot right there that you bought gold line.
Yeah, whatever. It went up on
Paper gold.
50%.
So where do you get that paper gold when shit goes to shit? What
It ain't
happens?
paper gold. It's physical gold, buddy.
Okay, but do you have it in your possession?
Yes, I do.
Okay, but then you didn't do gold line then. You didn't do paper gold then.
Nope, I do physical gold, but
Well,
even
that's what I'm
though
talking
it's
about. People who do
15%.
paper gold. People who invest in gold that they don't themselves possess or own. That is what's stupid.
The NRA.
This is only $10.
$10.
This 5-ounce Trump silver coin is $192.
That you have a 5 ounce?
Well, no, just this one.
You got a
on-
5 ounce?
No, just
Do you
the one
do
that's
any kind of
showing
like
on.
collection of coins as well, Nada?
Nah. Just pre 64 quarters whenever I find them, or dimes.
Yeah, they're hard to find, but they're.
Oh, I never noticed this one's gold and silver. I don't know if it's real gold, but
Does it have the Egyptian eye of Ra on it? Because then it's not legit gold. It doesn't have the
Yeah,
eye of
whatever.
Ra on it.
ooh, this one's got a signature.
They're not American Eagle. If they're Trumps, they're not worth the fuck. They're souvenir shits.
Welcome back, Nada.
I don't know. Josh's camera keeps freezing for me, so I can't see what he's showing.
I'm not really showing them. I'm just looking at them. Trying to see if they have any sort of markings that say if they're real.
They might just be collectibles.
Yeah. So have you already voted? Is there they have early voting going on right now in California, Freddie?
Yep. I just got my pamphlet in the mail this week.
And do you prefer you like mailing or doing the mail-in ballot, or do you like to go into the booth or go into the polling place?
I'm gonna mail mine in.
Gotcha. What
Vote
about
for
you,
democracy.
Nada? Do you
Vote
like
for
to?
democracy.
What's that? What did you say with Freddie?
So I'm voting for democracy.
You're voting for democracy.
But he's
all right.
I'd rather be voting for democracy, man. That Project 2025 gonna be like, dang.
You're gonna vote for democracy, even though the Democrat candidate was not democratically selected in the primaries.
Man, we talking about this election, man. Quit crying about last time,
This
man.
is the election.
The last 3,
What are you talking about?
including this one.
Did they have a primary where you could vote for Bernie Sanders or RFK Jr. or no they didn't. They said, guess what? The highest donor said, guess what? We need somebody who can beat Trump. So this is the best bet we have right now given the time slot. So they didn't care about democracy then. They cared about winning.
Selected.
Getting elected.
Okay.
They were selected. The last 3.
Who did
the
Kamala
last
beat?
three
Joe Biden,
Democratic candidates were selected.
Hillary Clinton. Yep.
I think I can get used to hearing y'all cry about this forever.
I'm not crying about it. I'm just lamenting.
It's just sad.
I'm actually not lamenting. I'm
It's-
just making
it
a
is.
statement. I'm making a statement of fact
Right.
that you are the. I'm lamenting more about you being the type of person that would believe that kind of bullshit, because you are someone that seems to be pretty intelligent in other areas. So I mean, I don't understand it.
I believe what they did done happen and is going through. That Kamala is the candidate. So all of that primary and who they didn't do and all that's past talk. That doesn't.
Oh, right. So it happened in the past, and we got the candidate we need, and who cares if it came about democracy, because we're voting for democracy. That makes as much sense as a turd on a fucking sandwich and eating it and saying it's great.
No, because if the vice president can't go forward no longer, the vice president steps in.
If they he made it. Oh my gosh, really? Are you kidding? You have to be able to have a constitution. What is it? The 25th Amendment to be able to do that, and they won't do that because then they'll have to throw him out of the office. And I don't know why they didn't do that. Why not make her president now? Oh, I know why. I know why. Because then she can't promise a new direction, because she's part of the current direction that's happened in the last 3.5 years.
You almost cried on that one, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I'm just reacting to your stupidity.
She's gonna fix the border, the one that she's been in charge of for 4 years.
The one that she never been to.
the one that y'all senators sent migrants to her house. Yeah, she gonna fix that problem, because senators sending a busload of immigrants to her front door. Yeah, she got repayment for that one. She gonna let them be legal, like in Ohio, all over the United States.
Oh, we know what they're doing with them. We know. I'm just sorry that you can't see that you're being replaced.
No,
that
Ohio citizens are coming out doing love protests and welcoming the Haitians and showing them that they don't think they're eating the dogs and cats now. Go look up the protest of love in Springfield, Ohio, from the residents to the Haitians. Y'all don't look at that. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Eating the cats.
Look, they're eating the
protest
pets
of love
of the people who live there. Yeah, they came out in solidarity of Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, to let them know we're gonna build this community back better without the hate, and that's gonna
build back better. Okay.
Haitians gonna be like, yeah, we can get along and show them.
Go ask Dominicans. Go ask Dominicans about Haitians.
Yeah, exactly.
They live on the same island. My Dominican buddy.
Y'all try to drive hate. Love is gonna come.
No, my Dominican friend that I've known for years, many years. I didn't know anything about that. This is a long time ago. But I would ask him about Haiti because I'm like, that's like the same island as you, right? And they don't even acknowledge them. They're like, fuck that. I don't want anything to
No,
do
because
with
those
those
Haitians
people.
are, chopping off fucking chickens' heads and putting them in a voodoo spell and, mixing Catholicism
It's
into the
politics.
voodoo and all that
It's
bullshit. So.
politics. Two different type of politics down there. I don't even
Of course, because
understand.
they're two different countries. If you're talking about the difference between Dominican Republic and Haiti.
No, I'm talking about the politics that don't let them grow food on one side of the country, and on the other side is all lavish and they can grow whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah, it's a lot to that. Can't feed yourself. You ain't gonna have nothing but poverty and strife.
But Hillary can go down there and harvest children though. That's all good though, right?
Hillary, I don't forgot about Hillary. Oh my God, Hillary. We still talking about Hillary Clinton.
HC. We can't talk about HC.
Is that an off limit C? I'm so confused.
I know you are. Wait, that's the whole point of this conversation.
Nah, the juice got y'all confused. I'm free. Y'all on so many limitations. I don't know the rules, and I refuse to learn them. Y'all,
but you're
know
also
them.
living off the system, so you really can't say that you're not.
Yeah, I'm not living off no system.
You've claimed to have in the past.
I'm getting my reparations. Is that what you talking about? You mad I'm getting my reparations?
No, I'm claiming that I'm talking about you claiming of getting some type of assistance from the government, which means you are really not a free person in that regards.
Yeah, I'm a free person. Because at any time, I can go anywhere I want to.
Okay. Then go wherever you want to go to then. But
do.
you're not
I got a
free,
passport.
and you can't say that you're a rule breaker when you're like at the teat of the nanny state going, please give me more of that milk so I can go spend it on my Blockbuster money or my Redbox money or whatever the fuck I'm doing, watching Oprah, getting subscriptions to Disney Plus or whatever the fuck you're going to do.
I got my
or
own
your
crib.
marijuana or whatever the fuck you're
doing. I
doing.
ain't got to live in Beverly Hills. I can go live in my own house with pay no rent. What are you talking about?
Then why do it?
What are you talking about? Because
what
I
are you
want to
talking
live
about?
in Beverly Hills and use your taxpayer dollars.
So
Why are you
what
mad
you're
about
saying
that?
is that you are scamming the system and you're proud of that. And that's how you're a rebel. If that's how you're a rebel, okay, well, I will agree that is criminal behavior and that makes you an outlaw. But I don't know if that makes you really a rebel because at the end of the day, you're still going to let still let that Democrat Party do whatever the hell they want as long as you get your cheddar.
Look, quit going through all these ideas in your head and quit thinking you know me, man. You don't know me. You're over here going through all these different ideas in your head and don't know shit, bro. All thoughts are lies. Focus on that.
I mean,
focus on that, all right?
You have openly said
get
that
yourself in a position, you feel me? And don't live
I'm just going off of what I have heard that you have said. That's all I go off of. So if I am drawing incorrect aspersions, then it's because perhaps you are being conflicted between what you are and what you want to be and who you say you are, and that's fine. That's your prerogative, Freddie. I'll let you do that.
You don't believe I get a military...
Just don't fucking call me a retard because I fucking see through your shit. Sorry.
No, for one, you don't believe I get a military pension. So shut
Did I say that you don't or didn't? Have I made that aspersion?
Yeah,
I have not.
You claimed stolen valor before.
Has that word ever come out of my mouth?
Yeah, I think you have.
No. Now you just said you don't know me, so I'm asking you if you can prove to me that I said stolen valor.
I'm pretty sure you was on her last time. We're both talking that shit.
Well, Buff and also Mike, I didn't say that word. I didn't say stolen valor. I don't know you well enough to know that. I do know that it's suspicious that a person that doesn't want to answer a question won't answer that. I would say that there's a reason why. It doesn't mean that it's stolen valor. I never accused you of stolen valor. So just fucking put that out of your mouth. Back in your mouth. Because I didn't say that.
Walk it back. Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't. I
'Cause
didn't. You
don't
can
wanna answer
watch
your
the stream
question.
all over again, and you'll show
There's
yourself to
nothing
be the big fucking
suspicious.
idiot that you are, because I never
There's
said you
nothing
were so valid.
suspicious about me not wanting to answer your motherfucking questions like you got some type of authority or some shit. Fuck you. Ain't nothing suspicious about that.
You suspicious.
So even
Well,
and
what I'm saying is that if you don't want people to make wrong accusations
you're
or
doing it
come off
anyway,
as
though.
making
You're
false
doing it
assumptions
anyway,
about
though.
you,
You're
then
doing
you
it
probably
anyway,
need
though.
to be mindful of what you're saying
But
to
if I didn't
people in
answer
the
your
open.
question and you're still doing it anyway, what does that mean?
Say what now?
I didn't answer your question, and you still making wrong assumptions about me. So you saying I should answer your questions, or just let you
What
make
wrong
wrong
assumptions am I
about me?
making? I'm just going off of what you're what you've said
No,
about
I
being on
said I
welfare
didn't
and
answer.
being on
You
this, and
said
so I'm
you
trying
just
to figure
said
out where you stick on this because
no.
I'm
You just
trying to
said I didn't answer the
engage
question.
with you in an honest conversation, Freddie. But you don't make that fucking impossible. I mean, you
just
don't make
said
it
I didn't
possible at
answer
all.
the question. How can
You
you
didn't
act
answer
like
no
you know?
fucking question. I know that you think answering a question is by not answering a question, but that's not answering a question. I'm sorry. Calling and saying, "Hey, don't do that." That's not answering a question.
How did you make a conclusion about my life if I didn't answer your question?
Have I made all I've said is
yeah.
how can you
just
be
did.
someone that's self-claimed rebel and doesn't need anything if you're on the government teat? And you've said that you get welfare and that you are manipulating the system. So,
Man, you
and that
sound
your whole idea is the reason why I'm pissed off about whatever it is because you're getting away with it. Which
Nah,
I've
you're
never
too
even said that I
jealous,
was pissed
bruh.
off about
Look,
it. I mean,
look,
I don't actually
John.
get pissed off when evil people
John.
take advantage of systems because
John.
it's not in my
What?
control.
Oh, I thought you said Josh.
No, I was telling him to calm down. He is pissed off. He's all in his head about something he don't know
No, I'm
nothing
owning
about.
you right now, and you just don't want to admit it. So.
Nah, you're assuming, motherfucker.
Oh,
Quit assuming shit. You don't know me.
How about this?
Shut up.
How about this? I will stop trying to engage with you on an honest conversation, trying to figure out where you stand on some things because it's clear, it's obvious that you are being
There ain't no honest
manipulative
conversation if
and you're
trying to
being a
judge
little
me with the information
disingenuous
you're
with some of the stuff that you're saying. So I'm not going to engage
Good.
with you on that.
No,
There you go.
Thank you, Ken. Good. Mind your motherfucking business like you always should do. Because it ain't for the good of my well-being. You asking me no questions. You dig for information.
Okay, so let it go because I said I said I won't ask you any more questions.
Information for ammunition. Shut up. Because ain't
No.
good.
You're not going to get on
You're a
here
hater,
and tell
fat
me not
boy.
to say something about
You're a
you,
hater, fat
and then you
boy.
do the same thing. Okay, that's not going to work with me,
I'm
homie.
just saying.
All right. So
You
just
don't act
no.
like you're trying to get to know somebody and you already formed your opinion.
No, I
I'm
have
the
an opinion
bad
for my
guy.
opinion. You don't know
I'm the
that. You're
bad
assuming
guy.
that about me because
Shut the
of
fuck
your
up.
biases
I'm
and
the
because of
bad
what you
guy.
think I've said.
When I
So
first
just go
came
fuck
on here, you
yourself,
already
Freddie.
knew I was the bad guy. Shut up, John. Don't act like you a mutual motherfucking friend on here. I'm
Did
the
I
bad
say I
guy,
was a mutual
motherfucker.
friend? No, I didn't say I was an enemy either.
Don't try to come like you trying to be all handout.
So you basically want me to treat you just like Jalen? Okay, fine.
You
There
always on here trying to motherfucking finesse or have an argument against me. So keep
Not
with your
always,
argument.
but okay if you feel that way.
You ain't never exuded no olive branch. If anything you ask me is to prove your case against me.
No, a lot of times I'm trying to figure out what you
information.
think. I've asked you questions like, "Who do you think is the best?" You know.
No,
but
you ask me
if you
questions
think that me asking you these
you
questions,
ask me personal
then I
questions
guess
about
you can
what I
just go
do.
fuck yourself because I
And
won't
then you
ask
don't
you any more
believe it.
questions, and you can get my
Well, I
fucking
don't
mouth out of
answer.
your mouth, and then you don't have to worry about it. So let's
I
just
don't
stop
answer
it right
your
now.
personal
Here we go.
You
Done.
mad I don't answer your personal question about what I do and what I've been. You know what I'm saying? And what I did in the military. You ain't got no. I don't respect you enough to answer none of your questions. And you can be suspicious all you want. You can kiss my ass with your suspicion. You feel me? Give a fuck about you being suspicious or thinking you know me. Everything you say is assumptions. I don't give a fuck you say, oh, you using the government. You think I hurt my feeling? Man, I don't give a fuck. Say it 20 million times. I mean, Ryan, this is.
Well, you're clearly talking like somebody who's butthurt right
and
now.
you mad
because I've now let it go, and you are still on it. So.
No, you said you was mad, and you're gonna continue to be mad because that's reality. I'm paid for the rest of my life. Thank you.
I don't give a shit what you are.
Yeah, you are. You just said you was. You said
no, I didn't. You're fucking in your own head
mad.
right now, and you don't even see it. So
it makes you mad already. and you got mad about it. So
I'm not mad about it. I'm mad about when I'm trying to figure out where you're standing on something, and I'm trying to engage you with your logical positions, and I do the same thing with Josh and anybody else.
Calm down.
If you don't want me to
down.
give you that kind of courtesy, I've said, okay, fine. I won't engage with you on honest conversation, which means as long as you don't fucking bring up my mouth and you don't fucking come at me, I won't come at you. There you go.
Ain't no honest
Solution done, Freddie. Okay,
yeah,
solution done.
Because there's no honest conversation coming out of you, John. Quit lying. Try to paint yourself as a good doer. That's what Christians do. You don't want to engage in honest
So now
conversation.
now you're trying to attack my religion again. So it's clear what you're trying to do, Freddie, and I get it now. So fuck yourself, and there you go. Have a Merry Christmas. Oh, wait a minute, you maybe not celebrate Merry Christmas. So go fuck whatever Egyptian fucking African holiday that you celebrate on whatever fucking day of the year.
Y'all retarded, boy. Why y'all get so heated over nothing? Y'all gotta enjoy life. You gotta work in the morning or something?
I don't think they're used to you, Freddie, and how dumb you are.
I just
the best way you can do something is just to mute somebody or put their volume really down.
Yeah.
And now I can be happy. Now I can be happy because I don't have to hear him.
Whites need to be in
a
happy place.
To say anything.
Whites always gotta be in a happy place, or they're annoying.
All right, Freddie, shut up. Shut up, Freddie. You're annoying.
You're gonna be happy.
How are you, Nada?
You know, we maintained 10
Are
viewers
you happy?
all night until you got here, Freddie.
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe what's
We're
that
having a
mean?
respectable
You lost what?
conversation.
Man. Yeah, okay.
Any good movies you've watched recently, Nada?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
I finally saw the Wolverine Deadpool movie.
Oh yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Did you like it or no?
It was enjoyable. It had some funny moments, but it wasn't nothing to write home about, you know.
What? I loved it. I thought it was awesome.
Of course you would.
I mean, honestly, it was fan service
It was exactly fan service, and I think the joke in that
for like 90s comic book readers. That's what it was.
Exactly. And it was. I love what Ryan Reynolds says because he said I was the Marvel Jesus, and basically that's what he proved in that movie. Is we can make a fucking Marvel movie if you get the fucking woke DEI bullshit out of it, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. You know, like Wolverine as like a skeleton and shit. That was fun.
That was pretty funny. I like that he had the yellow and blue costume. I really liked that.
Right? That was there you go. That was 100% fan service.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that's the X-Men costume from the same era as when they created Deadpool.
Yeah.
In the 90s.
Yeah. I did like the cameo that Wesley made with Blade.
That was
I
awesome.
always loved the Blade movies.
Yeah, that was cool too.
Except for the third one. The third one sucked really bad. Funny enough, though, Ryan Reynolds was in that movie.
Blade or?
I don't know if I ever saw Blade 3.
Yeah, Blade. It's called Blade Trinity.
Oh, okay. I might have seen it.
The first one had more kind of like a horror punk rock action flick, like a steampunk type of feel to it, and then like the second one had more of a comic booky feel.
He was in Blade Trinity, huh? He was one of the.
He was, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, wasn't he a villain?
That would have been great if he would have had a cameo as Hannibal. That was
he was one of the three. It was a chick, right?
It was him, and there was Jessica Biel from Seventh Heaven,
and then Blade, and that was the three.
Oh, okay.
Vampire hunters.
Yeah, you know what? I do remember that movie a little bit.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
But I used to love watching Blade. I loved Wesley Snipes almost in every movie. I mean, he just had that natural charisma. You know. He is especially funny in White Men Don't Jump. Or yeah, that's
Can't jump.
Yeah, can't jump. Yeah, it's a good movie. That's
Yeah, he was good in that. Demolition Man, Simon
yeah,
Phoenix.
yeah, he was pretty. He was okay in that one. It was an okay movie. Not my all time favorite, but yeah,
I love Demolition Man.
yeah. But no, it's a
He
fun
was
movie for
cold
sure.
in every movie he played in. Y'all stupid. Passenger 57, New Jack City.
I
Every
liked
fucking
him
movie he
Yeah,
in
touched.
what was the movie?
Passenger 57 was good. New
Yeah,
Jack City
Passenger
was good.
57. Yeah, when he's like, always bet on black. That was so fun when he said. And then I did like the first Art of War movie, but the second one was kind of weird. But yeah.
Expendables 3 he's in is a good movie. That's the first time I think him and Stallone hooked up since Demolition Man. They break him out of a moving train. He's a crazy motherfucker. Wesley Snipes. They said, what they lock you up for? He said tax evasion.
That is what he went to jail for.
I know, right? But it was like nobody get locked away that but security. The way they came in and had to free him, you know what I'm saying? They took out a whole. It was some op shit. You feel me? It was cold. Well, he said tax evasion.
You know, on the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, I did laugh my ass off though because he said in the first part, Nada, he's like, "There's 206 bodies and bones in the human body, except for me. There's 207." When I watch Gossip Girl because his wife was in that show.
Oh, that's why he said that.
Yeah, that's why he said that. Yeah.
Who's his wife?
Blake Lively.
Okay.
She's the blonde in the original Gossip Girl series. And then she was in like because they met I think on the set of Green Lantern because she was in that movie with him.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. That wasn't. That movie wasn't too good though.
No,
it was all right.
It had some moments. It's like any DC movie. I feel like except for the Christopher Nolan Batman trilogy. That's just like where it's just like great parts, but not great as a whole, right? Whereas Marvel tends to make movies that holistically that are more better. Like they, well, they did up until the fucking MWOKU came around. The MCU bullshit. Fuck. They should have just ended it with Avengers Endgame, or the last Spider-Man movie was pretty decent, but.
Well, Spider-Man is kind of different, right? Isn't?
About what?
Was it? Wasn't Spider-Man Disney and Marvel?
No. Marvel was owned by Disney, and
I mean, like
Spider-Man
everything
was
else
owned, was owned for the longest time by Columbia Pictures or Sony Pictures.
Okay, right.
And then they made the deal.
Sony and Columbia owned just Spider-Man, and then just recently
they sold it.
Disney got everything, right?
Yeah, and part of what the deal was, and this was good cleverness on both parts, actually, if you think about it, because when they were doing, because they wanted him for Civil War, and when they brought him in for that, they said, because that's how they wanted to bring him into the MCU. What they did was they said, okay, what we want to do is we will give you a portion of Avengers money, and we'll give you a portion of the Captain America Civil War money, and then the next Spider-Man movie we will make for you, and we'll take up the cost, and you'll just absorb all of the benefit, like the money. And now, going forward, any Spider-Man movie now is going to be owned by Disney, but Columbia cash cow the hell out of that deal, and they got a really good deal on that. So, they both had advantages to that, but yeah. But I hate this bullshit, because people like, oh, well, you just don't like the woke bull. I'm like, fuck you. I had some of my favorite movies where it was a female character. Some of my favorite superhero movies, comic book movies, were black leads. Like, I loved Spawn, the Spawn movie. I loved it when it first came out. Like when I finally got to see the comic and see the series, I kind of liked those more than the movie. But the movie was a good intro to it, you know.
That was a kind of a weird movie, huh?
Yeah, but it was good. And
Like Lego Zamo was what's the name of
the demonic clown or whatever that was.
yeah, I forget the name of the clown.
Yeah. But
Yeah, it was kind of a weird movie.
so it's like, you know, that's when Black Panther came out. Like, oh, he's the first black superhero. No, fuck you, no. We had Blade, we had Spawn, we had Meteor Man, and we even had Blank Man.
Blank Man was
Meteor
awesome.
Man, is that what's his name?
Alan David Greer, or whatever I think is his name. That was in that one.
No, that's Blank Man.
No, that's Damian Wayans. That's Damian Wayans.
Damon Wayans and
yeah.
No,
they're
Robert
both
Townsend.
living color guys, but
Robert Townsend had a superhero movie too. What movie was that?
maybe it was maybe he was in the
That's Meteor Man. Yeah, that's Meteor Man. David Allen Greer was in Blank Man, but he was he was sort of his sidekick.
Right.
Like, he didn't want to be his sidekick, but he was his
Yeah.
Actually, Blank Man was pretty good.
Blank Man was funny.
I
as hell.
love that movie. I love Damon Wayans.
Oh, and I'll tell you what, the Wayans brothers were smart and creative because I'll tell you what, they signing Jim Carrey to In Living Color, he brought so much to that show, like just so much comedic gold to that show.
White Girls, one of my favorite movies.
White Girls, yeah,
that movie is hilarious. They don't look like white girls at all, but that's what makes it funny.
It's not as good as a movie because it's hard to take Damian Wayans serious as a serious actor, but I did like him. Did you ever see Most Wanted with Jon Voight? Where he was like the CIA guy that got burned out. Yeah. That was okay.
That was pretty good. Yeah, that was a pretty good movie.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, wasn't there a movie where? What was the movie where he was like a football player?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't remember.
And it was the fuck movie was that?
I don't know.
That wasn't, like where there's like a terrorist plot on the.
Yeah.
That movie wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Whatever that was. No, but White Girls was funny with Terry Crews and.
Yeah. Terry Crews is a good
White
actor.
Chicks.
Yeah, White Chicks.
Yeah.
I keep saying
Terry
White Girls. I let it go the first time. You keep saying White Girls.
Yeah, White Chicks. White Chicks. Terry Crews is hilarious in White Chicks.
Mm-hmm.
You see my skateboard, Nada? My new board?
Okay.
You got Argyle on your skateboard?
Argyle grip tape. It's sick. I like it.
I don't know if I'd call it. Well, maybe it might be a right word.
It's
I just don't think of Argyle when I think of skateboards.
No, that's what they called it. It was called Argyle.
Oh, I know, because it's the pattern.
It's mob grip tape, but it's.
But that's the pattern. Argyle is the diamonds with the crop X's or whatever. Yeah.
They got so
Was
much.
it pre-assembled? No.
Well, no, I had the trucks and the wheels already. I just got a deck and.
Oh yeah, those are old wheels, right?
Yeah, but the deck it's just a CCS blank deck. It was like.
Are you big into skateboarding, Josh?
I'm not good. I'm not big into it, but I like to. I like skating. Now I need to get a longboard deck because my longboard broke.
It seems like everybody got into skateboarding after like the Q movie came out, and remember that? I think we were talking about that one.
I've always skated. I've never been that good at it, but I actually busted my ass in the first time riding it. I was like looking at my phone and I ollied and I landed with my feet too close, and then I looked at my phone and like, the board just shot out from under me. They went boom.
I tried to get our high school to do a skateboard team for the skaters because I think it's a good athletic event. I mean, you have to have athletic talent to do that.
Yeah.
People are like,
Churches,
it's not a sport. It's not athletic. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
churches used to be big on skating, mini ramps. And like little mini ramp skate skate nights.
Josh fell off the skateboard. Josh, you fell off the skateboard already. You fucked up. That's what you deserve. Hopefully that motherfucking elbow will heal up and you realize why you need to quit skateboarding. He'll come back and get that later. You too old to be riding a damn skateboard. And break your fucking arm at this age. It ain't gonna heal back right. Fucking retards. They ain't got no health insurance, I bet.
I don't know. I'm 43. I still skate once in a while, not that often.
Yeah, I bet you got the knee pads and helmet too, don't you?
Fuck no. Nah, I mean it's not like I'm doing what I used to do when I was in like my teens and 20s, but
some of them still got it, but a lot of them they gave it up. I see them all busted up at the Venice skate park.
Did you see this? I showed it on the stream, Nada.
What is that? Snowboard?
I found it in a dumpster.
I don't know too much about snowboarding.
Me neither. I've never been snowboarding, but I found this in a dumpster, and it's a freaking pretty nice snowboard and the boots.
Well, I know it changed a lot though, from like the early '90s to like what they snowboard on now.
Yeah.
Like these boots and this board, the boots don't even have a name brand on them. I don't know what the. Oh wait, Solomon. I've never heard of this brand, but these boots and the board, that's probably like $400 right there.
I think that's a name brand.
Yeah,
because they make
Solomon on the board too.
They make
It
like
says, smoking.
they make not rollerblades, but like inline skates and shit. Hockey skates, I think.
But so all I need, I think, is the plate that goes here that you clip.
Do you go ski? Do you ski or snowboard up by like Park City, Josh?
I've been skiing twice in Park City.
Yeah.
But I've never been snowboarding. And when I went skiing in Park City, it was with when I was homeless and I used to instruct the homeless Tai Chi, the old couple that did the homeless Tai Chi were ski instructors. So like every winter they would take a bus full of homeless people out to Park City and take us skiing. And so I got to go.
But they weren't homeless.
No, they weren't homeless. They're Democrats. They're like super political, involved in the government and stuff and politics and here in Salt Lake City. And
oh boy.
So
and you know what? You know what that means? That means that what they were looking for
was money.
They're looking for somebody.
Oh yeah.
Prime as a.
One day I was at the library.
Las Vegas shooter type person.
One day I was at the library and I'm walking through the library and I see them at a table dressed up with a guy in a suit. And they're like, "Oh, there's Josh. Josh, come here, Josh." And they wave me over. They say, "Sit down, sit down." And I'm like, "Okay, what's up, Bernie and Marita? How you doing?" And they're like, "Sit down, sit down." And they're like, "This is the leader of our Tai Chi program." Because I would stand at first they had a dude that was actually a Tai Chi guy who would lead it, and then he got sick of it. He's like, "This is dumb. These people get high and they don't really care about this." So he left. And when he left, I was actually kind of into it, and I would stand behind him and like study what he did, and I learned the motions and all that. So after he left, I kind of took over as like the leader, and I would stand at the front and lead the Tai Chi. And it was funny. All the homeless people would show up because if they did the Tai Chi for like 40 minutes, they would get $2 and a burrito at the end. And $2 is the cost of a spice joint. So all the spice heads would come do Tai Chi so they could get a spice joint afterwards. And anyway,
Is that from Mr. Window?
Now, if you did that, did you also do Tai Bo with?
No, just Tai Chi. But anyway,
you remember Tai Bo?
Yeah.
Remember Tai Bo?
Yeah. But I sat down at the table with this dude in a suit, and I'm like, "What's going on?" And they're like, well, we're doing a proposal right now, Josh." And they're like, "This is our leader, and tell him about the program, Josh." I was like, "Yeah, it's pretty cool. It helps me feel calm throughout the day, blah, 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 blah." And so they're talking to this guy, and then I figure out within like 10 minutes of listening, they're trying to get funding from this guy. And then at the end, he's like, "Well, how much are you asking?" And he's like, "Well, we're thinking maybe start small, so maybe like 100,000." And I was like, "What? What? $100,000?" He's like, "I don't think we could do that much, but we could talk. We'll stay in touch and we'll consider it." Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Damn!" And then I was like, "Oh, so this is why you get into nonprofits,
Wait a minute,
community,
so they had a
politics and stuff."
nonprofit. So they had a nonprofit, and is that all they did, or they had some other business?
They were both pretty old. I think they were pretty successful throughout their lives. So that was all they did at this point in their lives. But they lived full lives where they made money and stuff, and they had a house. But now they were doing this nonprofit, and there was some cost to it because 30 homeless people showing up, they'd give coffee at the beginning, and then they'd give a burrito and $2 at the end. That cost money. Other than that, that was the only cost. But then they asked for $100,000, and I was like, "Whoa, that's a lot of money." But I don't know. And then later I found out that they actually did end up getting a big chunk of funding, and they ended up doing, I forget what the dude told me, but he's like, "Yeah, they did a bunch of shady stuff with the money basically." And then they had to they had to use one of the homeless guys to give the money to him, and like they were doing a bunch of crooked shit. It's Democrats,
Blame it on Democrats.
That's how they roll.
Yeah,
Nonprofit my ass.
You was over there.
How come everybody who has a nonprofit is rich? Like, where how are you making all this money? It seems like
they pay themselves as directors of the nonprofit.
Right.
It's a job.
Right. So it seems like somebody's profiting.
Yep.
Or why would well, I guess there is reasons to do it other than profit, but they do profit off the nonprofits.
That's called making a living. It's not called a profit.
Yeah.
It's a hustle. It's a hustle.
Profit, you have to buy something, flip it, and have a margin.
Put my name down, flip it, and reverse it.
That's gay.
Is your fermented swim yum come? Yep. Silent.
Just a matter of time, fellas.
Silence is
We got
violence.
50 days. 50 days. Something
50
like
days
that.
to what? Trump president?
Mm-hmm. I can't wait.
All right. Yep.
It's going down. It's my mama's birthday today.
Nice.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What did she do for her birthday?
She ain't even woke up yet. It's
Oh.
the 24th. But I don't know what
What
she
does
gonna
she
do.
usually do?
I don't know. She probably usually go to work. It's the first year she been retired after working 50 years.
Oh.
So I asked my brother. He said next year we're gonna do something big. So we all doing our own individual thing. I got my son gathered together. He's gonna pop up tomorrow. And but next year when she turns 70, we probably gonna have a cruise.
Pull up, pop out.
Cruise? Where?
I don't know where my
Like
brother.
Europe?
I don't know. Not no cruise to Europe. Gotta fly
Or
to Europe.
Caribbean?
Ain't no telling wherever she want to go. My brother be planning shit. My mama don't even want to go. So I'm gonna tell her, don't agree to nothing you don't want to do, cause I don't want to do it either. Fuck, I'm only doing it cause you agreeing to this shit. So if you don't want to do it, I got your back. Take the money.
I mean, those cruises actually do sound fun. I've never been on one, but it does sound fun, especially for like they're not that expensive.
Yeah, that's why they want to save up to next year. Whatever. I can pay for it now if they wanted to really go, but we didn't plan nothing for right now. So he's talking about next year.
They're not that crazy expensive. I mean, if you think about just staying in a hotel for that long, you couldn't do that for the price of a cruise.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard. They ain't that expensive.
I love cruises. It's one of my favorite things.
And like, isn't most everything included except alcohol? I guess.
You gotta buy all. If you buy all the packages, it's everything included. I wouldn't
Yeah,
go
well,
unless
you
you
have to
buy
buy. Usually, you pay for the alcohol, but then
You can just sneak some on, right?
No.
no,
You can sneak some
you
on.
can buy it in Mexico, but they keep it under the ship. So like, or
You
where
throw it in a flask or something. Come on.
you got to go through metal. I mean, I'm sure there's a way to get a little bit on there, but
Plastic flask in your sock or
Pour it
something.
in your
I don't know.
Pepsi. Yeah, if you pour it in your Pepsi, they wouldn't know. Have a Pepsi bottle and be like, yeah, let's go.
but if you go to like Cancun and Cozumel, when you get off the boat, you walk down this long pier and it's just like a huge liquor store and everything's so cheap. Like, and people will buy boxes and boxes of liquor and then bring it back on the boat and they keep it under the boat till you get off. They won't let you have it.
Because that's what they make it all the money off of, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, all the food and everything is all included, right?
Yeah, you're supposed to the last night, there's like a fancy, well, every night when you go to the dinner, you like dress up and it's like fancy dining. It's like that was the first time I ever had escargot. That was the first time I had octopus. It's like fancy food. It's like 5-course meal where they bring an appetizer, they bring the courses and each plate is like 2 bites. And they're all decorative and stuff, but then the last night everybody wears suits and stuff and you're supposed to leave a big tip.
Hmm. Well, what if you don't?
I guess I don't know. I think it's expected,
Exactly.
but
They just be mad. I'm be like, fuck y'all. I paid for this cruise, man. Ain't no fucking tipping. Tip my ass. Nope.
And what they tell you you're supposed to leave a big tip?
He was on a family cruise. He didn't pay for that shit.
I
He
didn't
was
do
with
the
his
yeah, I
mom.
didn't leave the tip, but I remember them saying
Yeah.
the most expensive. And my mom drank, but my dad didn't drink. But they said the only expensive part was the tip at the big dinner at the end, because they like tell you like this is the expected tip, and it's for the whole cruise, so it's like it was like $100 per person for the tip at the end for like a 3-night cruise.
Yeah, I'll be like, y'all ain't did shit. If motherfucking tip, I want my own slave. Y'all ain't bring me no new pillows. Y'all ain't wash my clothes. Y'all ain't bring me no drink every morning. My breakfast wasn't hot. Oh, I got a whole bunch of complaints. Y'all better get y'all shit together if y'all want a tip from me. Let me get my own boat.
I hear when people go on vacation in like Jamaica and shit, you can basically get, well, you can like almost kind of get your own slave, well, servant or whatever. I mean, and
Oh,
it's
yeah.
cheap. They'll cook fucking breakfast for you, all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I bet you.
So that's worth tipping if they're actually fucking doing something.
Hell yeah. Yep.
Wash your clothes, press your shirts.
Yeah, come on, exactly. I'm supposed to get my shit together. You get a tip then. Every machine you pay with a card now got a tip. 10%, 12%, 15%, 20%. I'm like, what the fuck's the tip for? I'm just ordering food.
Yeah, I don't.
What the
I
fuck
don't
are you
tip.
talking about?
I don't tip any of that unless I'm actually at a restaurant where a server is serving me. I don't tip no fucking baristas or
Exactly.
nah.
Like, I mean, I don't understand. It's on every fucking page. It could be a fucking Wendy's, fucking anywhere. Would you like to tip? No, where's the zero button? They make it smaller than anything. I'm like, no, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I don't tip nobody.
Put that tip on my extra cheese. How about that?
Yeah, if I go sit down at a restaurant and somebody takes my order and brings me food, I'll
Yeah.
tip
Fill
that
my cup
person.
up when it's done. That's the
Yeah,
shit that deserve a tip. If my cup go
refill my
empty and I
coffee.
gotta look for you for a refill, motherfucker, your tip.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm gonna make people work it. I'm gonna bring America back. You gotta stand on principle.
You know, make America great again.
They too used to. Nah, it ain't make America great again. It's called
Bring back better.
ain't nobody entitled. Y'all ain't entitled to no tip just cause y'all work here, motherfucker. Y'all get that entitlement shit out y'all head. That's the new message. Mean we regular? Yes, y'all regular now. Everybody's the same, motherfucker. Y'all regular. There's no superiority. Motherfucker, shuck and jive. Dance, motherfucker. Everybody that wants that money, just like in music, y'all court gestures. Play your role.
Court gestures.
Court gestures. Every rapper, football player, entertainer, anybody that ain't got their own motherfucking way to provide, just depending on the company and people in business. If it's shut down and your check to check goes to making you handicapped or going back to minimum wage with your skill set, that's a bad position to be in. relying on you gotta have multiple irons in the fire.
Irons in the fire.
Irons in the fire.
Gotta have multiple irons in the fire. Whatever that means.
You don't know what that means?
Nope.
It's like Google it, you'll get it. I'm smoking right now.
I'm not gonna Google it.
You know what that means.
Gotta have multiple. Can't have all your eggs in one basket. Something like that.
Yeah, like multiple hustles.
All right. You say so.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm too lazy for that shit.
That's basically what it means. But I don't know where it stems from, where they came up with the saying. But I'm sure it has an old background story that says something. Let me see. Multiple irons in the fire saying. The expression having a lot of irons in the fire means to be involved in multiple activities or projects at the same time. For example, if the job application doesn't work out, I've got multiple irons in the fire. You just heard me say that. This AI shit is bullshit.
Yeah, but where's that
Oh,
from, though?
nigga, I've been working on this new AI. They got this Generation 1 AI, right? And it's turning my fucking drone videos into AI videos.
Huh?
Yeah.
Like how?
You download, I drag my drone video over to the runway, it's runway, right? And I'm making videos, and then it'll generate it'll 3D use what's in mine, and I can change the sky or like the weather. It'd be the same scene, but I can put different things, and it'd be snow on the building. The shit looks so real, man. I can't wait. But I'm still playing with it right now. Yeah. I can put pyramids in my shit, and it'll be like pyramids in downtown LA.
You know what's weird? It's weird. AI can do Biden. AI can do Trump. AI
It can do anything. You type it in.
No, for some reason, the Kamala never looks like the AI Kamala never looks like her.
No, I'm about to type it in right now.
It always looks, it never looks like her. It looks like a maybe part black, part Indian lady, but not her.
Yeah.
Trump looks like Trump. I don't know why. Well, I don't know if it's It's probably not intentional, but for some reason, it never looks like her. Actually, they always make her look more black for some reason. Like they don't get I don't know. What's going on, Josh?
I only got 25 credits.
Not much.
Who?
I'm messing around with these cards and this.
Oh.
You got a tournament or something?
No, I'm building decks on the computer. Maybe I'll try them out someday. I don't know.
That's what's up.
That is what's up.
Yeah, they got big tournaments at one of the comic shops that I go to. Like big Magic the Gathering tournaments. Because I was mentioning what you were saying about like the prize cards and shit, and the worker at that store was saying that whatever tournament they had like last week, I think it was like $30 to enter, and he was saying it was like $150 worth of cards.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could just fucking, like you said, you could just enter and not even try, and just walk with the cards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's your, but that is your time though. So there's that.
Yeah. Well, sometimes they'll give you the participation prizing at the beginning. Then you don't even have
And
to
you can just dip.
Yeah, you don't even have to hang out.
Huh. But still, even to flip them, I mean, that's some work, right?
Yeah, a little bit. And if you stick around to the end, maybe you get more, or I don't know. Or if you win games, then maybe you can get more, but then you gotta know how to play the game, you gotta build a deck and all that stuff.
But it's all because those companies sponsor the events, right? Like Disney or whoever owns Magic the Gathering or whatever.
Yeah. Well, like Bandai owns the game that I play, and Wizards of the Coast owns Magic, or actually Hasbro owns Magic, and then there's another company that owns Disney. Josh, $200 to $400 for Solomon snowboard boots. Nice. See, it's a score.
Hey, you quit dumpster diving, motherfucker.
They were just sitting on the top. I didn't even dive.
I don't believe it.
They were just right there.
I don't believe it.
Believe
Is
it.
that like a current? Is that what
That's a
snowboards
current
look
hobby,
like?
yes.
Yeah. I don't know.
Dumpster diving the current hobby? Yes or no?
They always have these like foam pads. These squishy foam pads on the boards. I don't know what that's for. Maybe it's to hold it easier. I don't know. I always see these on snowboards. I don't know what they're for. Maybe it's to clean your boots off.
So why doesn't it have the, I don't know, what do you call that shit? Like what you stick the boots in?
It's got, well, so I think that's the bindings.
Yeah, bindings.
There's like a ring that you screw in here, and then that way you just take the boot and you just slide it in, and then you strap the boot down into that. I don't know why it doesn't have it. That's the only part that is missing.
Huh. So like somebody, it almost looks unused, right?
Yeah, well, it looks used, but it's pretty good condition.
Huh.
I don't see nothing wrong with it.
So that shit on Craigslist, Facebook Marketplace.
I'll probably just keep it and maybe go snowboarding someday.
Oh yeah, or you can do that.
I'm gonna break your back.
Break nothing.
And that's why they threw it away. They probably broke their back.
Maybe. I think they
Don't
got
put on
evicted
dead
from their
man boots.
apartment because there was a whole bunch of stuff in the dumpster.
You don't wear dead man boots.
Oh, I'll wear a dead man's boots. I ain't.
Oh yeah, or might be a dead man.
Whoa! What the hell is going on right now?
You scared of a fly? You sissy.
No, the beer just exploded all over me.
You still a sissy the way you cried like that. The girl was with you. She'd be like, "You can't handle a situation."
I just got cold beer all over me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Sound like you panicked.
I did panic.
Your girl would have rolled over if she was laying in the bed like somebody was breaking in the house.
I'm
and she was
surrounded
looking
by
at you.
electronics and my beer exploded.
She would have rolled over like, I don't feel safe with you. I thought somebody was breaking in. You just over there spilling beer. I beta.
You don't know anything.
She'd be like, my heart would break. I go back down. I just wear electronics.
You don't know nothing.
I got accepted to send a flow. What's up, man? Claim it where? In my emails?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I think I'm out of space. I can't get no more email. My goodness.
You have no goodness.
Yeah, whatever.
There's no goodness in you.
Yeah, whatever. Shit's about to go down. I got a new girl. You probably like her, Josh. She's a skinny white girl.
I bet.
Yeah. Yeah.
She a crackhead?
Nope.
Crackhead?
Not by far. Not by far. Got a skinny white girl. She about 5'10" though. That's all right. Damn,
5'10". So
Mhm.
with heels, she's like fucking 6 feet tall then.
She like to wear heels. Yeah, I said, where them motherfuckers dead? I don't give a fuck. You ain't making me feel no kind of way. She said, okay, daddy. So that's right. I ain't gonna make her my girlfriend just yet. She grew up on a beach.
Beach?
Mm-hmm.
Beach you ain't know.
All right, I gotta dip. I gotta eat something. Sleep.
Hell yeah. What you gonna eat?
I don't know. Something.
Hell yeah.
Probably some leftovers. I don't know.
Cook some
All
bread.
right.
All right, later.
All right, later.
All right, take it easy now. It's good talking to you.
Yep.
Always. What time you going to bed, Josh?
I don't know. I was getting tired earlier.
Yeah. Whatever. Yep.
Super 17.
What
Super
a story.
17. Super 17. What?
You gotta watch out for some of these stories that's coming out. They'll come out with a story with some chemical burns at a Trump rally, and then you won't hear nothing else about them.
It wasn't chemical burns. It was a directed energy weapon. I talked about that tonight.
Energy weapon.
Yep. The active denial system. Look into it.
Yeah. I believe it when I see it.
Good. You
Can't
should.
believe everything you hear.
I made that up. That's my theory, and I'm right.
Yeah, that's what everybody say.
I know what I'm talking about.
There's another thing saying everybody say.
I know what I'm saying.
Delusion.
Nope.
Delusion.
Copy.
I seen somebody type today, they said, faith is knowing absolutely no matter what.
Yeah, what's wrong with that? Sounds about right.
Take a test with faith and see if you score 100%.
Well, I might not have faith.
Like,
I might not have faith in my test taking skills.
Like wrong. But I believe it absolutely. Wrong.
Yeah, but
That
that
was
doesn't mean
wrong.
that I know what the test is on.
No, that means you know the answer and you believe it with faith. You got faith in your answer and it's wrong. That means, but no matter what anybody say, it's true to me. That's what faith is. No, that's not what faith is, buddy. That's what ignorance is. Believing something that's proven wrong is idiocracy.
Nope.
Maybe people will call it faith. I guess so. It's on the same borderline. Idiocracy could be considered believing in something that you can't prove to be true.
I know what I know. That's right. What's this?
You know what you believe in.
I know what I know.
That's all good. Whatever floats your boat.
My boat's floating.
And if God was omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent, why come he didn't know what the angels was gonna do when they had sex with people?
He did know what was going to happen. It was part of the plan.
No, him being disobeyed is never part of the plan.
Yeah, it is. If you have a kid, you know that your kid's going to disobey you at some point.
That ain't God. We're not God. Don't put our hypotheticals as God as a man.
It
That's
doesn't
where you go
matter.
wrong.
It's an analogy
It does
of the
matter.
child to the father.
No.
Yeah.
No, God is all knowing.
We're
Is
children
man
of
all
God.
knowing?
We're
Is
children of
man
God.
all knowing?
Yeah, but
Is
you
man
know that.
all knowing?
You know the kid's going to disobey you at some point.
Is man omniscient?
You know the kid's going to disobey you at some
Answer the
point.
question.
It doesn't matter. We know this.
Apply the same hypothetical on each subject.
Oh,
Don't change the variables.
you know this.
Don't change the variables.
We know
Come
this.
on. Put
We know
man as
this.
omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. Is man that?
You know your child's going to disobey you. Just like
Is
God
man
knows his
that?
children are going to disobey it. Doesn't stop him from making the child.
Is man omniscient?
We're made in his
omnipresent,
image. We're made in his image. We're made in his image. It's a
Yes or
perfect
no?
analogy.
Look, yes or no? It's easy. Yes or no? Is man omniscient?
No.
Omnipresent? Okay. No.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what does that have to do with anything? Do we
God
know?
is.
Do we know that if we have a kid that it'll disobey us?
No.
Yeah, we do, and we still have kids
No, we
anyway,
don't.
right? So why wouldn't
No.
God do that?
No.
Why wouldn't God
Parents
do
don't
that?
think their kids gonna disobey
Right,
us.
right, because you don't understand hypotheticals. Don't pretend.
Parents don't have
pretend
kids
like
that
you
think
know
they
what a
gonna disobey.
hypothetical is.
Parents don't have kids that think
You don't know what a
they gonna disobey.
hypothetical is.
Yeah, it's got to be the same.
Nope.
You putting a whole God on man. You comparing man to God in the first place, and then how he raised the kids the same. No, you can't put God and man in the same equal playing field, and then talk about
You
how
can
each
make
one of them raised their
comparisons.
kid.
We can make analogies.
You cannot make a comparison with
Yes, you
man and God
can.
because man is not omnipresent.
It doesn't matter. It's an
Omnipotent. It
analogy.
does. It's not an
Sometimes,
analogy either. Nope.
sometimes things are
Mm-mm.
done, and we don't, and we know
Mm-mm.
what the outcome's gonna be, but we still do it anyway.
Mm-hmm. No.
Yep. Because we're made in God's
You trying
image.
to say like if Superman was racing a human that hypothetically a human can run that fast right now too.
No.
He knows. Yeah,
No,
a human can run
hypothetically they
that
can't.
fast
That's
too.
not a good
No,
analogy. Nope.
hypothetically a
Nope.
human can run that fast because God can. He
Hypothetically,
knows
the only
everything.
thing we need for the hypothetical is somebody who knows
Nah.
something and still does it anyway.
No, putting the same
Yep.
statutes
You
on the
didn't make.
same people.
That's not a.
It's a different comparison.
It's
It
not
is.
That's
That's exactly
not
what you're doing.
analogous. That's not analogous. Nope.
No, I got you on that one.
No, you
Let you
didn't.
think.
You're not that smart.
Yeah,
No.
Superman versus a man in a race is what you just did.
Why would
With God
Superman run
and
a race?
omnipresent.
Why would Superman run a race if he already knows he's gonna win?
Yeah, why would God put angels on here if he think they're gonna betray him? You exactly just said your
Because it's
own
part of the
question.
plan. Because it's part of the plan.
No, it wouldn't be no plan. It just make it the plan right. It wouldn't have to have no
No, that's
fallen
part of the
angels.
plan.
Oh my God, shut up. Yeah, let's embrace the plan. Flood everybody that was part of the plan.
Yep,
So
do it.
create all of these people.
Why
Kill
would you
everybody. That's
build?
part of
Why
the
would you get a
plan.
pet dog if you know your
part of
pet
the
dog's
plan.
gonna die someday?
That's part of the plan. No, you don't just erase their race though. Eradicate every
Why
human
not?
being.
Why not?
Yeah, you getting all the dog.
He
Always
made the
has
race. He
nuts.
can wipe it out. Why not?
Because he didn't make them with no nuts. He made them able to breed, right? Okay, that means evolution.
That doesn't mean evolution. That doesn't
Yeah,
make
that
any
don't mean you
sense.
make them able to breed and
That
then you
doesn't
kill
make
them
any
all,
sense.
wipe
That was
them out.
dumb.
Yeah. Show me how a flood shows
He
them.
gave him nuts, so that means evolution.
Listen, you show me how a flood killing out humanity equals out. You live and then you die. Is that what you just said? Try to equate it to? You live and then you die. Yeah, you live on the years and you die. No, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, it is.
God don't make mistakes. How's that part of the
Translated
plan?
typically as the evil of
Create
pain
millions of
or
people and then drown them in the
penalty or
That's part of the
punishment,
plan.
and
Start
the
over
evil
again.
of culpa in Latin, translated as the evil of
That ain't
fault
part of the
or
plan,
of guilt.
Josh.
So, an example. Suppose Billy
Guess
the
you back
kid
to
wakes
square
up late
one.
for work. He doesn't have a horse, so he steals his neighbor's. This is bad. Of course, for his neighbor, but even more for Billy, who has willfully refused to do what right reason tells him and
Hard
has
to keep
committed a
up, I
serious
know.
injustice, an act unworthy of a human person. This is what Aquinas calls the evil of fault or of guilt, and it is a kind of moral suicide. Arrested by the sheriff, Billy is sentenced to prison. This, too, is an evil for him because he's now deprived of his freedom of movement.
I'm listening to a
But
video.
this second evil, being in prison,
talking
is
some
not the
nonsense.
same kind as the first. It's an evil Billy suffers in response to an evil that he committed, and it's called a penalty or punishment. How should we compare these two evils? Well, the evil of fault is worse. By sinning, Billy has freely chosen to make himself a bad man. By contrast, Billy's punishment, while an evil for him in one sense, is good and just, and it can even help Billy become good, especially if he accepts it and offers it in reparation for his fault. God never wills the evil of sin or of fault. Sin is our fault, not God's. We choose some partial good contrary to the order of right reason, not caring about the damage that will result. And God permits us to do this, but he in no way is its cause. But God does will the punishment that follows from this moral evil, both in order to restore the right ordering of justice and also to correct the wrongdoer, much like a judge and other honest citizens rightly desire a thief to be arrested and given a just punishment. Just like Billy can offer up his punishment in reparation for the evil he did, so we too can offer up all the evils we suffer in reparation for the sins we and others have committed. Let's pose a harder question. Why does God permit the suffering of the innocent? We're entering deep waters here, and we can only sketch a very brief answer. Human suffering, bodily death, undergoing persecution and injustice, these are very real and terrible evils, and they were not part of God's original plan for us. He created our first parents in grace with the special privilege of being free from illness, suffering, and death. Those evils only entered the world because of the sin of our first parents, and we inherit the terrible consequences of this original sin: suffering, death, and even an inclination to sin. It's a lot like a baby born to a mother who's a heroin addict. That baby inherits the terrible consequences of the mother's addiction. In those who suffer them, they are the evils of pain or penalty. They can be the occasion for great moral nobility and goodness, like when a person offers his life to God in the midst of illness, or when someone perseveres in the truth and even forgives an unjust persecutor. The hardest question is, why does sin exist? Because every sin involves a privation, a lack of what should be there, we're dealing with non-being, and non-being is, strictly speaking, unintelligible. So we can explain how sin is possible. The creature focuses its attention and directs its will to some limited good, disregarding the defect or disorder that choice will cause. But we cannot explain why the creature does this, because evil is incoherent in itself. It's always stupid and self-defeating. Why then does God permit it? Some have answered this question by using the so-called free will defense, saying that if there's freedom, it's impossible for God to prevent evil. This is not Aquinas' answer, and he thinks it has serious philosophical problems. As we explained in the video on predestination and freedom, God, as our creator, is the origin of our freedom and implants in us our desires for good, and so he can act within our will, moving it to good. So in any particular case, God could move us to freely choose the right thing. Why then doesn't he always do so? Here we've reached a mystery too deep for our minds: why God has created this world and not another. Aquinas doesn't think we can say much more than this, but he does offer two quasi-explanations that help us glimpse the deep wisdom of God's providence. First, we can be sure that God only permits evil for the sake of some much better and higher good, including not only our individual good, but the good of the whole creation. This is very mysterious because we can't see this whole, and we can't conceive how permitting sin might lead to good. But we know it's true. God is infinitely powerful and infinitely good, able to bring an even greater good out of every evil. We also know that we are very limited, especially in our understanding of the whole. We're kind of like a baby with a soiled diaper who screams because his father makes him take a bath. He doesn't understand the good that his father is accomplishing for him through what seems to the baby like pointless suffering. But in reality, it's for the baby's good. Finally, Aquinas says that God allows the defect of sin so that he can manifest his goodness in an even greater way as our Savior. This is a beautiful and high truth, and it reaches its pinnacle in the cross. There, God himself takes upon his human shoulders the whole weight of our sins and bears them through terrible suffering, even unto death. He does this precisely so that his redeeming mercy and love for us sinners would shine out more clearly, so that we might be brought from sin unto forgiveness and eternal life. For readings, podcasts, and more videos like this, go to Aquinas 101.
Deep.
You suck.
You suck.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
What's the opposite of bad?
What's the opposite of bad? Good.
What's the opposite of good?
Let me from deck on top of this card in active mode and draw a card. This card attacks. It's a union? It is a union.
I like how you got the snake around the apple, right? It took the snake from the crescents of the pharaohs, wrapped it around the apple and showed them a dream. So you can't have that knowledge but seldom seen, that they look back and acknowledge the lies been in the whole thing from the beginning. Now their mind is in the cage, locked down. Now they suffering, they in the rage.
Bars.
The shit's infected like they ass just caught the plague. They don't know.
Bars.
Shut your ass up.
Bars.
Bars and stars and never rise again, my friend. Y'all motherfucker gals wearing draws like the pins. Made of gauze and elastic. Put your gauze and elastic draws, it don't depend.
Draws like the pins. You got more flaws than you got friends.
Whatever. That shit don't even make sense. Now I'm over here putting shit together on your ass, stacking.
You're not putting nothing together. Nothing. You ain't scaring nothing.
More shit than you done read.
You got nothing. One Toa from your work. We only got 4 Toas in the deck. What the heck? Four Toas in the deck. What the heck?
Who?
Oh.
4 toes. Who the hell got 4 toes? He's standing 9 toes down. Election time. Doom, 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 doom. It's going down, man.
What's going down?
Going down in the dim. It's election. You ain't hear about them people jumping out in Alabama? Or was it Alabama? Or was it Mississippi?
Oh. Going down for real. I'm
gonna upload one of these videos tomorrow.
Yeah, you would upload a video.
No, it ain't gonna be nothing. It's just gonna be a drone video.
Drone video. You ain't making no drone videos.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be you can make movies out of AI now. I gotta do some more follow mode with the drone. Change my It'll change my outfits for me. It is that dope. AI will. But if I get the drone following me through the woods or following me down the block, it'll take my surroundings and then it'll change it into whatever type of scene I want it to be in. Change your clothes, change all kind of shit. You can make your own movies into your own setting. You just gotta go to the place, give it a template to turn into AI and turn you into AI. You make your own AI damn movie, boy. I'm telling you, it's gonna go down. I finally got a little help. Little help. Little help. Let's see what it do.
What it do is Paul Wall, people champ.
Grill like I'm like, cause I'm back with the camp. Paul Wall, baby. Take a look at me. Right. What state zip code? He in Memphis.
231-334-8004.
Nah, he's from Texas, Houston, I think. Mike Jones or Paul Wall, too. I don't know. Paul Wall might be from Houston and not Memphis.
I'm gonna watch this Ewu video about a murderer who got caught 30 years later.
I like the aesthetics.
Nice.
I went with black accents and the barn doors. Make sure you call 1-800-Hansons.
We watch a lot of Dr. Peterson's content. He has some really excellent series. Together as a couple, we just watched Jordan B.
Where the police realized that the answer of what happened to him had been right under their noses all along.
Get out of this house! Get out of here! Get out of here!
Who the hell is Ewu?
Get out of this house!
Yeah, dirty old man. That's his name?
Most of the following footage has never been seen before. The evening of October 22nd, 1989 started peacefully enough when 11-year-old Jacob Wetterling, younger brother Trevor, 10, and his close friend, 12-year-old Aaron, went out to rent a movie in their hometown of St. Joseph, Minnesota. Two boys were on bikes, while the third rode a push scooter. Little did they know that their first exciting excursion after dark would quickly become a nightmare. Just a day later, Trevor found himself recounting the harrowing series of events to investigators from the Stearns County Sheriff's Department.
Do you remember about what time you left your house, you, Jacob?
It had to be about 8 or 8:30.
Their destination was a convenience store called Tom Thumb. The boys had biked there before, but never after dark.
How long does it take you to ride from your house to the Tom Thumb?
It could have been a little
It's too
longer.
cloudy outside right
Maybe
now,
8:45.
The boys only spent about
Also
5
3 in
minutes
the
in the
morning.
store. They rented their movie and also purchased
the
some
best
candy
time to
before
drive
heading
the
home,
highway.
taking the exact same route down 91st Avenue.
I
They
figured
had
out
no
a new
reason
way
to
to play
suspect their
with the
return would be
drone. I
perilous,
can be
but
in my
what happened to
car,
the boys
and then I have
next
it
was
return to home
traumatizing beyond
while I'm
words.
driving.
When you're
But
riding your
the
bike
home
right after
spot
you
will
left
be the
Tom Thumb, did you
controller.
notice anything
So it's
suspicious or
chasing me
unusual?
in my truck trying to
You indicated
land
to
to
us
where the
that you were
controller
leading
is.
because
And
you
then
had
I
a
get
flashlight.
a whole battery
Okay,
left.
and was in the middle because
When it says
Yeah,
low
just
battery, I
haven't
just
closed.
stop and then
Quite cold,
come land on top of the car.
I can't watch this. I'm falling asleep. My eyes are heavy.
All right, peace out. You going to bed?
Yeah.
You need to get some sleep.
Yep.
Yep. Before you bust your noggin on that skateboard.
Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, get rid of that thing. You already busted your ass once.
Yeah. Later.
All right, yep, later once.
All right, guys. I'm tired. I only got like 5 hours sleep. I've been sick all week. I think I'm done being sick now. I feel better. I didn't even finish my beers. I only have a 6-pack and 2 25 ounces. I'll probably finish this one while I fall asleep. What should I watch? I wish I could watch Am I Racist, but it's not It's not available on the bootleg site yet. Ooh, my eyes are watering. I'm tired. I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll be back streaming tomorrow night. We'll come back strong. Strong. Long and ready to get the fiction on. What the? Anyway. Have a good night, everybody. Good talk with John. It was a great conversation until Freddie showed up. But tomorrow night, what's the plan? What are we gonna talk about tomorrow night? I don't know. Maybe I'll see if there's any panels tomorrow night or something. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll just hang out. I just built like 5 decks on Dragon Ball. So I don't know. I know it's boring to watch me play those games, but I'm gonna keep my skill level up, you know? I could record some games and make some videos. I need to edit this dreadlock video of cutting my dreads off, speed it up, edit it up, make it short. All the footage in total is an hour and 16 minutes. I need to edit that down to like 30 minutes. So I don't know. I need to edit that. But I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. Cashapp, Dreadedconservative, super chats, all the good stuff. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless. We out. Peace.